Oh boy! So the sneakers Gina has been looking for.
Growing up here wasn't always easy. Good days and bad days, with challenges around every corner. Still, here we are, alive, well and thriving. It was built, not bought, earned, not given, hustled, not handed. What's next? Whatever you want, let's make it happen. Open a Zenith Bank account today and make life happen.
Hi, my name is Tejri Wazobia. Welcome to my crib. In my family, we believe life should be simple, convenient, and fun. That's why we use a bank that not only understands our transaction needs, but also provides us with options that best suit our personal styles. Take me. I have a Zenith Aspire account that provides me with the flexibility to manage my school expenses and be the cool guy on campus. Wait a minute. This is my big sister, Tiwa. She's a fashion designer. She sells her outfits online using Zenith Global Pay and regularly sends money to my kid sister and I with *966# easy banking. Meet my big brother, Abu. Abu loves football. He's the mobile app guy, and with just a click on the Zenith mobile app, he has our cable subscription back up because he hates missing games. That's my mom. Mom is the superwoman, and she's always trying out new recipes. Mom is a convenient shopper. She orders online, but prefers to pay with her debit card. Now, meet my dad, Mr. Wazobia. He says his phone can be distracting while he's at work, which is why he's always using the Zenith Internet Banking Portal on his PC, www.zenithbank.com. Have I told you about my younger sister and bestie, Chioma? She recently opened a Zika Teens account. She experiments a lot and uses all the Zenith digital channels depending on how she feels. That's Aunt Nene. She's always smiling and has already opened a Zenith Children's account for my niece, Bimbo, to save towards her future education. Let's not forget Grandma and Grandpa Wazobia. They've been Zenith Bank customers forever and currently pay no bank charges with their Zenith Timeless accounts. Voila! This is us, the Wazobia. So whatever you like, however you like it, Zenith Bank PLC has got you covered. Zenith Bank, in your best interest.
The Zenith mobile app, making life simple.
Are you interested in getting your products or services to more people, expanding your business, becoming more profitable, and a leader in your industry? If yes, then simply open a Zenith Bank SME Grow My Business account and get the extra edge you need. Access loans at competitive rates, get a free business website, free listing on Google My Business to make your offerings visible to over 100 million Nigerians online, free digital trainings on effective marketing techniques, access to business tools to improve operational efficiency, and so much more. Visit any of our branches today to get your Grow My Business account or www.zenithbank.com/SME to learn more.
As you adjust to the new realities for operating your business and engaging with your customers, let us help you transform your business into a digital powerhouse capable of adapting and taking advantage of today's opportunities. With our best-in-class array of digital solutions, you can conduct your business, receive payments from your customers, and perform transactions quickly, safely, and conveniently, because we've got you covered with the right people, technology, and service offerings. Contact us today and let us take your business to its zenith. Zenith Bank, in your best interest.
Growing up here wasn't always easy. Good days and bad days, with challenges around every corner. Still, here we are, alive, well and thriving. It was built, not bought, earned, not given, hustled, not handed. What's next? Whatever you want, let's make it happen. Open a Zenith Bank account today and make life happen.
Hi, my name is Tejri Wazopia. Welcome to my crib. In my family, we believe life should be simple, convenient, and fun. That's why we use a bank that not only understands our transaction needs, but also provides us with options that best suit our personal styles. Take me. I have a Zenith Aspire account that provides me with the flexibility to manage my school expenses and be the cool guy on campus. Wait a minute. This is my big sister, Tiwa. She's a fashion designer. She sells her outfits online using Zenith Global Pay and regularly sends money to my kid sister and I with *966# easy banking. Meet my big brother, Abu. Abu loves football. He's the mobile app guy, and with just a click on the Zenith mobile app, he has our cable subscription back up because he hates missing games. That's my mom. Mom is the superwoman, and she's always trying out new recipes. Mom is a convenient shopper. She orders online, but prefers to pay with her debit card. Now, meet my dad, Mr. Wazobia. He says his phone can be distracting while he's at work, which is why he's always using the Zenith Internet Banking Portal on his PC, www.zenithbank.com. Have I told you about my younger sister and bestie, Chioma? She recently opened a Zika Teens account. She experiments a lot and uses all the Zenith digital channels depending on how she feels. That's Aunt Nene. She's always smiling and has already opened a Zenith Children's account for my niece, Bimbo, to save towards her future education. Let's not forget Grandma and Grandpa Wazobia. They've been Zenith Bank customers forever and currently pay no bank charges with their Zenith Timeless accounts. Voila! This is us, the Wazobias. So, whatever you like, however you like it, Zenith Bank PLC has got you covered. Zenith Bank, in your best interest.
The Zenith mobile app, making life simple.
Are you interested in getting your products or services to more people, expanding your business, becoming more profitable, and a leader in your industry? If yes, then simply open a Zenith Bank SME Grow My Business account and get the extra edge you need. Access loans at competitive rates, get a free business website, free listing on Google My Business to make your offerings visible to over 100 million Nigerians online, free digital trainings on effective marketing techniques, access to business tools to improve operational efficiency, and so much more. Visit any of our branches today to get your Grow My Business account or www.zenithbank.com/SME to learn more.
As you adjust to the new realities for operating your business and engaging with your customers, let us help you transform your business into a digital powerhouse capable of adapting and taking advantage of today's opportunities. With our best-in-class array of digital solutions, you can conduct your business, receive payments from your customers, and perform transactions quickly, safely, and conveniently, because we've got you covered with the right people, technology, and service offerings. Contact us today and let us take your business to its zenith. Zenith Bank, in your best interest. Hello, I'm Ziva, the Zenith Intelligent Virtual Assistant. What would you like to do today? I can help you open a Zenith Bank account, check your account balance, transfer funds to any bank account in Nigeria, restrict transactions on your account, log dispense errors and other challenges, buy airtime or data, and so much more. Simply save the number 0704 000 4422 on your Alert Z phone line and say hi to me on WhatsApp to get started. Thank you.
Growing up here wasn't always easy. Good days and bad days, with challenges around every corner. Still, here we are, alive, well and thriving. It was built, not bought, earned, not given, hustled, not handed. What's next? Whatever you want, let's make it happen. Open a Zenith Bank account today and make life happen.
Hi, my name is Tejri Wazopia. Welcome to my crib. In my family, we believe life should be simple, convenient, and fun. That's why we use a bank that not only understands our transaction needs, but also provides us with options that best suit our personal styles. Take me. I have a Zenith Aspire account that provides me with the flexibility to manage my school expenses and be the cool guy on campus. Wait a minute. This is my big sister, Tiwa. She's a fashion designer. She sells her outfits online using Zenith Global Pay and regularly sends money to my kid sister and I with *966# easy banking. Meet my big brother, Abu. Abu loves football. He's the mobile app guy, and with just a click on the Zenith mobile app, he has our cable subscription back up because he hates missing games. That's my mom. Mom is the superwoman, and she's always trying out new recipes. Mom is a convenient shopper. She orders online, but prefers to pay with her debit card. Now, meet my dad, Mr. Wazobia. He says his phone can be distracting while he's at work, which is why he's always using the Zenith Internet Banking Portal on his PC, www.zenithbank.com. Have I told you about my younger sister and bestie, Chioma? She recently opened a Zika Teens account. She experiments a lot and uses all the Zenith digital channels depending on how she feels. That's Aunt Nene. She's always smiling and has already opened a Zenith Children's account for my niece, Bimbo, to save towards her future education. Let's not forget Grandma and Grandpa Wazobia. They've been Zenith Bank customers forever and currently pay no bank charges with their Zenith Timeless accounts. Voila! This is us, the Wazobias. So whatever you like, however you like it, Zenith Bank PLC has got you covered. Zenith Bank, in your best interest.
The Zenith mobile app, making life simple.
Are you interested in getting your products or services to more people, expanding your business, becoming more profitable, and a leader in your industry? If yes, then simply open a Zenith Bank SME Grow My Business account and get the extra edge you need. Access loans at competitive rates, get a free business website, free listing on Google My Business to make your offerings visible to over 100 million Nigerians online, free digital trainings on effective marketing techniques, access to business tools to improve operational efficiency, and so much more. Visit any of our branches today to get your Grow My Business account or www.zenithbank.com/SME to learn more.
As you adjust to the new realities for operating your business and engaging with your customers, let us help you transform your business into a digital powerhouse capable of adapting and taking advantage of today's opportunities. With our best-in-class array of digital solutions, you can conduct your business, receive payments from your customers, and perform transactions quickly, safely, and conveniently, because we've got you covered with the right people, technology, and service offerings. Contact us today and let us take your business to its zenith. Zenith Bank, in your best interest. Hello, I'm Ziva, the Zenith Intelligent Virtual Assistant. What would you like to do today? I can help you open a Zenith Bank account, check your account balance, transfer funds to any bank account in Nigeria, restrict transactions on your account, log dispense errors and other challenges, buy airtime or data, and so much more. Simply save the number 0704 000 4422 on your Alert Z phone line and say hi to me on WhatsApp to get started. Thank you.
Growing up here wasn't always easy. Good days and bad days, with challenges around every corner. Still, here we are, alive, well and thriving. It was built, not bought, earned, not given, hustled, not handed. What's next? Whatever you want, let's make it happen. Open a Zenith Bank account today and make life happen.
Hi, my name is Tejri Wazopia. Welcome to my crib. In my family, we believe life should be simple, convenient, and fun. That's why we use a bank that not only understands our transaction needs, but also provides us with options that best suit our personal styles. Take me. I have a Zenith Aspire account that provides me with the flexibility to manage my school expenses and be the cool guy on campus. Wait a minute. This is my big sister, Tiwa. She's a fashion designer. She sells her outfits online using Zenith Global Pay and regularly sends money to my kid sister and I with *966# easy banking. Meet my big brother, Abu. Abu loves football. He's the mobile app guy, and with just a click on the Zenith mobile app, he has our cable subscription back up because he hates missing games. That's my mom. Mom is the superwoman, and she's always trying out new recipes. Mom is a convenience shopper. She orders online, but prefers to pay with her debit card. Now, meet my dad, Mr. Wazobia. He says his phone can be distracting while he's at work, which is why he's always using the Zenith Internet Banking Portal on his PC, www.zenithbank.com. Have I told you about my younger sister and bestie, Chioma? She recently opened a Zika Teens account. She experiments a lot and uses all the Zenith digital channels depending on how she feels. That's Aunt Nene. She's always smiling and has already opened a Zenith Children's account for my niece, Bimbo, to save towards her future education. Let's not forget Grandma and Grandpa Wazobia. They've been Zenith Bank customers forever and currently pay no bank charges with their Zenith Timeless accounts. Voila! This is us, the Wazobias. So whatever you like, however you like it, Zenith Bank PLC has got you covered. Zenith Bank, in your best interest.
making life simple.
Are you interested in getting your products or services to more people, expanding your business, becoming more profitable, and a leader in your industry? If yes, then simply open a Zenith Bank SME Grow My Business account and get the extra edge you need. Access loans at competitive rates, get a free business website, free listing on Google My Business to make your offerings visible to over 100 million Nigerians online, free digital trainings on effective marketing techniques, access to business tools to improve operational efficiency, and so much more. Visit any of our branches today to get your Grow My Business account or www.zenithbank.com/SME to learn more.
As you adjust to the new realities for operating your business and engaging with your customers, let us help you transform your business into a digital powerhouse capable of adapting and taking advantage of today's opportunities. With our best-in-class array of digital solutions, you can conduct your business, receive payments from your customers, and perform transactions quickly, safely, and conveniently, because we've got you covered with the right people, technology, and service offerings. Contact us today and let us take your business to its zenith. Zenith Bank, in your best interest. Hello, I'm Ziva, the Zenith Intelligent Virtual Assistant. What would you like to do today? I can help you open a Zenith Bank account, check your account balance, transfer funds to any bank account in Nigeria, restrict transactions on your account, log dispense errors and other challenges, buy airtime or data, and so much more. Simply save the number 0704 000 4422 on your Alert Z phone line and say hi to me on WhatsApp to get started. Thank you.
Growing up here wasn't always easy. Good days and bad days, with challenges around every corner. Still, here we are, alive, well and thriving. It was built, not bought, earned, not given, hustled, not handed. What's next? Whatever you want, let's make it happen. Open a Zenith Bank account today and make life happen. Growing up here wasn't always easy. Good days and bad days, with challenges around every corner. Still, here we are, alive, well and thriving. It was built, not bought, earned, not given, hustled, not handed. What's next? Whatever you want, let's make it happen. Open a Zenith Bank account today and make life happen.
Hi, my name is Tejri Wazopia. Welcome to my crib. In my family, we believe life should be simple, convenient, and fun. That's why we use a bank that not only understands our transaction needs, but also provides us with options that best suit our personal styles. Take me. I have a Zenith Aspire account that provides me with the flexibility to manage my school expenses and be the cool guy on campus. Wait a minute. This is my big sister, Tiwa. She's a fashion designer. She sells her outfits online using Zenith Global Pay and regularly sends money to my kid sister and I with *966# easy banking. Meet my big brother, Abu. Abu loves football. He's the mobile app guy, and with just a click on the Zenith mobile app, he has our cable subscription back up because he hates missing games. That's my mom. Mom is the superwoman, and she's always trying out new recipes. Mom is a convenient shopper. She orders online, but prefers to pay with her debit card. Now, meet my dad, Mr. Wazobia. He says his phone can be distracting while he's at work, which is why he's always using the Zenith Internet Banking Portal on his PC, www.zenithbank.com. Have I told you about my younger sister and bestie, Chioma? She recently opened a Zika Teens account. She experiments a lot and uses all the Zenith digital channels depending on how she feels. That's Aunt Nene. She's always smiling and has already opened a Zenith Children's account for my niece, Bimbo, to save towards her future education. Let's not forget Grandma and Grandpa Wazobia. They've been Zenith Bank customers forever and currently pay no bank charges with their Zenith Timeless accounts. Voila! This is us, the Wazobias. So, whatever you like, however you like it, Zenith Bank PLC has got you covered. Zenith Bank, in your best interest.
The Zenith mobile app, making life simple.
Are you interested in getting your products or services to more people, expanding your business, becoming more profitable, and a leader in your industry? If yes, then simply open a Zenith Bank SME Grow My Business account and get the extra edge you need. Access loans at competitive rates, get a free business website, free listing on Google My Business to make your offerings visible to over 100 million Nigerians online, free digital trainings on effective marketing techniques, access to business tools to improve operational efficiency, and so much more. Visit any of our branches today to get your Grow My Business account or www.zenithbank.com/SME to learn more.
As you adjust to the new realities for operating your business and engaging with your customers, let us help you transform your business into a digital powerhouse capable of adapting and taking advantage of today's opportunities. With our best-in-class array of digital solutions, you can conduct your business, receive payments from your customers, and perform transactions quickly, safely, and conveniently because we've got you covered with the right people, technology, and service offerings. Contact us today and let us take your business to its zenith. Zenith Bank, in your best interest. Hello, I'm Ziva, the Zenith Intelligent Virtual Assistant. What would you like to do today? I can help you open a Zenith Bank account, check your account balance, transfer funds to any bank account in Nigeria, restrict transactions on your account, log dispense errors and other challenges, buy airtime or data, and so much more. Simply save the number 0704 000 4422 on your Alert Z phone line and say hi to me on WhatsApp to get started. Thank you. Hello, I'm Ziva, the Zenith Intelligent Virtual Assistant. What would you like to do today? I can help you open a Zenith bank account, check your account balance, transfer funds to any bank account in Nigeria, restrict transactions on your account, log dispense errors and other challenges, buy airtime or data, and so much more. Simply save the number 0704 000
all here today
and say
has
hi to
birthed
me on
Zenith Bank
WhatsApp to
brand
get
and
started.
also gave birth to this
Thank
technique. So
you.
please, ladies and gentlemen, do make yourselves very comfortable. We will commence shortly. Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. How are we today? Please, could we all rise to officially kick off this event with the national anthem?
God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. You may please be seated. Thank you.
Now, when you hear tech fair, the notion is that it's going to be very serious and very, well, judging by the faces I'm seeing now, I don't need you to be too serious. It's going to be 2 days of absolute fun. And would like to officially and formally welcome you to the Zenith Tech Fair. It's all about future forward, and that is indeed exactly what you're going to get for the next 2 days. I am Oscar Onyinson, your Master of Ceremonies, and of course, I am definitely not alone.
My name is Mojibade Shosoya. It's my absolute delight to co-compare this momentous occasion today. Welcome to Zenith Tech Fair 2022.
You can clap, it's allowed. Now, there are 3 pillars that one would like to say has been the building blocks or the foundations of Zenith Bank as a brand, which is about the people, it's about technology, and it's about service. Between today and tomorrow, you understand why Zenith Bank has been so successful over the years due to these 3 major pillars.
You may ask, what does success mean in this light? It means you are setting the pace in the banking industry by being Nigeria's largest financial institution by Tier 1 capital, by being Nigeria's most profitable bank for the year ended 31st December 2021. Success also means being Nigeria's biggest bank by market capitalization. You can make the applause more resounding. I'm not done. That's not all. It also means that as a pace-setter financial institution, you continue to receive accolades and recognitions for your outstanding leadership in the banking sector in Nigeria and, of course, beyond. By being the best bank in Nigeria, as awarded by Global Finance magazine for 3 consecutive years. Wow. By being the most valuable banking brand in Nigeria for 4 consecutive years, as awarded by the Banker magazine. And the list goes on and on and on.
Now, the reason we're listing this is that sometimes you kind of get confused and forget that a lot of hard work has been put into everything you see here, and more importantly, the people behind the brand. And on that note, I think I would like to formally recognize some of our dignitaries here in the house who have made today possible, but not just possible, they are in the future, and they're taking us along with them. First of which is a man whose vision, foresight, resilience, strength, tenacity gave birth to the Zenith Bank brand. And he's a man that might not really want the accolades, but it's always nice to give people the flowers while they're alive, while they're here. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure and honor to recognize the chairman, founder of Zenith Bank PLC, the one and only Mr. Jim Obia, CFR. Thank you very much, sir. I'm sure we can do much, much better than that.
Thank you very much, sir, for your visionary leadership. Still celebrating visionary leadership, I'd love to welcome and recognize the Group Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Zenith Bank PLC, Mr. Ebenezer Onyagu.
I think after this event, sir, I might need the number of your tailor. That looks extremely sharp. I think we're the same size, sir. Not the same bank account, but the same size.
Next, I'd love to recognize another outstanding leader, very delectable, the Deputy Managing Director, Zenith Bank PLC, Dame Dr. Adora Umeoji, OON.
Don't worry, I'll say what all of you are saying in your mind. Wow, she's beautiful.
She is absolutely beautiful.
And she's powerful, and she's intelligent, and she's a woman. Please, a big shout out to all the women in the house.
And not just any woman, a woman who has consistently broken the bias, leading a large institution like Zenith Bank. Please, another round of applause for our Deputy Managing Director. Thank you. I'd also like to very quickly recognize our executive directors at Zenith Bank PLC. Umar Shuaib Ahmed, thank you very much for your leadership.
No, you need to stand up, sir, please. Thank you very much. And of course, we also have yet another executive director with us in the person of the one and only Mr. Temitope Fashoranti. Dr. Temitope Fashoranti, this is his baby. Everything you see here and his team have been slugging it out week in, week out. And I think just in case we forget, just to give him and his team another resounding round of applause for making this happen.
We can't tell you what time he left this building, early hours of this morning. He's worked tirelessly to ensure that this event is an absolute success. So well done, sir. We'd also like to recognize Dennis Olisa. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for your hard work. Thank you. Henry Oro.
Okay.
Adalbi Nwakpa. Akin Ogunranti.
And of course, we do have the director, a couple of directors which we will get to recognize during the course of this event. But I also wanted to take this time to recognize a man who is probably working on Banking 5.0. He is our keynote address speaker, and we are delighted to have him here. Some might say he has the crystal ball, and he can see the future, so to speak, and you understand why in a couple of minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, the one and only Brett King. Today is going to be filled with presentations and, of course, panel discussions. And we also want to take the time to recognize some of our speakers, one of which is yet another phenomenal woman. She has blazed the trail. If there was a ceiling, she shattered the ceiling, constructed a new ceiling, then shattered that ceiling. And I don't know if you want me to say this, but she's a phenomenal dancer. That is an inside joke, but trust me when I say she knows how to move. Ladies and gentlemen, the West African director of Google, one and only Juliet Ehiman. We're really looking forward to your presentation on digital transformation to create a world-class economy. We also have with us the founder, or should I say senior partner at McKinsey, who will be giving a presentation as well here this morning in the person of Tariq Alatovek. So it's here somewhere. Okay. And the country manager of Microsoft in the person of Ola Williams as well, recognizing his presence here. Please, really, is it that time? I'm sure you're all wondering who this person computer is. I'll get to you in a couple of seconds, okay?
Successfully connected. Network is available now.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. You will get to know what he, she, the robot is doing here in a couple of minutes. I think with that, ladies and gentlemen, still standing on all the existing protocols, just to get the event off the ground, we will definitely recognize as we go along.
Thank you very much. We'd also like to recognize a special group of people, our virtual audience. Everyone joining us virtually, we say hello and welcome. We're reaching you live from Lagos, Nigeria. It's an honor to have you on board, and I think that's one of the very beautiful things about technology. You can be anywhere in the world and be everywhere in the world. So we're delighted that you're joining us today, and we promise that you'll have the same experience as though you were present in the room, because that's the power of technology.
Yeah, but technology cannot help them with lunch, you know. We'll send you pictures, though.
We'll make you feel as part of this as possible. Thank you for joining us.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, just to make sure that you're all comfortable, you've heard names, you've heard our names, but do you actually know the person next to you? Just take 10 seconds to introduce yourself with a fist bump of the person next to you and tell them, welcome to Zenith Tech Fair 2.0.
And you can also go further and compliment something about them. Their hair, their tie, their suit, their shoes, anything at all. It could even be their smile. So make sure you're connecting with someone seated next to you. And finally, welcome them to the future, because we are in the future. Make sure you welcome them to Zenith Tech Fair 2.0.
Now, we all know banking, it involves money, and the central bank is at the core of this. I want to have a special recognition for the Director of Infotech, Haja Rekiat Mohammed, who is here with us from the CBN. Thank you so much for being here, ma'am.
And of course, to everyone in the room, you all are distinguished guests. We are delighted that you're here, and we promise you that today and tomorrow will be worth your time in deep measures. Welcome again to Zenith Tech Fair 2.0.
A round of applause once again to each and every one of us. Now, you saw our robot here. Let me just find out. So, what's your name? Hello, what's your name?
I do not have a name yet. Would you like to give me one?
You want me to give you a name? Okay. You know what? You stay here. It's very customary for people who visit the country for the first time to be given a Nigerian name. So I'm going to come to the audience, and we need to give this computer, this robot, a name. So I would randomly just come to you, and the first name that comes to mind, you let me know. Mojibade, are we ready?
Yes, we are.
Let me see. Let me look for someone whose ex-girlfriend. Yeah, you look like one. What's your name, sir?
My name is Eugene Ode.
How you doing, Eugene? So, what's the name of your ex-girlfriend? The first name that comes to mind. Wow. There were lots of them. Mojibade, I think we should look for someone else.
We won't cause any confusion here today.
Security. We need to help this one. Let me go to the back. Let me see. Any innocent-looking face? Ma, the way you're looking forward is like... Okay,
I'm disconnected.
Don't
Please
disconnect. Wait. So just quickly, what name would you give that robot over there?
Petra.
Petra, okay. Any other names? Just one more. Let me see.
Gifts.
She said gift. Anyone else?
Ziva.
Ziva.
Amazing.
Amazing, okay.
I like the sound of that, Oscar.
You do?
Yes.
Fantastic. So, ladies and gentlemen, you have the freedom to give whatever name you like, but not gift. Mojibade, over to you.
Thank you very much, Oscar. Can we please applaud my co-host? Thank you. We'll move on very quickly, ladies and gentlemen, captains of industries in the room. When we bring persons of your caliber into a room, it's only appropriate that we also bring up an estimable gentleman to officially welcome everyone. At this point, it's my honor and my privilege to welcome a distinguished gentleman, that is leading a team of brilliant bankers, tech enthusiasts, and innovators who will change the banking sector in the world. Please let's make welcome the Group Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Zenith Bank PLC, Mr. Ebenezer Onyagu, for the welcome address at Zenith Tech Fair 2022. Keep the applause resounding. I have just introduced an estimable gentleman who will officially do the welcome today.
Good morning. I'm very delighted to welcome everybody to this session. This is Zenith Tech Fair 2.0. There is a man, for his wisdom, you call him a sage. For his ability to multitask, you say he's ambidextrous. For his intellect and strategic understanding and intelligence, you say he's cerebral. For the ability to groom leaders and producing outstanding men and women, making distinctions and acknowledging and recognizing the strong virtues of professionalism, ethics, and high ethos of high living, you give it to him. I want everyone, ladies and gentlemen, to indulge me by standing up to give a rounding ovation to our chairman and founder, Dr. Jim Ovia, CFR. I can't hear the applause. It's not loud enough. It's not loud enough. Thank you. When the MCs, they were reeling out the achievement of the bank, the only thing we can say, whatever we are recording now, is on the strength of the fact that our claim to fame is the legacy of our chairman and founder. That is what is pushing us, that is what is driving us, and that is what will keep getting us to dominate in the market. Why do I say this? From the inception of the bank, it was clear and evident that the chairman didn't make any mistakes about defining what should drive the business of the bank.
Successfully connected network is available now.
Thank you, Zifa. I recognize that. Right from what you call the vision of the bank, he crafted the vision that says to make Zenith Bank the leading Nigeria technology-driven financial service, globally recognized financial service organization that offers distinctive service in the market. And he went on further to document the mantra, people, technology, and service. All we have done in Zenith is, based on his guidance, get the best-in-class talent who are also applying the best-in-class technology to offer the best-in-class service. There was a particular day, a fellow CEO was with me, and he said, you people are winning so many awards. Say, if your chairman was my chairman, I would be winning an award like you too. But unfortunately, my chairman can't be the chairman of everyone. It's also important for us to put on record how Zenith has also really implemented deliberately the issue of application of digital technology. It might interest you to know that the first banking application that was used by the bank was developed in-house. It was called Zenith 2000. At the inception of the bank, when it was customary for computer department to be called technical department, operations department, computer department, he christened our own information technology department, in short, Infotech. Today, you can't talk about technology without talking about Infotech. Not only did he do that, he made sure that we had the best-in-class software architects and hardware engineers who were busy customizing and providing most outstanding superior service that has leapfrogged us into dominance in the marketplace. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm proud to recognize our heritage. A heritage of so many firsts. A heritage of outstanding delivery of very impeccable service. Zenith Bank was the first bank to launch an off-site ATM in Ama Breweries in 2003. You know, there was a joke then that the first set of ATM introduced in the country, if you notice, they were purposely installed at the premises of the bank. Please help me connect to the network. Zif, I need you to be quiet a bit now. And somebody once joked and said, those ATM that you had individuals who were sitting behind, when you slot in your card, they take your details, they do all the work manually and pushing cash to you. So we destroyed that mint when Zenith installed ATM at faraway Ama Breweries in Enugu. Not only did we install that, the first set of ATM that were procured, you see, our chairman's instinct and insights, we've come to recognize when he says stop, you first of all stop and start asking what there's a new insight he's bringing. He looked at the ATM and said, gentlemen, I want an ATM that has camera. So that at the time you collect your money, once you collect your money, the camera will click. Those set of ATMs were the ones we installed in 2003. And something very interesting happened in 2004. There was a young man who came to complain to us that his card was compromised, cash was withdrawn from his account, that it must have been the staff of the bank who did that. So unknown to him, we have the capability of producing the photograph of who collected the money. We called the IT team, they printed the photograph, we brought it out, we showed it to him. Do you know this person? A lady. He turned left and right. He said, that's my girlfriend. How did you find her photograph? Because of that capability we built in, we were able to detect a fraud. Beyond that, today, you have a generic product that is called notification or alert. When you do a transaction, you receive alert either through your phone or through your email. Ladies and gentlemen, this was also initiated by Zenith Bank in 2003. It started as a mere conversation. I recall I was in the chairman's office when an approval was brought for him to, it was for him to give consent that account officer could send text messages to customers to confirm their balances. And he said, what happens when account officer confirms 2 million instead of 20,000? He told the IT team, instead of doing manual tests, I need you to come up with a product where this notification will be system generated. That gave rise to notification that we have today. One mistake we made was that we should have patented it, so that all the banks who are using it now will be paying us some form of premium for using the service. So, ladies and gentlemen, I can go on and on in terms of the number of accomplishments we have recorded as far as digital technology is concerned. It was on this note that we felt it's important for us to continue to maintain the leadership role and let the market understand that where we are now, the reality of the life, the world we live is that the today you see is different from the tomorrow you see. You are either being disrupted or you are disrupting someone. If you are not disrupting, you can't afford to be lukewarm. So the whole essence of the Tech Fair, we started it in 2019. The intention was to make it an annual event, but unfortunately, for COVID, we couldn't organize it in 2020 and 2021. We are back to life now in 2022, and hopefully we'll continue to advance it. And when we did the first set, of course, about the same kind of team and protocol we have is what was then. We brought in outstanding and experienced and well-exposed tech experts, OEMs from the global firms, and practitioners. We brought in fintechs, we brought in startups. Today, we have the same team guiding and driving the program we have for 2 days. The winners that emerged from the first tech fair, we selected the best 10. Apart from giving them cash award, we also have a program where we incubate them and help them to scale with the ideas so that they can become phenomenal entrepreneurs tomorrow. I'm sure in the course of this event, you will listen to a video clip from the first prize winner. So today, as we face a world of uncertainty, bearing in mind that technology is so brutal, the kind of technology we see is brutal, and the revolution we see is that each revolution will come dethrones the incumbent in such a terrible manner that you look back, you can't find a trace of what used to exist. We figured that we can't be pedestrian anymore. We need to educate the ecosystem. Today, you talk about so many apps and technologies driving the world of fintech and technology in general. You can talk about cloud services. You can talk about artificial intelligence. You can talk about virtual reality. You can talk about cloud computing. In fact, talking about cloud computing, I was in a session when it was a tech session, and one of our customers was there. After the session at break time, he said, look, this cloud thing they are talking, don't ever go there. I said, why? He said, what if there is thunderstorm? So I said, there can't be thunderstorm. Cloud services is just about shared services. It's just about shared services. And I explained to him, I said, you see, before when GSM came up, each telco was building their own cell site. But now there is co-location. By talking about cloud services, we are talking about you having access to a computer environment where you can do certain services without putting the pressure on your premises. So when he sees me now, he's asking me, what is the progress you are making on your cloud strategy? So gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, these are the kind of reality that is facing us, that we can't afford to be pedestrian. We need to have that mindset. So why did we tag the team Future First? It's because we want to leapfrog everybody into the future. You are going to see a lot of experts talking to you, speaking to you about what they see, the mindset that we should have. We believe that you can't come out of this session without leapfrogging your thoughts and your understanding about what the fintech reality is about. In Zenith, we've taken cognizance of this, and I can also say boldly here that we are the first bank in the country, and indeed one of the few banks in the world, that has taken the initiative to revamp and bring our enterprise architecture to make it purpose-fit for a digital environment. What you see in every other client is that the old legacy enterprise framework is being used to carry the digital application. That project is on. The investment is magnificent, but we are very determined because we know that that is the right way to go. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's my singular honor and pleasure to welcome you and ask that you make it interactive. Don't try to sit back. There's no need to hide your ignorance. Is a period of learning. We are in the period where there is possibilities every day being created by the use of technology. We are in a period where augmented reality is changing situations. I visited my son, and he brought his, should I call it his music app? And he said, Siri, play Buga. Siri played Buga. I said, oh, because you loaded it, Buga. He said, what's your favorite music? I love High Life. I like Res Lawson. I said, tell Siri to play Res Lawson, Love Adure. And he went on. I said, my goodness. So that's the kind of thing we see. We are in the period of possibility, and if you are to see the top 10 companies in the world, there are companies who have transformed their businesses with digital technologies, or companies that are indeed in the tech business. So I'm not in a position to be able to tell you more other than... Yes, if I'm ending now. So I'm not in a position to tell you more, but we have put together the experts who will be able to really take us through the journey and let us see the perspective from their own from where they sit. But certainly, we are in the period where there's a lot of possibility. And indeed, we are happy to, given the applications we are building and putting in place, we are happy to tell people that we have transformed from being a bank to a technology company with a banking license. And ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you once again. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. So once again, a round of applause to our GMD CEO. Ziva. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, that's Udo. A round of applause to Udo. If Ziva ever had a daddy, this is what he would look like. So this is about technology, and it's only right to give you some information. Those of you joining us from Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and of course, Zoom, great to have you here with us. Welcome to the Zenith Tech Fair Future Forward. The hashtag, by the way, for those of you in the house, if you want to participate, is ZB Tech Fair 2022. The hashtag is ZB Tech Fair 2022. Now, this event also has an aspect of it, which is the hackathon. And like the GM rightly said, in 2019, we had a winner. And this young talent, phenomenal stuff, but I won't let the cat out of the bag just yet, is the winner of the first Hackathon 2019, Blessing Oladeji. Please turn your attention to the multimedia screens to get a who this person is before the goodwill message by our chairman and...
Hi, my name is Blessing Oladeji, and I'm one of the founders at Octave Analytics. Octave Analytics is a data science and data analytics company, essentially offering analytics services in Nigeria. And we won the first edition of Zenith Bank Tech Competition. That happened in 2019, and essentially that gave us access to the financial service practitioners and the financial service industry in Nigeria. Essentially, we were able to activate new accounts that we probably have been prospecting before the hackathon. Then also, another very important takeout from the competition was the fact that our valuation rose significantly to the point that one of the venture capitalists was pricing 28% of the stake in Octave Analytics for $2 million US. Of course, we didn't sell because we're profitable, and it was too much to give away. But thanks to Zenith Bank Hackathon that gave us such a very huge platform. And finally, the relationship that we have built with Zenith Bank, the banking relationship, makes it very easy for us to do business with different clients within the country and outside the country. I want to say thank you to Zenith Bank for setting this up, and I want to wish you all the best if you are participating in this year's competition, or if you are participating in the tech fair in general, whether as an investor or just as a general participant. I wish you the very best. Thank you.
Thank you to Zenith Bank PLC for raising world changers and innovators who are changing the world one step at a time. Thank you very much, Blessing, and congratulations again. When I was listening to the GMD and CEO of Zenith Bank PLC, he said something phenomenal. He said Zenith Bank uses the best-in-class people, using the best-in-class technology, and of course, providing the best-in-class services. I think Zenith Bank deserves a round of applause. Thank you. Whilst also listening to him, you can tell that Zenith Bank has evolved over the years. And it just reminded me of a quote that I love by Charles Darwin. And he says, "It is not the strongest of species that survives, not the most intelligent, but that one that is most adaptable to change." And so over the years, Zenith Bank has adapted to change and continued to evolve and evolve and evolve. And we have this fantastic bank today that serves millions of customers. So well done to Zenith Bank, and thank you for adapting to change and ensuring that you stand strong. Very soon, we'll take a goodwill message from a visionary leader, an excellent man, an outstanding gentleman, a paragon of excellence, and of course, dedication. His vision is what has birthed Zenith Bank today. You know, his contribution to the Nigerian economy has also been recognized by successive government, and that's why he was conferred with the National Awards of Member Federal Republic and Commander of the Order of Niger. He has worked tirelessly, and I can call him a patriotic Nigerian. Very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, with a standing ovation, let's now receive the founder and chairman of Zenith Bank PLC, Jim James Ovia, CFR-CON, for his goodwill message today at the Tech Fair 2022. I can call him our chief host because he has birthed this vision that has birthed several visions like Blessing and so many other winners that will emerge from this year's hackathon. So we're looking forward to listening to this outstanding gentleman, the indefatigable Jim James Ovia, CFR-CON, a visionary leader by all standards, a man that continues to dream and impact the world even without knowing. Because imagine the lives that Blessings Company has touched and several other winners that emerged from the last time we had the Tech Fair. So today we'll be listening to him very shortly, and he will deliver a goodwill message. Thank you very much for the standing ovation. We'll receive him very shortly. So we'll receive our founder, Jim Ovia, CFR. Thank you very much. Let's make him welcome now. Thank you. We can make the applause louder for an outstanding man.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, shall we all be seated, please? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You are welcome to Zenith Tech Fair 2.0. It started in 2019, and it was 1.0 then. Now it's been upgraded to 2.0. Because of the COVID era, we had to suspend it. Now we are back. We are back, and I really like the presentation, or if you will, the goodwill message of the group CEO, Mr. Ebenezer Onyago. And I know you guys appreciated him. Should I also ask? Thank you. Thank you. He spoke so well about the company, the organization, the founding, and how we struggled from the one and to now where we are today. Other than multiple awards we've gotten, recognitions and all that, there's one thing that the documents didn't really show, and it has to do with the fact that there is a magazine that publishes the top 1,000 banks in the world. Top 1,000 banks in the world. It's published yearly. Actually well documented and advertised greatly by Financial Times of London and also Bankers Magazine. And Zenith Bank appeared to be the only bank that was top 400, top 500. And if you know and realize that the number of banks in the world, and of course you know there are more than 500, there are more than 1,000, there are more than 5,000. But Bankers Magazine and Financial Times of London they decided they would do with only 1,000. So they published and recognized just 1,000. And Zenith Bank happened to be one of those. In fact, currently, we are ranked number 420. My role here is to very specially welcome you all. I'm not here to give any keynote address, and keynote address is going to be given by my colleagues. Either it's going to be Adora Umoji OON or Tokwe Fashoroti, the executive director, since the CEO did not give a keynote address. And I know Brett King, our August visitor here, will speak eloquently about so many things about technology, internet, and speed of acquisition of customer base, POS, and mobile banking. No longer the old brick and mortar. But my colleagues will also augment that and support him in that regard. So that's not my job today. In fact, initially when the organizers thought I should give a keynote address, I thought I had retired 12 years ago. And what would they be doing? The executive directors are there, DMD is there, managing director is there. Haba. I shouldn't be doing anything like that. Just a quiet, nice, welcome address, goodwill message to wish you guys a very successful session. I will join the crowd and continue to enjoy the show of the day, the Zenith Tech Fair. That's what I've come for, but not to speak. Thank you all, and you are welcome again. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, show some love to our founder and chairman. I don't know if you've got the memo, sir, but no matter how much you wish to be retired, as long as Zenith Bank is alive and kicking, you will always be welcome. You will always be called to give goodwill messages. Thank you once again, sir. As rightly said, our keynote speaker today is a man in the tech space, in the banking space. He's, I wouldn't want to use the word a wizard. He's a futurist, but when it comes to talking about the future, predicting the future, he is a man that has repeatedly maneuvered somehow the intricacies of the banking sector, the technology, and he's a renowned futurist. He's a speaker, best-selling author. Banking 4.0, if you know the book, has been the top 5. I think it's even number 1 currently on Amazon. And this is a book he wrote years ago. I'm sure he's working on 5.0 somewhere very soon. It's really an honor to have him here with us. Not just because it's the tech conference, not just because it's Zenith, but because of the wealth of experience he's bringing here. And like most of the speakers will tell you, it's about the future. And the future is uncomfortable, it's uncertain. Sometimes you need guidance, you need to know which path to go. You're hearing cryptocurrency, you're hearing Bitcoin, you're hearing technology. How do you navigate this space as an individual and as a business? Our speaker is the President Xi Jinping cited his book that's augmented on the topic of artificial intelligence, and he was voted top foreign author for 2019 in Russia. He's spoken in over 50 countries at TED conferences, giving opening keynotes for Wired, Singularity University, Web Summit, The Economist, IBM's World of Boston, to mention a few. But I think we need to give him a warm Nigerian welcome, as we call him our friend in the house. Ladies and gentlemen, please do make welcome the one, the legendary Brett King, the founder of Moving and author of Bank 4.0. I'm sure we can show him some Nigerian love. Let me hear you make some noise. I didn't say scare him or... Please do make welcome Brett King. Okay, he's getting ready now. For those of you who do not know, thank God Google is your friend. And you can find out more about him. But if you're interested in the future, you might say, oh, I'm not into banking, I'm not into tech. Look, whatever you do, you are going to be part of it directly or indirectly. So prepare to be wowed with our keynote speaker. Still ahead, we have panel sessions and we have presentations as well. You get to meet some of our panelists. But for those of you joining us online, it's great to have you here with us. You haven't missed much. There's still a lot in store. And of course, there's still tomorrow. The hashtag is ZB Tech Fair 2022. That's hashtag ZB Tech Fair 2022. Those of you online, give us a wave. Let us know what you had for breakfast. If there are any questions, shoot us up and we'll be in touch soon. So ladies and gentlemen, once again, properly, a warm Nigerian welcome to our keynote speaker, Mr. Brett King.
Thank you. No problem. Hello. Yeah, let's see. Can you guys hear me? Ah, yes, very good. Now, first off, I want to start by just getting a selfie with everybody. That seems appropriate, right? We're at a tech fair. All right, wave. Excellent. How about, can you give me a 4 for Bank 4.0, all right? Perfect. Very good. Thank you very much. Do you know what the definition of a futurist is? It means never being wrong today. You have to think about it a little bit. But I want to take you on a journey into the future. I want to talk about what is going to be happening over the next 20 or 30 years and exploring some of the potential paths. When we talk about predicting the future, it's not really like fortune telling. It's forecasting. We look at trends, we look at behaviors, and we look at a zone of possibilities. So when I present these ideas to you this morning, these are general concepts that we know from the trends that are likely to happen and are going to impact the planet. I want to start with big world view. So what's going to happen over the next 30 years on the planet, and then we're going to drill down into banking, particularly looking at the impact of Zenith Bank and what is happening on the continent. Let's start with... I don't think this is working. Could I have the next slide, please? Or another clicker? Thank you. So let's start with the macro view of the economy and what's going to happen in the economy. There is a lot of uncertainty that the pandemic created as a result of the COVID virus, the impact in terms of the economy. We're now seeing a global recession. But in addition to this, we have of course, the emergence of climate change, which is a real concern for people. We have also the impact of artificial intelligence. Our friends like Zeba, right, is it? Zeba the robot, who are going to be impacting the way we think about employment and so forth on the planet. And then the effects of the pandemic and also things like artificial intelligence are creating problems in the area of things like inequality, the gap between the rich and the poor. In the United States, this inequality has been really accentuated significantly due to the pandemic. And so this is something that we're concerned about. All of this creates uncertainty. People are unsure about what's going to happen in the future. And as a result, in the first 20 years of the 21st century, we saw a lot of protests. These were people protesting the governments and other things around the world. You know, when Donald Trump was elected, there was many protests around the world. We've seen protests for women's rights. We've seen protests against the vaccination and things like this. But in the future, the world of economies are going to change dramatically because of the injection of artificial intelligence and technology. If you're in the field of technology, your future is really quite certain and positive in the future. I'm sorry, the slides seem to be magically advancing on their own. Maybe they're trying to get me to the future, I don't know. And so when we talk about artificial intelligence, we really talk about 3 stages of development of artificial intelligence. Right now, we have what we call machine learning and deep learning, but the next phase of AI is what we call artificial general intelligence. This is when we can have these computers or artificial intelligent machines that can mimic human intelligence. They may not be the same as the type of intelligence we have, but they will be able to convince us that they are conscious. We will be able to have a conversation with them. And an artificial general intelligence, you'll be able to teach to do anything you can teach a human to do. Now, this sounds like science fiction, but whenever we talk about artificial intelligence, this has always been the goal, to have an AI that could be our companion from an intelligence perspective. The downside to this is if we can teach machines anything a human can do, then they could replace us when it comes to employment. This is why you should always be working with robots and technology in the future, because this is going to be at the core of every industry. And when we look at the development of these technologies, the next stage of AI is what we call hyper-intelligent artificial intelligence. These are machines that are smarter than humans. This presents us with some real philosophical decisions to make or to grapple with. We've never had to live with other intelligence on the planet that matches us in terms of our creativity or thinking power. But AI is potentially going to represent that shift. So this is a big change for us in terms of humanity. Now, part of this is that robots are going to be on the planet, right? Robots are going to be everywhere. In fact, we think by 2035, that's about 13 years from now, that there will be more robots on the planet than humans. Right? That's a pretty big deal, right? I would just say to you, be kind to robots. You never know what's going to happen in the future, right? With AI. But this does change the way we think about employment patterns and things like that in respect to what we're going to be doing for work. But the smartest economies, or the biggest economies in the world in the 2030s, will be smart economies. China is a great example of this, with their investment in central bank digital currencies, the Belt and Road Initiative, and things like this. China is advancing very rapidly in the use of artificial intelligence. And underpinning the development of these smart economies is what we call smart contracts. So smart contracts are essentially using artificial intelligence to create automation at a society level. And this requires us to have programmable money, like CBDCs or like crypto, tokens, utilities, and so forth. This is the requirement for us to be able to have a future economy based on artificial intelligence. We're not going to be able to use US dollars to do this. So when we talk about robots and artificial intelligence, where does the term robot come from? Actually comes from this 1921 play, which was called Rossum's Universal Robots. You can see these human actors. They didn't have iPhones back then, so I apologize for the quality of the photo, but this was 1921. The Czech word roboti means a servant. So we are talking about an electronic or mechanical servant. That's what we call a robot today. And so, yes, we are designing AI to be this service layer supporting our economy, but when there are more robots than humans on the planet, this is going to really effectively change the way we think about society more broadly, particularly in respect to the way we work in society. Amazon and Walmart and organizations like them are going to be sending these robot drones to deliver packages all around the world. And so, the the drivers driving around Lagos delivering takeout and things like this, maybe they're going to be replaced by drones in the future. This is certainly going to happen, in modern economies. To power this smart economies of the future, we're going to have to invest in a lot of energy systems, but not burning coal or natural gas. Today, the cheapest form of electricity generation in the world is renewables, solar and wind. In fact, we're getting to the point today, in the United States, as an example, it is today cheaper to deploy a brand new solar farm than it is just to keep an existing coal plant running. And within a few years, it'll be cheaper to put solar panels on your roof to generate electricity than just transmitting the energy across the wires of the electrical networks or the retail electricity networks that we have today. So this is a natural investment. The advantage that the African continent has with a lot of these new technologies is, we don't have a lot of legacy infrastructure that's been developed like we do in the West. That all in the United States, they're always arguing about what happens to all the coal jobs if we deploy solar energy. But as the African continent becomes more affluent and the economic activity improves here, we are installing this greenfield technology to improve the economy. So if we could go back, please, a couple of slides to the healthcare. Thank you. So healthcare is another area where artificial intelligence is going to dramatically impact society. Right now, today, in an average economy, we spend about 7 or 8% of GDP on healthcare. The United States spends 16% of their GDP on healthcare. But the US is extremely inefficient with healthcare. They pay twice what the rest of the OECD nations and the G20 pay for access to healthcare, and often the outcomes are worse off. So we like to think like the US is the best economy in the world, but in areas like the use of smart contracts, central bank digital currencies, the deployment of artificial intelligence, and the advancement of healthcare, the US is slipping a long way behind. The US is no longer the world leader in these areas. But think about this. We have gene therapy. Gene therapy has come from the use of computers, where we've been able to look at the technology of gene sequencing and now take your genome or your DNA and read it. Now, back in the 1980s, when the Human Genome Project happened, it cost $1 billion, or actually $10 billion, to sequence the first human genome. Today, we can do that same job in 24 hours for a few $100s. Over the next 15 to 20 years, because of computing technology, we'll not only be able to read your DNA, but we'll be able to edit it like a software program, like a bug in the software program. So if you have Parkinson's or Alzheimer's or heart disease or breast cancer or these genetic disorders, we'll just flip some protein switches in your DNA and eliminate these hereditary diseases. Imagine the impact that's going to have on healthcare. In the West, 40% of diagnosis for healthcare is wrong. So that's why you always ask a doctor for a second opinion, right? Because you've got only a 1 in 2 chance, roughly. But AI is now outperforming human doctors in respect to diagnostics. And it's not because AIs are smarter, it's because machine learning is able to collect all of the expertise of the best doctors in the world and apply this using machine learning. So if you take something like MRI or CAT scans, if you use a machine learning algorithm, by the time you absorb like 3,000 examples of a certain type of diagnosis, the machine can hit the same sort of results as a doctor. But if you increase that to 30,000 or 300,000 or 3 million cases, guess what happens? Those AI algorithms get more and more accurate more accurate than human doctors at parsing that information. And then we'll have things like 3D printing used in 3D bioprinting. So if you need a transplant, you won't have to wait for a transplant list. We'll just reprint you a new kidney or a new liver or maybe a new heart in the future using your own cells to make this new artificial organ. And then we may be living longer as well with longevity treatments. This is very exciting, but it requires the broad implementation of technology in our societies. So moving forward, when we look at the next element of this in terms of, could I have the next slide, please? When we look at the next element of this, the real question is, as economies change and start to get restructured around these technologies, what happens to the role of employment? Well, in today's economy, the way we distribute wealth is we give people jobs. Right? This is how we think about it. The market creates activity. Those companies generate profits. As the market improves, then we have more people that we can employ, and this is how we get wealth distribution. But if we are using more and more of AI, then things change. You might have seen a graph on economics, supply and demand economics, from The Wealth of Nations, Adam Smith. This graph, if I could have the next slide, please. This graph shows us, we'll talk about the food scarcity in a second. This graph shows us how supply and demand curves work. But it's really limited to this concept of human labor and human capital at the core of economic activity. AI sort of changes the rules. But climate change is going to turn all of that on its head. It's going to change the way we think about employment. It starts with food scarcity. As the temperatures rise, we get a problem in terms of the way we think about food distribution and so forth. Just in the last 50 years, we've lost 40% of our farmland globally because of soil erosion, increasing temperature, pollution, and things like this. As the sea level rise continues, this problem's going to get worse. So we have to use technology to improve our food production. Otherwise, we are going to have problems with access to food. Even during the pandemic, we've seen supply chains challenged in terms of food delivery. And also, sea level rise is going to be a big issue for us. So, we are expecting about a foot of sea level rise by 2050, and it depends on where that is. It could be higher than that. But there are 500 capital cities around the world that are on coastlines. Half of the human population lives within about 100 kilometers of the coastline. And what we know is that sea level rise is going to have a devastating impact on these living areas. Bangladesh, the Maldives, cities like this are going to be really inundated by sea level rise and affected by this dramatically. The estimates are somewhere between 300 million and 1.6 billion people will be displaced by food scarcity and sea level rise. Now, if you look at those estimates, have you been watching what happened in Pakistan this year with the floods? So just this year alone, we've had 65 million people displaced by climate change. This is not something that's going to happen in the distant future, like Donald Trump said, right? He said it's a Chinese fraud, climate change. It's happening right now. We can see it with bushfires and wildfires. We can see it with flooding in places like Pakistan. Unfortunately, it's going to get worse. We have to adapt to this as a human species. This is really key. So how are we going to adapt? Well, we have the technology. So, for example, in respect to food production, we can build self-sufficiency. We can improve our ability to produce food locally. Vertical farming technologies, such as this, allow us to put farming technologies in our cities and produce food with 10% of the water use that we normally use for typical agricultural methods. And we'll have lab-grown proteins. So you'll get your meat not from a cow, but from a factory that produces, meat, lab-grown proteins. I don't know, maybe we'll call it an e-cow or something. I don't know, right? But it could work. Or maybe synth food or something. And homelessness is another thing that technology will allow us to solve as a problem. For just $3,000 or $4,000 today, we can print a 3D printed home that could be used for a family of 4. And this could solve the world's problem of homelessness, particularly when we think about all the eco-refugees and so forth. The US, again, has a terrible record with homelessness. Prior to the pandemic, the US had about 600,000 homeless. Today, it's 3.2 million. That's because of the pandemic. 30 million Americans are facing eviction right now because of inflation increasing rent prices. You know, this is the thing, is we talk about the US like it's the best economy in the world. But if your economy can't feed your people, house your people, give them health care, and give them access to education, then is it a functional economy? And this is really the philosophical shift that climate change and AI will force upon us. That the economy is not just about creating profits for companies. That the economy has to service the needs of citizens first and foremost. And this is the challenge. Now, some of the technologies we're using for this are things like the blockchain. So we can now put our real estate on the blockchain. But don't forget, the metaverse is coming along, and we're going to have virtual real estate as well. Right? So, in fact, some people think the reason Mark Zuckerberg and Meta are creating the metaverse is because of unemployment that artificial intelligence is going to bring. Because when people are stuck at home, living on universal basic income, then maybe they'll be sitting in the metaverse to entertain themselves, distracting themselves from the fact that the wealthy own all the assets and all the wealth, and they're stuck on a universal basic income. This is a functional issue we have to resolve in terms of this. Next slide, please. This is an example of what's going to happen in the Maldives because of sea level rise. 80% of the Maldives and Bangladesh infrastructure by 2050 are gone because of sea level rise. Miami-Dade in the United States is the single most affected residential area of any city on the planet. And this is going to be over $1 trillion of economic impact from sea level rise. What is the US's response to this? Well, in Florida, they say you can't talk about climate change. Well, because they're not adapting to it. They're just saying, look, if people can afford, they can move. If you can't afford it, I'm sorry, you're just going to be stuck with flooding. This is not a plan. We need a plan in terms of the future. And so for the second half of this century, a lot of you are going to be working in climate mitigation, building seawall defenses, building sustainable energy systems, making infrastructure climate resilient. This is really part of our adaptability in respect to this. So this is going to be a big employer in the future. Next slide, please, yes. So this means that the capital markets of the 2050s, and even probably starting next decade, is companies will have to be seen as doing good for their communities, not just producing profits. They'll have to be carbon neutral. They have to be sustainable, and they'll have to have a mission that fits with the needs of citizens. This is the philosophical shift. Now, what gets really interesting is when we talk about the future, in terms of resources, we have some amazing opportunities like asteroid mining. Now, this week, you may have seen Artemis, which is the mission that NASA is sending to the moon. We're going to put astronauts back on the moon over the next decade or so. And then maybe we're going to send astronauts to Mars with Elon Musk's Starlink program. Then we're just a generation or two away in terms of technology to be able to mine asteroids. This is one asteroid in the asteroid belt. It's called Psyche-16. Its value is $10 quintillion in today's terms because of the precious metals gold, silver, the rare earth metals that are contained in this asteroid. That's 100,000 times current GDP from one asteroid. So in the 2040s or 2050s, when we start to mine asteroids, imagine what that does to capital markets. You know, it suddenly collapses. So what's going to happen with Zenith Bank and banking in the 2040s and 2050s with these technologies? Well, this is where it gets really interesting. When we infuse technology, we're at the tech fair, remember? When we infuse technology into financial services, it changes the dynamic. Banks are not banks anymore. Banks are technology companies that do banking. And this is the big shift. Banks that don't adapt to this technology world are going to have significant problems. So the ecosystem that we're looking at in 2025 contains a number of new players. We have the surviving banks that have adapted to technology. We have the fintechs who are specialists in this arena. You know, we have some very successful fintechs in on the African continent, of course, as well as the mobile money schemes and so forth. They are coexisting with the banking system now. And then we have the tech giants, right? We have the operating systems, that are on our phones. We're going to have smart glasses as the next generation of technologies that we're going to be using. It'll take a little bit longer here in Africa, but we expect in January of 2023 for Apple to launch their iReality smart glasses. And then we have data providers that will help us enable these experiences, open banking platforms and so forth. This is what the ecosystem of financial services looks like in 2025, just a couple of years away. It's not just banks anymore that are doing banking. It's lots of organizations. But as we infuse technology into our world, we reduce the friction of banking. So we make banking accessible when and where you need it through the technology layer. How many of you have visited a bank branch in the last couple of years? Put up your hand if you visited a bank branch. See, there's not many hands. We don't do our banking in bank branches anymore. Yes, some people go into a branch to open an account and things like this. And yes, we still need that infrastructure. But for every one visit you make to a bank branch today, you're likely to do 350 or more digital interactions. So banking is about the technology today. It's not about those old artifacts, signing an application form, getting a plastic card, or doing those things that we used to think of banking. Banking has already changed, but it's advancing at a fast rate because of these technologies. Now, when smartphones came along, the first thing we did is we said, you know what, we could use this instead of a debit card or credit card. We could turn a phone into a payment device. So in the West, what did we do? Well, we iterated on the existing technology. We stuck a plastic card inside the phone. This was to make sure MasterCard and Visa didn't get upset because we weren't disrupting their business, right? These were the rules. In fact, Apple wanted to deploy their mobile wallet without plastic cards, and both Visa and MasterCard refused to work with Apple until they agreed to issue a card. And now they have this titanium card that Apple uses. But no one really uses the Apple card. They still use Apple Pay. They use their phone. But in China, something very different happened. In China, they started with QR codes. Now, these QR codes were just pictures, as you know, and all you needed was a QR code on your phone as a merchant to accept a payment from a customer. Very simple. This enabled network effects, so the mobile payment schemes in China grew extremely rapidly. Now today, what is it like? Well, last year in China did almost $77 trillion, $76.8 trillion of mobile payments. Why is that significant? That's more than all of the debit card and credit card payments in the entire world. In fact, next slide, please. It's twice what it is in the rest of the world. But now we're using facial recognition in China. And this was predicted in science fiction. Do you remember seeing this movie, The Minority Report with Tom Cruise? Could we play the video clip, please? This was a video clip of this movie, Minority Report, where iris recognition was used by this character, Tom Cruise, to transact. When he's going on the trains, when he's going into stores, his American Express was his eyeball, right? You know, and this is the technology we now see possible because of artificial intelligence, that we can now do facial recognition. These computers can recognize a face better than humans today. That's why when you come to countries like the UK or throughout the EU, they have these machines that take a photograph and compare your picture with your passport. Because these AI algorithms are already more accurate than some guy sitting behind a glass window saying, "Can you take off your glasses, please, sir?" You know, right? AI's better at this job already. But then the question is, with these mobile wallets exploding around the world, becoming the world's #1 bank account today, what happens next? You know, mobile wallets have to start using technology around smart money. So let's play the next video. This is a clip from a game called Cyberpunk 2077. I don't know whether you've played this game, but in this game, they have this concept of euro dollars. It's the euro and the dollar has merged to become a single global currency they call eddies. Right? This has been a concept in science fiction we've talked about, maybe having a global digital currency. In fact, if you read the Bitcoin white paper from Satoshi in 2008, this was one of the proposals made by Satoshi, that Bitcoin could become a global digital currency. But actually, we now think that it's likely we're going to have regional currencies for trade, probably CBDCs, and then we're going to have specialized currencies like crypto and tokens and things like that for specialized utility. We're not going to have a global currency maybe for another 100 years, if ever, right? But crypto is not dead. Don't believe what you read on Financial Times or Fox News. It's not, because we need programmable money for smart economies, right? So, and it's not going to be just CBDCs, because CBDCs don't have all the flexibility and functionality that we might need for these different applications. Next slide, please. And so when we look at these changes and technologies, in terms of how it's affecting us, one of the things we do know is as we start using mobile wallets more and as we start integrating smart contracts, then what's going to happen is, cash is going to start to decline. Yes. These mobile wallets, as we see, China, $77 trillion of mobile payments last year. The rest of the world's card payments, $38 trillion. So today already, mobile wallets are the #1 bank account of the world. You know it here in Africa. We've got MTN and Orange here. We've got M-Pesa. We've got Paytm in India. We've got Gcash and Paymaya in the Philippines, Kakao in South Korea, PayPal and Venmo in the United States. The world's bank account today is already a mobile wallet. And so this changes the way we think about delivering banking and banking technologies and service. It's not the delivery of a product you go and pick up at a branch anymore. You now are trying to get people to use that mobile wallet infrastructure and access credit and savings in real time. This is the big change. Next slide, please. The largest fintech in the world is this company, Ant Group. It was founded by the founder of Alibaba, used to be a school teacher in China, Jack Ma. Now, unfortunately, Ma has run into some trouble in recent times in China because of his comments on education and the future of education in China. But quite frankly, he's one of the most successful entrepreneurs that not only China has seen, but the world has seen. Ant Group makes phenomenal profits. They are the fourth or fifth largest financial institution in the world today if you measure them by market capitalization. Right up there with the top banks. Sorry about that, Chairman. And it's a little bigger than Zenith, but I'm sure we'll be able to fix it. I'll work on it with you later, no problem, right? So, and the largest challenger bank in the world is also out of China, called WeBank, out of Shenzhen. Thank you. They have 250 million customers over just the space of 7 or 8 years. Imagine trying to build a bank with 250 million customers where you have to get them to come into a branch and sign a piece of paper. Right? You can't do it, right? This is why when we talk about the future of banking, we're talking about technology. Because if you want to scale a bank, if you want to grow a bank fast in the 21st century, you have to do it through digital. Another example of this is Nubank in the Latin American economies. Next slide, please. And Nubank, when it IPO'd, was valued at $53 billion. This was in December last year. That made them the largest bank in Latin America. Now, their valuation has declined somewhat since then, but compared with Itaú, a 100-year-old bank that was the first bank, the largest bank in Latin America, they have the same number of customers, but they're just 8 years old. Their cost of acquisition is about $5 per customer, whereas Itaú is paying $70 or $80 per customer to acquire them digitally today, and even more to acquire them in a bank branch. This is the power that these specialist fintechs have created in terms of putting pressure on the system. We also have Revolut in the EU market. In the middle of last year, they took $800 billion of investment. Now, Revolut is the largest challenger bank in the EU market. They're break even right now. They have now 25 million customers. I haven't updated this slide, which was just announced. But then you have N26 in Germany, and they're the second largest bank in Germany already as a challenger bank. So these fintechs are not just simple, small technology companies. Some of the largest banks in the world today are fintechs. And all of the fastest growing financial institutions in the world today are either fintechs or technology companies. 40% of UK residents pay their salaries into a fintech or a wallet, not into a traditional bank account the way we would have thought of, like HSBC or Lloyds or RBS. This is not something that's going to happen in the future. This has happened already. It's happened today. Right? When we talk about banking, it is about the technology for success. Next slide, please. This is an app I built for TD Bank in Canada. I started a challenger bank myself in 2010 in the United States called Moven. Actually, we originally called it Move and Bank. Move and Bank. But the regulator said, you can't use the word bank because you're not a bank. And we're like, but we're delivering banking services. No, you don't have a banking license. Well, can you give us a banking license? No, you've got to have branches. You can't be digital. This is the problem in the US, right? But this concept of a smart bank account is really behind the divergence between fintech banking and traditional banking. A bank account that's smart enough to predict your cash flow, to help you save money. So you'll ask your bank account in the future, hey Siri, can I afford to go out for dinner tonight? And Siri will say, not after you went to the World Cup. There was too much money you spent on that. You have to stay home, or whatever, right? And now we're seeing contextualization of financial services. So during the pandemic, everyone was buying these Peloton bikes, in the West, these exercise bikes, which were connected to the internet with these apps on it. And you could sign up for one of these bikes and get a loan or a credit application in the sign-up process in real time. We call this buy now, pay later, right? Now, this technology is replacing products like credit cards by allowing us to access credit in real time. Now, buy now, pay later has had a tough time recently because of inflation and the global recession, but it doesn't change the fact that the most efficient form of banking is real time. Next slide, please. So this is what the new technology like smart glasses is going to allow us to do. Walk into a car dealership and see how much we can afford in terms of a car. You might walk into a Tesla dealership, and if you're like me, they'll say, yeah, you should maybe go to Toyota down the road. It's a bit cheaper. You can afford that. Or in the future, when you walk into a home that you're looking at buying, your smart glasses will know you've just walked into a new property that's listed on real estate, and it will know your looking to buy a home because you've been doing Google searches and looking at real estate websites and so forth. And so as soon as you walk into a listed real estate property, your smart glasses or your smartphone will tell you, here's an offer for home financing. If you're a bank and you're waiting for someone to come and ask you for a mortgage and fill out an application form, you don't have a hope in this space because you need the right data. And so what is the data that you need? You need to know someone's intent to buy a home. Banks don't have that data. Apple has the data, Google has the data, Facebook has the data. So you need to have the data partnerships to be able to build these banking experiences. Now you understand that ecosystem graph I put up earlier, right? You need all of those players. The tech players aren't going to do banking in the traditional sense. They're going to work with banks. You need this sort of collaboration to give the best customer experiences. Next slide, thanks. So this is a video I'm just going to play quickly from Ready Player One, the movie. This is the metaverse, right? And in the metaverse, how are you going to pay and pay for things? This is Parzival, the character in Ready Player One. You should watch the movie if you haven't. And he goes into this store in the metaverse using his VR goggles, and he buys this boot suit. It's a haptic suit that allows him to be in the metaverse and feel all of the effects of the metaverse. And then they send him the product in the real world, the physical product. Now, you notice he just gestures like this, and he just clicks on something to buy it, and the money comes out of his cloud-based wallet, his digital wallet, to pay for this boot suit. He doesn't pull out his virtual wallet in the metaverse and swipe a virtual card through a virtual point of sale machine. That's not how it works. The mobile wallet is the bridge between the physical and the digital worlds, between the traditional payments architecture and the metaverse architecture, right? This is the technology we're talking about. So mobile wallets are the bridge. If we're going to be using central bank digital currency, it's in a mobile wallet. If we're going to be using crypto or tokens, it's in a mobile wallet. If we're going to be attaching ourselves or deploying a smart contract, it's in a mobile wallet. If we're storing our digital assets, like our DNA records, our medical records, our virtual property that we've bought in the metaverse, maybe we buy our virtual home or some clothes for our avatar in the metaverse, we're going to store those in a digital wallet. So that as we digitize the planet, we need sort of this infrastructure, digital infrastructure, in the same way that we've thought about storing physical cash or physical assets. You used to be able to go to a bank and get a safety deposit box, and you can put your jewelry or your money in this safety deposit box. Or you could put money in a safe or a vault in a bank. If you want to secure precious papers, you might lock them up at home. The same is true of digital assets in the digital world. We need to secure them. And you're not going to be using passwords, right? Because passwords are no longer secure. So we're going to have to use biometrics, things like facial recognition, our voice patterns, fingerprints, our behavior. These are the ways we're going to secure our digital assets. Next slide, thanks. And so the big change here, though, is that the economy of 2050 and beyond, going towards the end of the century, a lot of our banking and a lot of our commerce will be run by artificial intelligence. So it's quite possible that by the 2050s, most of our economy is run by artificial intelligence, AI, machine-to-machine transactions. So that's where it gets really interesting, because right now banks act as intermediaries between us and the market. But banks are going to be AIs in the 2050s, potentially, running these markets. And markets will have AIs, and the regulator will have an AI, and the government potentially will be an AI for managing different resources and things like that. This is why technology fairs like this are so important, because as we get into this digital asset management, we have the traditional centralized or traditional finance system, but we have to build an entirely new infrastructure for decentralized or distributed automated financial services for the 21st century. And DeFi is where we'll do our asset management for digital assets and portfolios and so forth. You cannot run the digital world in the traditional finance system. You need something new. This is why crypto has come now, because parallels the creation of the internet and blockchain and these sort of core technologies we're using. 5G, cloud computing, edge computing. This is all of the infrastructure we need to build this autonomous world of the future. So what does the world look like in 2050 and beyond? Well, maybe governments will have to be automated. Because if you want to lower the cost of government and make government more efficient, you have to apply artificial intelligence. The more artificial intelligence you apply, the more autonomous the government is. And so there's a concept we talk about in the crypto space called a DAO, a decentralized or distributed autonomous organization. These are companies that are built in computer code, not run by people, but run as code. And maybe governments of the future are going to be highly automated like this. So what is the world of the future about? It's all about scale. So for Zenith Bank and for other players in this market right now, adapting means the ability to scale rapidly using digital acquisition and delivery of digital services. This big change is really about creating the digital competency within the organization to be able to execute this. This is a new world. But we have some political and economic challenges ahead of us. There are 4 choices we have in terms of our future direction for humanity as a species. We can choose to reject technology, like the Luddites of history gone by, saying, no, we can't have these machines taking our jobs, let's ban artificial intelligence. We need to keep the humans working. That's the only way they're going to get paid, right? But, I think it's inevitable that AI is going to be involved in society. We could just wait and see what happens, and when it comes to things like climate change, we could fail to act in a reasonable amount of time, and we could have all of these people impacted by climate change, and this is what I call the fail to stand scenario, where we just waited too long. We've already waited too long, in fact. But then you really have sort of the Chinese and European view of the world versus the American view of the world when it comes to technology. See, the Americans think that technology advancement should be for the wealthiest individuals, that they should get the benefit of these technologies first. Whereas democratic socialist countries like the Nordic regions, China, is using technology to create improvements for the middle class, to improve life for every citizen. This is really ideologically the 2 systems we're going to see competing over the next 20 to 30 years to see which wins out. Is it a form of super capitalism that's going to win? Or this new era of techno-socialism, where we use technology for the benefit of all? So I want to leave you with this one thought for our session today. I'm sure I've given you a lot to think about. But here's the real question. What sort of world do we want in the future? With all of this technology we're creating and all of these new exciting outcomes that are possible with digital and with technology, with all of you here today, with the possibilities for your careers individually and what you could do with the increased wealth that comes from being involved in the technology space, what is the choices that we have to make in the future? Well, we have to basically come to a decision. What are we going to use this technology for? Are we going to use it to make everybody rich? Or some people rich? Or are we going to use technology to solve the biggest problems the world has? Homelessness, food scarcity, climate change. Are we going to use technology to create a better society for everybody? Because that is where we are at. That is certainly possible for humanity today. But if we stick to this current system of capitalism without changing the mission of humanity as a species, without changing the intent of this technology, we're going to create more division, more inequality, a bigger gap between the rich and the poor. And that is not an ideal outcome. The optimal outcome for humanity is creating a sustainable, prosperous world where everyone benefits from the advantages that technology, artificial intelligence, and so forth give us. And that's the future I hope that we can create for humanity, and that I hope that you will get behind as well. Thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you very much, Mr. King. Sorry, before you go, please, once again, a round of applause to Mr. King.
That was a very thought-provoking, informative, and enlightening presentation. Thank you very much.
So I just have one question, sir. Can AI or that robot do the job we do as MCs?
I would say maybe, but they're definitely not going to look as good as you guys doing it.
Good answer.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So
Please don't leave the stage.
No, we need you, sir.
Sorry.
We need you. When you mentioned that there will be more robots than people, someone at the back said, "Olorun ma je," which basically means God forbid. That's a different session. I'll tell you about that later. So we have a photo up because our keynote speaker is here. We just want to seize the opportunity to get as many pictures as in with some of our very esteemed guests. So I think, who do we have? So please, if you do hear your name, please just come up on stage so we can have and document this very special time. Please, can we have the podium off? So first up, please, can we have our founder and chairman, Mr. Jim Ovia, CFR, please on stage. And the GMD CEO, and of course, the Zenith ESCO members. I'm sure you all know yourself, so forgive me if I do stand on existing protocol. Please, can we have you on stage to take a quick picture with our keynote speaker? Thank you.
I love your shoes. Can you like, there's no place like home? No, sorry.
We're going to have 3 batches of pictures to take, but while we are arranging that, we also want to recognize the presence of some of other esteemed guests here with us. Don't forget the exhibition is ongoing as well. There is the opportunity to meet other businesses and talk to them. We'll give you some more information. And for those of you joining us online, great to have you at this Future Forward Tech Fair brought to you by Zenith Bank.
So right after this, we'll have all our guest speakers. Please join the EXCO members and, of course, our guest speaker on stage. All our speakers in the room, please, right after this, would ask that you please come up stage to join them for a quick photograph. Thank you.
So this is the part where I say you need to smile at the risk of not coming here this time next year. There we go. Thank you very much.
Can we have all our guest speakers please join them very quickly?
So if you're a guest speaker either today or tomorrow, I am aware some of the guest speakers for tomorrow are here as well. Please, not panelists, please, just guest speakers.
We
please
have
make
a
your way.
third round for the panelists. Yeah, so for now, just guest speakers. Then after this, we'll have all our panelists in the room join them.
Steps to the left. Just 2 steps to the left. The names.
Can we have all our panelists please come up stage very quickly to join this photograph? All our panelists in the room, please come up stage very quickly to join this group photograph. Thank you very much. All panelists in the room. Okay, they're coming up.
So we've done the speakers. So can we have the speakers to the side, then just the panelists, please? Thank you. If you're not a panelist, please a bit
Some
to the side.
people are wearing 2 hats.
Can we have some of you here, sir? Okay. So coming up next is our first presentation by senior partner at McKinsey, Tariq Alotovic. from legacy banking to digital systems. That's our first one. And of course, if you're into blockchain technology, you might want to also stick around because the country manager of Microsoft will be talking about blockchain technology and the impact on digital transformation. Shortly after that, another presentation by the Director of IT, Central Bank of Nigeria, recognized her earlier on, the person of Rukiat Mohammed on digital currencies and its impact with focus on e-Naira.
Thank you very much. Can we applaud our keynote speaker as he now exits the stage? Thank you. Thank you. We'd like to very quickly recognize some of our dignitaries who are in the room now. Ola Williams, Country Manager, Microsoft, Nigeria and Ghana. Thank you very much. Can we applaud her, please? Thank you. We also have Professor Yinka David West from Lagos Business School. Thank you very much for joining us. We have Agada Apochi, Managing Director, Unified Payment Services Limited. Thank you for joining us. Olu Akamu, Managing Director, OPay. Thank you for joining us. We have Premier Oiwo, Managing Director, NIBS, who is ably represented by Bolanle Enigbokon. We have Kari Tucker, Vice President and Head Product East and West Africa MasterCard. Thank you for joining us. We have Tosin Eniolorunda, Managing Director, Team Apt. Thank you very much for joining us today. We have Obi Emetarom, co-founder and CEO AppZone. Thank you for joining us. Dr. Babatunde Obrima, the COO FinTech Association of Nigeria. Thank you for joining us. Olugbenga Agbola, Managing Director, Flutterwave. Thank you for joining us. Chris Liu, Managing Director, Huawei Nigeria. Thank you for joining us.
And of course, a number of the people that have been mentioned, you get to meet them at the panel discussion that will be happening later on today. There is the future of payments, what's next and how we can get there. That will be moderated by Professor Yinka David West from Lagos Business School. And of course, another panel discussion, what are the main challenges of digital transformation in the financial service industry? How do we solve them? This will, of course, be by our keynote speaker, moderated by Brett King himself. We still have quite a lot, but do not forget the exhibitions are happening. And for those of you at home, you can feel free to follow the conversation online. Hashtag is ZB Tech Fair 2022.
Just a few more recognitions before I bring up our next presenter. Dapo Adewale, Country Manager, Ernst & Young. Thank you for joining us. Malize Chizo, Managing Director, FITC. Thank you for joining us today. Samuel Eze, CEO, RPAS. Thank you for joining us. Kelechi Ekugo, Country Director, US Nigeria Council. Thank you for being here today. Muhammad Lawan Zana, Chief Executive, Oriyo. Thank you for joining us. Dr. Oni Oluwadamilola, President and Creative Director, Luxon. Thank you for joining us. Rotimi Akinde, Director, Plug Platforms. Thank you for joining us today.
And I think we're good. Okay, and of course, last but not least, everyone in this hall right now, and those of you at home, thank you for joining us. Once again, a round of applause to each and every one of us here. So we have our first presentation this morning.
This conversation will focus on transitioning from legacy banking to digital systems. As we know, the world has changed. Banking has changed. I'm aware that at Zenith Bank, you can actually request for your debit card from your ATM machines without having to enter the banking hall, which is quite incredible.
And you can also
remember the days where you have to queue, fill the form, sign, come back in 3 days, 3 working days. But things have changed. So we'll be looking at that transition from legacy banking to digital systems. And this will be taken by a senior partner leading LEAP business building practice in EEMA region. He has extensive experience launching new digital ventures and driving large-scale digital transformations. He organizes annual digital summits in the region as well. Now, prior to moving to EMA region, Tariq was with McKinsey's Silicon Valley office, where he led McKinsey's iConsumer initiative, understanding digital behaviors. Ladies and gentlemen, with a very warm round of applause, please let's make welcome Senior Partner McKinsey, Tariq Alatovic, for his presentation on From Legacy Banking to Digital Systems. We are honored to have you here. Thank you for joining us.
Okay. Thank you very, very much. First of all, I will say it's a real honor to be here today. I have a huge respect for Zenith Bank as a global institution, as it's recognized, and you have really built something special here for Nigeria and for Africa. I'm also always very much energized every time I come to Lagos. I really think in Africa, this is the epicenter of entrepreneurship and innovation and building new things and leapfrogging. So thank you for that. I will pick up on some of the themes that Brett was talking about. I'll probably just have a slightly more near-term perspective, but very much the same themes, even some of the same examples that you will see. Let's hope the tech works for us. If you can go to the next page. Yeah. So first of all, as Brett was talking, disruption is only accelerating, and it's everywhere. We have more people online. So today we have about 5 billion people on the planet that are actually online. If you look at Africa alone, in the last decade, 300 million people came online that were not there before. So it's a huge opportunity. There is much more data. There's this tsunami of data coming in. And customers, they're actually more demanding. Their expectations are shaped, by likes of Amazon, by likes of Uber, and they expect similar from the banks. If you go to the next page, I'll just gesture if the people in the back can follow. So I think Jim Ebenezer also talked about, where is the value being created. If you look at the US top companies, the top 5, they're all tech companies, right? Even Tesla, which is a car company, but it's really a tech company, right? It's a computer on wheels. The value, the market cap of those 5 is actually greater than all of European and UK stocks together. Just those 5 companies, that's how much value they create, sort of driven by tech. And even, by the way, for them, success is not guaranteed. I was actually redoing this slide before this presentation. There used to be Facebook there before Tesla, right? We had to switch because Tesla is innovating even faster. So there is no guarantee. If you look at where big tech is investing before we get to the fintech, so also the big tech, so the Googles, Amazons, Apple, Facebook, they're also looking for the new areas of disruption, and all of them are actually looking into financial services. That's why you have Apple Pay and Google Pay and Alipay, right? So that's another area where technology is increasingly touching everything that we do. If you then move ahead, if you look at fintech, I get lots of questions from founders of the fintechs. Should we be worried? There is a drop in funding, and obviously it's painful as it is right now. But if you put it in context, 2021 was an extraordinary year for fintech funding. If you look at 2022, we're actually still on the track to be, like 2020 and before, right? So even though there's a drop versus the historic high in 21, and there is still actually plenty of funding and plenty of innovation happening with fintechs. If you move to the next page, so if you just, to put this again in context, in 2017, so only 5 years ago, there were 25 fintechs, 25 unicorns, with a cumulative valuation of $77 billion. Today, even after the drop, right, you are at 275 unicorns with a cumulative value of about $1 trillion, right? So it just gives you the idea of the extent of change. And disruption is actually happening all along the financial services value chain, in account management, in lending, in payments, in capital markets, in retail, in commercial, in different areas. By the way, it's not just the fintechs that are innovating. Because of the fintechs, many banks that are digital powered, Zenith is a good example of that. You're also sort of innovating in a big way. But, there is just this wave of innovation and disruption happening. If you move along, just to give you a bit of perspective for Africa, if you look at globally how much of fintech revenue comes as percentage of the overall financial services revenue, globally that number is about 3 to 5%. if you're in US or in UK. If you look at Africa, it's actually more than that. Right? So when I talk about Nigeria being a great innovator and entrepreneurship and leapfrogging, there's actually real evidence for that. And in fact, it's only accelerating. Now, Brett spoke also about this, but going beyond banking and going to where the customers are, you already have a number of examples. Here's a China example, but you will see it in the rest of Asia. You'll also see it in developed markets. The leading technology companies, they're getting organized by customer need. And while all this disruption is happening, one thing is actually not changing that much, and that's fundamental customer needs. People need to eat, they need to transport themselves, they need to be healthy, they want to get entertained, right? So where lots of innovation is happening by technology companies and increasingly financial services technology companies is being there where the client is. So the example that Brett used in Metaverse was, let me say, an extreme example of that. But there is many things that you can do today, right, to actually act on that vision. If you look at, for example, from China with Alipay, they have this Alipay wallet, which is very, very important. But on the back of that, they're able actually to do credit scoring, issue credit to individuals, to SMEs, manage wealth management, create a real sort of ecosystem around that. You will hear, also terms like, super app, increasingly getting lots of attention. If you move ahead, Revolut, that Brett also spoke about, it's another example of that. Started as a fintech, digital banking, but then actually moving in a range of sort of ecosystem services, being there where the customer is. And that's, let me say, one of the broader trends that we see. Now, if you look at where is the value being created by financial services companies, one thing we do as McKinsey, we run this global banking annual review. So every year we look at who is growing, why, where is the value created. And if you look at the 4 categories here on this page, at the bottom is your traditional balance sheet banks. Then you have some niche and specialist financial institutions, capital-light players, and fintechs and neobanks. And where you see more of the value being created, it is with the fintechs, but also on the banks that are able to digitally transform. Right? So this bucket of traditional banks, there is a huge, huge amount of difference. There are some really well-performing ones that are able to digitize, and there are those that are well behind. I love the quote on the previous page from William Gibson, the future is already here, right? It's just not evenly distributed, right? So there's those that are able to act on it fast and, make the disruption happen. Now, if we move ahead, to share another quote from Jamie from JP Morgan, we cannot overemphasize the extraordinary importance of new technology in the new world. We are still at the beginning of the journey. There simply is no speed fast enough. And that's, what I think is really important is kind of visionary leadership and support, that you're getting, from the chairman, from GMD, from the EDs of the bank, in order to move the bank to actually embrace the change and be able to move very fast on the digital front. Now, if you look at some of the metrics of what I would call digital-powered banks and fintechs compared to the traditional banks, you will actually see big differences in what's possible. So the first column here is, let me say, an average universal bank. This is global averages, right? It will differ from market to market. But you will see the ones that are digitally powered and fintechs are able to grow faster. They get more of their revenue from beyond banking, from the ecosystems, the examples we shared earlier. They will have much more of their sales being done digitally end-to-end. And the cost to serve, they're able to do it because it's largely automated. It's a much lower cost to serve. Now, how do they enable that from tech perspective? They've organized themselves with the modern engineering practices, agile ways of working, where they can do many releases, 500 to 1,000 releases per month, right? The time to market is in weeks, not in months. And if you look at the shape of the organization, actually shifts much more to digital and to analytics, right? So the shape of the companies is also going to change over time. I think, Brett, you used the word of, technology company that does banking, and many of the sort of leading banks are sort of moving in that direction. Now, if we try to unpack this a little bit, so what does this mean in terms of how banks, the leading banks, can organize themselves? So there is 5 key shifts that we think are needed. One is, and I'll just talk about the two shifts. Having IT and technology as a core capability with business and IT jointly organized in professionalized product teams, adopting agile. Brett, I think you used the example of Nubank and versus Itaú. If you look at Itaú, driven by disruptors like Nubank, what they've decided to do internally is organize themselves as a bunch of startups. So if you talk to Itaú, they'll tell you, oh, we are shifting to an organization of 50 startups. That's trying to rethink how to organize themselves for speed and agility and modern tech. So if you look at then banks, the way they're pivoting, they'll have these agile teams that are creating digital experiences for the different journeys in everyday banking, lending, insurance, commercial banking. There's platform teams, the enabling technology, and then organized by a layer of sort of cloud-based services that you can innovate rapidly on. We can move on. From the talent perspective and the spend perspective, what's also important is there is a big shift from run the bank to change the bank. So much more of engineering talent being basically focused on those areas, and ability to attract, higher people with higher sort of engineering competency. So you see a big shift in sort of how the IT budgets are used. If you move on, and if you look at from the way the teams are organized, idea is to create much more empowerment. So basically sets of agile teams and units. So moving from a more hierarchical structures to a number of sort of agile teams that are able to operate at speed. When it gets to tech platform, many of the banks are basically moving to update their core platforms, core banking systems that are much more sort of cloud native in nature. And idea is just to be able to keep up with the pace of innovation, so you can enable APIs and ability to integrate and ability to innovate fast. On the data side, we published this paper last year on the AI Bank of the Future. And the idea is, if you're going to move to the banks, where you have hundreds of data scientists and data engineers, rather than hundreds of people in the branches, you do need to organize yourself as the bank differently. And then the question then, what are the building components for this AI Bank of the Future? And it will include elements on customer acquisition, credit decision making, but powered by the underlying AI capabilities, machine learning, natural language processing, blockchain, facial recognition, number of techniques that are needed. But the bank that you need for the future, is different. On the cloud side, GMD, Ebenezer spoke about that as well. We see a big shift on much faster adoption globally of private and multi-cloud infrastructure. And then if you look at the numbers on the right-hand side, in terms of improvements from migration to cloud, those are substantial in terms of downtime, number of total monthly critical incidents, time to market. It's a key enabling infrastructure. Now, what are we trying to do overall? So you have all of this enablement. What kind of digital experiences do we want to enable? So if you look at the numbers, and these are global numbers here from 2016 to 21 to the next horizon, when we look at the degree to which a bank is digitized, we look at basically 4 elements. We look at digital sales, so how much of your selling that you do as the bank is done digitally. And globally, that's, let's say, at about 30%. Right? This is a mixture of developed and emerging markets. Next horizon could be 80%. We look at the adoption, we look at the customer engagement. Are you able to, do your customers log into your mobile app frequently? What do they use it for? And then the conversion in terms of ability to offer a range of services, both banking and beyond. And if you look at this, through digital experience, there's 2 elements that you need. The first one is on sort of digitizing, so capturing the first 50% or so of your digital users, and that's having brilliant basics. So full range of servicing capabilities, daily banking options, full product suites, just good in-channel execution, good CRM, all of that. But if you look at the next gen, where lots of innovation is happening now, it's really moving to the mobile first everywhere, end-to-end acquisition, let me say sophisticated personal finance management, PFM, beyond banking features, AI chatbot, I think there was some talk of that today, etc. But just to give you an idea where this is going. We can move. And then last thing I would leave you with, what is the playbook, for the banks on moving from this legacy to digital transformation? There's basically 6 elements. One is having a clear strategic roadmap. What's the vision that you have for the bank? What's the business case for this digital transformation? And then, critically, talent. And lots of the talent sits in this room. So how do you attract more of it? How do you upskill it, etc.? Agile organization. So ability to move from hierarchical structure to more of the empowered teams. How do you change a corporate to a startup-like culture and setup? Underlying technology, so cloud, DevOps, etc., and data. And lastly, adoption and scaling. And last thing, idea I would leave you with, just for the people in this room. As I mentioned at the beginning, 300 million people came online in Africa in the last decade. There will be another 30 billion US in fintech, financial services, technology revenue in the next, by 2025. One of the industry guys, described it not fintech disruption, but fintech eruption. So I would just say this is the moment for technologists, for entrepreneurs in this room, right? And I love what you're doing with the tech fair and building that next generation of entrepreneurs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tarek. Once again, a round of applause to Tarek Alotovic. Thank you so much for that. I don't know how you do it, but you're able to put so much in such a little time. Appreciate you. Ladies and gentlemen, for those just joining, great to have you with us. And for those who have been here, it's fair to say that we are fully booked, down, upstairs, outside. For those of you turning back because of the crowd, you can also join us online. I know there are over 2,000 of us here in the hall and way in the excess of 5,000 plus who are joining online. I think this is testament to what Zenith Bank represents. One of the pillars is about the people, and they are definitely getting the people on board. Our next presentation is from the country manager of Microsoft. Now, let me just do a quick survey. How many people, parents or guardians, have heard of Roblox? Just raise up your hand. Roblox. Okay, now if you haven't, you will very soon. If you have any child between the ages of 5 to maybe 10, 11, it has really caught on with them. And I didn't know about this. I have a 9-year-old daughter, and she showed me Roblox, and it's like a metaverse, and she's an architect, and she's building clubs, and she's buying money, and everything rests on technology. Now, I might not be a Roblox fan, I might not know anything, but I think it's only right to get some wisdom and knowledge and understanding of this new world that our young ones are being part of. And that's why the next presentation is very key, not only in the world of banking, but generally. And we're so glad to have our country manager with us to talk about blockchain technology and impact on digital transformation. Our presenter is currently the country manager of Microsoft Nigeria and Ghana, responsible for driving Microsoft strategy in both countries. Prior to that, she was the digital transformation and cloud solutions director for the Microsoft Middle East and Africa as MEA, and of course, multi-country cluster MCC, spanning over 67 countries in Africa and part of Middle East. She's been doing this for over 22 years and counting. Ladies and gentlemen, please do make welcome our country manager, Microsoft Nigeria and Ghana, Ola Williams.
Thank you for the warm welcome.
Just point the clicker to the back. You have 15 minutes.
Back?
Yeah, the back over there.
Oh, back here. Okay. All right. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. It gives me great pleasure to be here, and I'm really excited to talk about blockchain technology and how that is transforming organization, especially coming from especially after the two previous speakers had set the foundation. We all know what digital transformation is right now and how it's impacting us. As he said, my name is Ola Williams. I love to see a room filled with people that are enthusiastic about technology because it touches every aspect of our lives. I don't think there is anyone here that is not using one form of technology or the other. And by the way, some of us are already using blockchain somehow, but at the back end, and we're not aware of it. In the next 15 minutes, I really just want to take us through a blockchain technology quickly. But before I dive into how it's impacting organization, I want to describe what blockchain is. It was originally developed for international payment, and is a secure digital distributed ledger that uses private or public technology to validate and record transactions in real time. And that word real time is what makes the difference, because we record transactions, we apply security of one form or the other, but real time is what makes blockchain really different. And if you look at this data, it's dated actually. It's just to show us that blockchain had been generating interest for a very long time. This slide was prepared by the World Economic Forum, and it shows us how different entities and organizations are looking at blockchain. But I want to put our attention, I want to call our attention to, sorry. I think, no, previous slide, actually. Thank you. So the 80% of banks are meant to use one form of blockchain or the other by 2017, or whether you are in fintech or banking or organization. That means any bank or organization that is not considering using blockchain technology today is actually somewhat obsolete. That's the light way to put it. And there are so many use cases that I'm going to be discussing this morning. But before we go into that, I want us to look at how blockchain helps to establish different processes. One, data is stored in a ledger or digital ledger by recording transactions. But the most important thing is that everyone within the network has an individual identical copy. So it's very difficult for anyone to manipulate. Theoretically, it's challenging, and that's why blockchain has proven to be technology that can be used for, intra-organization or extra-organization transaction, especially when trust is involved. This does not mean that people mistrust one another, but in order to establish real trust, then blockchain technology comes to play. And the ledger can only be updated by network consensus. So I, as an individual, cannot just single-handedly update my own part of the record without the consensus of the entire parties within that blockchain technology. And why is this important? It's important because when we look at the different types of blockchain network, one is what we call public. And this is one of the significant use cases. Public blockchain network consists of multiple parties that does not know one another. But they have common interest either in transaction or keeping record or exchanging information, and they all agree to participate within a particular blockchain, and all participants can read and write into that. And private is the type that where every party is known, but of course there is trust, there is need to transfer information within trust boundaries, and the thing is that all those things has to be by consensus, but that consensus is done by algorithm. And the difference between private and consortium is the fact that these are also known organizations, but it's not a single organization, multiple organizations that are transacting on the same blockchain and also by consensus. And the read and write is restricted. So how do you know whether you need a blockchain? You need to answer these questions. One is, do you have business process across boundaries? It could even be within the same organization. But so far, there are processes transacting a trust organization or the other. Then that might be a use case for blockchain. Or do you have multiple parties manipulating the same document or input into the same document, especially documents that are relevant either for contracting, for your executing of processes? That is also a use case to consider. And are there many interboundaries control of single source of information or document? We've heard from the previous speakers how fintechs and banks and e-commerce organizations are all interacting together. Blockchain can help to reduce the amount of time taken to validate or verify information across those boundaries. And in case you also have processes that are repetitive and slow and impact on processes, that is also a use case for blockchain. So I've mentioned different areas that blockchain is useful when addressing enterprise need. But I did mention earlier on that blockchain was not originally designed for enterprise. So of course that means that there are constraints. Constraint one from ability to scale quickly, security, governance, applying governance, and also in terms of the database structure, because you can't just be writing into a blockchain just the same way you're writing into a database. It wasn't originally designed to that. So how do we solve for that? One of the ways that we have solved for that is to work with a consortium of partners. At Microsoft, we have a lot of customers and partners that are building blockchain applications on our platform that are ready for use in different use cases today that I'll also be talking about. There are also potential benefits of blockchain to customers. One is it helps to eliminate intermediaries. So for example, I need to validate a transaction. I want to do it with a clearinghouse. That's, yes, is a use case, but what it does is it helps to speed up the ability to get that information across the clearinghouse. Then it helps to reduce fraud related to data integrity because all the parties are having the same copy, and increase efficiency and speed. I'm going to talk more about that in the example. And of course, help to reduce counterpart risk. And also in the use case for showing regulators how you're doing your transaction without necessarily providing all the underlying data. And it helps to increase revenue and reduce costs. How does it help to increase revenue? There are different use cases, especially for FSI industry, that today we don't think about previously. Cases like I have probably a manufacturing customer that collects money from distributors. First of all, they have to come to the bank, take the teller to validate that and come back. But all of this can be done real time today and in a secured manner. So blockchain helps to increase operational efficiency, helps to meet regulatory requirements, counter risk, clearing settlement, time reduction, liquidity and capital improvement, because you can save a lot of cost on processes based on reduced time, and also help to reduce fraud. So I want to give an example of a bank, Bank of America. If you look up on the screen, you will see multiple loops of interaction. And this means that this transaction process used to take up to 3 to 5 weeks. But after deploying blockchain technology, they were able to reduce that to 3 days. But the good news is that Zenith Bank is not only just talking about technology. They're also walking the talk, so we're in discussion with Zenith Bank on different use cases for this. So watch this space for more information on that and how we are partnering to ensure that we're bringing more value to customers, either B2B or B2C in different scenarios. So most common blockchain use cases is one, trade and finance, global payments, know your customer, because it can help you to validate information. Let's say, for example, I am a customer, I register with a particular loyalty program, and that organization that I register with have a partnership with Zenith Bank. My information can be easily validated across both organizations. And also helps with asset transfer. So quicker asset transfer without going through the rudiment of carrying bulky information across the internet. There are retinues of financial use cases. I know my time is up. I won't be able to drill more into that. There are use cases around POS for security of POS, transferring of values from one entity to another. And if you also look at payments, there is use cases for that as well, and so on and so forth. I've discussed this earlier on, so I won't dwell into that to save time. So I want to leave you with something. Organization needs to consider the use of blockchain, and it's not necessarily have to be a very big organization. So far, you are interacting with companies and you are exchanging information, and it has to be done in real time, because today, most people are impatient. They don't want to wait for 3 weeks before getting an answer to their question. They want real-time insight, they want real-time response. Then you need to consider use case, blockchain. And Microsoft is committed to giving you blockchain on your terms. So and you can integrate with your application, with the partnership that we have that I mentioned earlier on, and we can integrate it with your business, and of course, then looking at different use cases that I've shared earlier on, and with the enterprise assurance that we put behind it with the partners, and of course, we'll continue to invest in looking at ways to bring in other partners on board that will help to ensure that we are covering all the use cases. Because our mission is to empower every person and organization on the planet to achieve more, so we always ensure that we are driving inclusiveness in our technology. And this is also being seen in how we're delivering on the blockchain technology, working with our partners to all our customers across board. So as I said earlier on, whether you are fintech or you are an organization, blockchain is actually a technology for everyone, so far you have any of the relevant use cases that I mentioned earlier on. Thank you for your time, and really a great pleasure to be here and talk to you about blockchain. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we please celebrate Ola Williams for our insightful presentation? You'd agree with me that we cannot have conversations about future forward without looking at the blockchain technology and impact on digital transformation. So thank you for your very timely and, of course, insightful conversation. And thank you to Microsoft for reiterating your commitment to being available for blockchain transactions. Thank you. Our next presentation will be delivered by someone I consider an achiever. In October 2021, Nigeria became the first country in Africa to introduce a digital currency with the launch of the e-Naira. So our next conversation with e-Naira. Our presenter is a seasoned professional with over 25 years of experience in the fields of information technology, finance, and telecommunications, and over 15 years in top leadership roles. She is certified in IT business management, information security, IT governance, IT architecture, and accounting. She is currently the Director of Information Technology at the Central Bank of Nigeria. She's spearheading the deployment of Africa's first central bank digital currency, the CBDC, that is the e-Naira, which I said was unveiled in October 2021. Ladies and gentlemen, now let's make welcome Director of Information Technology at the Central Bank of Nigeria, Hajia Rekayat Mohammed, for a fantastic presentation on the e-Naira. Thank you.
Thank you. That was so kind of you. I have the misfortune of standing between you and your lunch. However, when I read Brett's book, Bank 4.0, I sent a copy to every director in Central Bank of Nigeria, and I said to them, read this book. Brett has done a much better job at explaining the future of banking than I could ever tell you. And some of them took it and put it in their suitcases. So when I saw him this morning, I took a picture of him, I sent to them. I said, I had told you to read this book, and we were going to send maybe copies to CEOs of banks. And here is Zenith Bank. They have brought Brett live in Lagos. See? All right, thank you, Brett. I think you have made my job a lot easier. You've spoken about most of the use cases that central bank digital currencies can be put to, and thanks to our speaker on blockchain, the Microsoft MD. This is one of my favorite pictures. So this guy is a cobbler. He sells a dozen or two pair of shoes, and you can see the QR code in front of him. He receives his payment in e-Naira. He's already living in the future. So I titled this presentation, okay, so the marker is not working, the pointer is not working. And this is a household, the Balba household. They live in a remote village in Sokoto. And the recent MBS figure, no, I think it was World Bank, says Sokoto State, 91% of the people there live below the poverty line. This household is one of them. I will tell you more about them as we proceed. Can you go to the next slide, please? This is Chuzo's house in Onitsha. He sells his merchandise, he takes his cash, he puts it under his bed, and unfortunately, the house went up in flames, and he lost all the money. Let's go to the next slide. This picture depicts what we do when we're distributing cash to the banks or our branches. You need a retinue of security people. You need the vans, bulletproof vans, the amount of people who will count the money, the distance they have to travel from one end of Nigeria to another, the amount of money and human resources and other resources that are put into distribution of cash today can only be imagined. I don't even want to tell you the figure. Let's go to the next one. So, the outline of my presentation, we have already met some of the actors, not all of them. We will look at why e-Naira came about, the design, the challenges, and some of the use cases, which I have said some of the speakers have already done the job for me. Let's go to the next slide, please. So what were the economic objectives that made Central Bank of Nigeria to be the first central bank in Africa and the second in the world to launch a central bank digital currency when most of the other central banks were still researching and doing pilot runs and so on and so forth? We saw the future. And you already know that Nigeria has the sixth most advanced retail payment system. This was according to a report from ACI. So if you look up that report, you will see why. So really, you can sit from home, your home, with high-tech banks such as Zenith and transfer money to anybody, almost anywhere. But we thought we should still introduce a central bank digital currency to support that ecosystem. And that advancement, no doubt, aided us and to fast-track the development of our own central bank digital currency. What of financial inclusion? We still have about 36 million Nigerians that have no access to any type of finance at all. In the world, there are about 1.7 billion people. And NIMSI, with their current drive to get everybody to have a national identity, they have almost 90 million NINs issued to date. And about 20 million of them don't have BVNs. So even if we don't count all the others, we still have 20 million people who have come forward. They need identity. And it's an area where we need to drive finance. And then, of course, I have spoken about the reduction in cash. And when we bring in all these people, like that cobbler that you saw, he's now in the digital space. The tax people have visibility into his business. Central Bank of Nigeria, when they formulate their monetary policy, they have data that will give them more accurate figure. The same thing with MBS. When we calculate our GDP, people like him who are not included right now will be included, and we have better figure. And remember when the president launched e-Naira, he did say in the next 10 years, he expects e-Naira and its associated technologies to increase our GDP by $20 billion. We're working on that. And then, of course, there is the issue of disbursement of welfare to citizens. We will talk a little bit more about that when we talk about other use cases. And then cross-border payments. We know now in sub-Saharan Africa, according to a World Bank study, it costs an average person 5 to 7% to remit money to their relatives, their husbands, and other people to Nigeria or other sub-Saharan African countries. And then we have the cross-border trade, of course, where you don't get settlement till after 2 or 3 days. So let's go to the next slide. So we thought about this, and we thought those were enough reasons for us to have a currency that is legal, that is a legal tender that will be able to play in the digital economic space. So very briefly, we went through the Project Giant. That was a project that gave birth to eNaira. We looked at governance, operations, regulations, technology, and how to drive adoption. And the result of that was we had the eNaira, and we said it will exchange 1 naira to 1 eNaira, so parity, because we want it to be like cash on one hand, while it plays in the digital space. So it has all the characteristics, or most of them, of cash, and also tries to give you the benefit of having an electronic money. So the combination of those two is what makes eNaira unique. And then right from the word go, the target was for both the banked and unbanked. And I'll explain that, Emon. But we know when the whole world, one of the biggest risks that was usually identified was about disintermediation. I think after 1 year of operation, the world has seen that story about disintermediation maybe is a bit overblown. But having said that, we have seen that our banks, who have been our stakeholders, have understood that we can work together and they can have more use cases that can generate more revenue for them, even if they may lose in other areas. And Zenith Bank has been at the forefront of the partnership with CBN to drive eNaira adoption and see how we can advance this noble cause. There's, of course, about safety, reliability, because it's a real-time payment. There's no settlement because it's peer-to-peer. So credit risk and all those other risks that are associated with traditional payments are almost eliminated. Let's go to the next one, please. So this is a high-level architecture of the ecosystem. At the right-hand corner, we have the unbanked. That's a big constituent of ours, and they are the ones we want to bring into the digital ecosystem. We have the platform itself that runs the CBDC, and then we have what we call the middle layer, our Bifrost. I don't know how many of you have seen that movie, but that's the bridge that talks to our ledger, and we connect, we give open APIs to almost all our stakeholders who have come up with some innovative ideas, and then we have the telcos, other financial institutions. The banks are big in terms of connectivity, so we connect them directly to the ledger, and then we have fintechs. Let's go to the next one. All right, I spoke about this intermediation risk. We don't want people to move all their money to eNaira. So we have adopted the same tier structure that exists in the banks. And we have tier 0 to tier 3. If you start from tier 0, if you have a telephone number that has not yet been attached to your name, but is awaiting verification, you can still open an eNaira wallet. However, you can only do a transaction of 500 per day. And then you can keep a balance of 20,000 at any point in time. And that, it goes on like that. The other ones are, okay, so I'm running out of time. Let's go to the next slide. This is where I really wanted to talk to. So when we created the CBDC, you know, as typical with any digital product, you will require a smartphone to be able to download a wallet. And that's a real stumbling block. In Nigeria, we have 20 to 30% of people, of our adult population, really with smartphones. The rest of them don't have. So we came up with this project to make e-Naira available through USSD, like your 996, so we have 997. I don't know whether it was planned, but we're right behind you. And then we integrated with the Nigerian instant payment. I think it's the first CBDC that has connected to a national payment system. So Nigerians have the best of both worlds. They can transfer their money seamlessly from their fiat to e-Naira and vice versa at any point in time. And then we now have Verve that have completed their integration. So on your Verve card, you can be able to go to a POS or any ATM and withdraw e-Naira as well. That's going to go live very soon. For diaspora, we have worked with IMTOs. They have integrated with e-Naira. The only sticky point, who knows? The exchange rate. So as soon as we solve that problem, people would be able to send money directly to their e-Naira account and vice versa. And of course, we have open APIs. So we are working with many fintech organizations and banks that have come forward to create innovative products that would give utility to the e-Naira. And as we roll out, we will tell you more about them. Quickly go to that. So let me just quickly talk about the use cases. Brett has spoken extensively about programmability of money. So there is a use case we are working on now. Somebody came to us and said they have this problem. They want to give loan to people. And they want them to spend that money on particular items. So they want them to go to only shop A, B, or C to spend that money. And they want them to spend that money within a particular period of time. And e-Naira is a perfect use case. We're almost done the integration. And for them, that is one of the most beautiful things that has ever happened to them because they have not been able to track to prevent people from spending, like now we give you a loan of 1 million naira. Zenith Bank gives you a loan of 100 million naira. You're supposed to buy seedlings with them. Instead, you go to the village and throw a party. And there's no way Zenith will know. But with e-Naira, we can actually make sure you use that 1 million naira to buy seedlings. That's programmable money. Payment, we program. So say, for example, Ziva, if she wakes up tomorrow and says, okay, MD Zenith Bank, you created me, but I think you have to start paying me something. Is Zenith Bank going to create an account for Ziva? They cannot. But Ziva can have an e-Naira wallet where the MD will be forced to make payments. And when Ziva wants to give in charity, Ziva can now transfer this money to charity A, B, C, and D. A very simple use case for programmable money. Offline payments, I did promise I was going to tell you about that household in Sokoto. Right now, if government wants to pay out money, they do cash because these people have no electricity, they have no internet connectivity, they are not learned, they can't read, they can't do anything. So they have no option than for the federal government to transfer the money to the state, state to local government to the ward to the community, community to the household. About how many hubs? 6. And how are you sure that when you are transferring 1,000 naira will reach these people? There is no way. But with e-Naira, we're working with one set of them now. We'll soon flag off a pilot where they can sit at the comfort of their offices in headquarters here in Abuja and actually be able to transfer this money to their wallet, and they will have a hardware wallet with a merchant ecosystem where they can spend the money. No human intervention, and they will get the money. And of course, by the time we integrate with other CBDCs, we would be able to reduce the cost of cross-border trade, remittances, and other things, because then you don't need a correspondence bank, I'm sorry to say, and so many other intermediaries, because it can happen peer-to-peer. But I do believe we have a lot of work to do together with the banks, and we have started with Zenith, I have mentioned before, and I must commend their very, very innovative MD and their chairman. I know we will reach places. Can you quickly go to the next one? And so in conclusion, I have spoken about economy, social, just the last bit about sustainability. If we think about the number of currencies that get mutilated, old, and we burn, and the amount of carbon dioxide that we release to the atmosphere, and we think about minting this currency, digitally, then we don't have to do that, and that will be our contribution towards ensuring sustainability and maybe providing solution to climate change. That's one of the things. So we ran a hackathon, just like Zenith is doing, and we had 4,911 people who expressed interest and showcased their project, and we're working with some of them some of them will soon go live with some of their projects, and we're nurturing them also to become the future unicorns in the field of digital currency. Can you go to the next one, please? So, this is a tech fair. What innovation are you bringing to the e-Naira space? Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for that presentation. I think if you've never understood e-Naira, now you do. So Zenith Bank is about people, and it's only fair that we should reward people real time. So courtesy Huawei, I'm going to be giving away a digital watch right now, and there are many gifts to give away between now, launch, after launch, tomorrow. So here are the rules. Randomly, I can come to you. If you're interested, first of all, raise up your hand, just to have an idea of who wants to win. So anybody on this row and above, you're disqualified. I'm just kidding. So I'm going to focus on here. Or should I come up there? Is anyone up there? Yeah, I think, let me go up there. So if don't on me. But what you can do is stick around for the whole event. We have loads of watches to give away. And don't forget to find your way to the exhibition stand. So when I get to you, it is to your best interest that, one, you have a Zenith Bank account, and two, you know about Zenith Bank products. So are we ready? All right. If you don't have a Zenith Bank account, you can open one now. Just Expo. All right, so who do we have? Okay. Oh, you backbenchers. Mojibade, what do we have next, by the way?
We have a very interesting panel conversation that will happen, and I'm looking forward to it.
Okay. What's your name?
Ledial Ekom.
Ledial Ekom. Where are you from?
From Cross River State.
Of course you are. All right, so here's my question. I'm going to mention 4 items. One of them is not a Zenith Bank product. Are you ready?
Okay. Go ahead.
Do you have a Zenith Bank account?
Yes, I do.
What's your account balance as of this morning?
Balance 50,000.
50,000. Don't worry, you have 49,000 more than me. All right, so which of these is not a Zenith Bank product? You ready? Yes. And you have to give me answer immediately. Please, no expo. Anybody that gives her the answer, you will also get a watch. Sorry. Sorry, let me take that back. Just be quiet. You opened the account last week. Fantastic. Well done. So here are the products. Timeless, Aspire, Zika, Ziva. Which of them is not a Zenith Bank product? 1, 2, 3.
Aspire.
Ladies and gentlemen, she opened the account last week. Should we forgive her? Or another chance? Another chance? All right. One last chance, time more. Which of these is not a Zenith Bank product? Timeless, Aspire, Zika, Ziva.
Yes. Timeless.
Wait, should we give her another chance? Mojibade, over to you.
We'll be right back. We still have smart watches to be won, courtesy Huawei, so stay around. Make sure you're here. So very quickly, our first panel conversation will focus on the future of payment, and we'll be answering the questions, what next and how can we get there? It's my honor at this point to bring up our moderator. She's a professor of information systems with almost 3 decades experience in the IT and financial services industry. She's a passionate advocate for digital transformation and inclusive finance. Her research and practice engagements involve policy and strategic management interventions towards digitally transformed businesses and society. Please let's make welcome the moderator for the first panel conversation today, Professor Olayinka David West from Lagos Business School. She'll be upstage to receive other members of this panel conversation. Over to you, Oscar.
Thank you very much. So while our moderator is getting comfortable, out of the benevolence of my heart, I'm back on this floor. And who is interested in the question? It's not the same question. The people at the top floor, they are for your hand.
People have already gone on Google quickly to check.
Yeah, I know.
So we can't ask the same question.
Nope, we're not. So, are you ready? Well, what's your name, sir?
Godwin Pius.
Godwin Pius. You have a Zenith Bank account?
Yes.
When did you open it?
Last 2 years.
Okay, so you should know this. Now, you are aware of the Zenith Bank roundabout? The Zenith Bank roundabout on Ajase. You know that place?
No.
What's going on here?
Wait, I think, Oscar, we need to ask him, how did you get here?
I don't think he came by road. Okay, let me rephrase the question. You know, at night, when they drive past certain place where lights go there, Christmas light go there, yafun go plenty, they shine. You sabi the place?
Yes.
Now, how many light bulbs? Okay, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding, guys. So let me ask him the same question. Timeless, Aspire, Zika, Ziva. Which of these is not a Zenith Bank product?
Zika.
Okay, I think everybody should go to Google, go to Zenith Bank, and know about the Zenith Bank products. Let me just see, because I have to give away this watch. We're coming. We've already eliminated 3 answers. So if she gets this wrong, All right, what's your name?
Joy is my...
How you doing, Joy? What do you do?
I'm into the pharmaceutical industry.
Okay, fantastic, Joy. You have a Zenith Bank account?
Yes, I do.
All right, so out of these 4 products, which of them, I really thought this was an easy question. Is it hard? Is it me? Or is it Timeless, Aspire, Zika, Ziva? Which of these is not a Zenith Bank product?
Ziva.
I was afraid you were going to miss it. Ziva is not a Zenith Bank product. It is in the AI, so whenever you interact with Zenith Bank on WhatsApp, you will meet Ziva. But the other 3 products, Zika is for like 0 to about maybe, I think, 9, 10. Then Aspire is for like 16 years and above. And then Timeless is for the elders, which is about 65 and above. So if you want to know about, there are the roller banners. If you have children or elderly ones, I suggest you head over to the stand to ensure you know more about your bank.
I'll bring up our first panelist now. He is an organizational psychologist and change leadership specialist. He was appointed Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Unified Payments in 2011. Prior to his appointment as CEO, he was an Executive Director. He joined the services of UP in 2005 after 13 years of service in 2 Nigerian banks. Please let's make welcome the Managing Director, Unified Payment, Agada Apochi. A warm round of applause for him, please. Thank you. Oscar. Okay, I'll bring up our next panelist, the Managing Director of OPay, Olu Akamu. He is President and co-CEO of OPay Nigeria. He was Executive Director, Retail Banking at First City Monument Bank, Chief Marketing Officer at Airtel, Managing Director, Retail Banking at former bank PHP, and General Manager, Consumer Marketing at MTN. Please let's make welcome Managing Director, OPay, Olu Akamu, as he joins this power-packed conversation. Also joining this conversation, we have the Vice President and Head of Product, East, West Africa at MasterCard. She is a fintech banking and payments professional with vast experience in new market entry, digital payment, big data, innovation, product development, and product excellence. As Vice President and Head Consumer Solutions at MasterCard, she is responsible for implementing market strategies that ensure that MasterCard provides innovative and secure electronic payment solutions to its partners and consumers across East, West Africa, and India Ocean Island. Please make welcome Kari Tucker to join this conversation. To also join this conversation, finally but not the least, we have the Managing Director of NIBS, Premier Oiwo. Mr. Premier Oiwo is the Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Nigeria Interbank Settlement Systems PLC. He is a seasoned banking professional with over 2.5 decades of multifunctional and international experience in banking.
And of course, unfortunately, he is unavoidably absent, but sent an able representative, the head enterprise support services in the person of Bolanle Enigboko. Come on, is it because you didn't win wristwatch? Come on, a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, come on.
There's still many more gifts to be won, but for now, let's focus on this conversation that will address the future of payments, what next, and how do we get to where we want to be. Over to you, ma'am, our moderator.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. It's the first panel. Come on. Thank you. And we're porting to the future. So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this session. It's the future of payments, but we're also looking at future forward, right? And this is where your imagination has to run wild with you. So for some of you that remember George Jetson, for example, imagine that we're going to be paying digitally, we're going to be paying with our eyeballs and things like that. So let's begin to open our minds to what's available. And I have here a group of experts that are going to help us sort of explore what happens in Nigeria. When we talk about payments, we're all involved in payments because one way or the other, we send and receive. And we know Zenith Bank was the first bank to start the concept of alert, right? And we all know that receiving alert, it's only alert when we get a credit. When you get a debit, is it alert? No. Virtue has left you, right? So it's only alert when you get a credit. But then again, so payments is something we're all familiar with in one way or the other. But then again, when we look at it, there are also different types of payment systems. We've come from paper-based methods to digital methods. We've come from wholesale and to retail payments, and we also talk about online or offline. Madam Hajia spoke about offline payments for the e-Naira, which is still critical because not everybody has a connection. Then we also need to think about the in-country as well as cross-country payments and realizing that even within Africa as an ecosystem, there are limitations and constraints around how we can move money cheaply and affordably, because that's also the one thing we need to realize. But then again, we have a plethora of channels, right? We have both human channels and digital channels. And this is really the conversation we're going to be having today. We're going to look at, we know the evolution, we know where we're coming from. Some of us know more than others, depending on how chronologically challenged you are. But then we're now going to be looking at what is the revolution coming forward. And as we look into the crystal ball, although Brett says it's not a crystal ball, it's just looking at trends and patterns and seeing what's happening in the landscape. But we're going to look in the crystal ball today and really explore through the lenses of themes such as, for example, the technological drivers. We're going to explore the demand side, right? We're also going to look at the infrastructure because infrastructure is critical to payments, risks, and also regulations. And hopefully by the end of the conversation, we'll be able to chart a pathway for what the future looks like in general. So Apochi, I'm going to start with you, Agata. So we've heard of different technologies in the conversations today. Ola has spoken about blockchain, Brett talked about AI, Hajia spoke about CBDCs and the e-Naira. So which of these would you bet on as our future technology for the future?
Okay. Thank you, and congratulations to Zenith Bank. The first thing I would like to say is that, in my view, the future of payments is not going to be driven necessarily by technological innovation. And there are two reasons for this. First, change has become discontinuous. So it is difficult to say this is the single technology that will drive the future of payments and take us to where we want to be. The second thing has to do with diffusion or mass adoption. It remains a challenge. And those who are operators would acknowledge that adoption has not been proportionate to the level of innovations that we have. So there's a dichotomy between the demand and the supply side. The innovation, therefore, that will drive payments will be cross-enterprise alliances. The cross-enterprise alliances will be intra-industry and it will be inter-industry. Alliances like what happens between fintechs and banks. What will happen between banks and telecom operators? I'll give you a good example. In Nigeria, there has been the question of whether or not USSD can be leveraged to deliver person-to-person payment. It's been a big issue between those in technology or the telecom industry and those in banking. That's another example. Cross-enterprise alliances between regulators and operators. An approach where we bridge the gap. So those will be the things that will define the future of payment. The dichotomies that we have today, the barriers that we continue to create will not lead us to where we want to be. And no single technology will provide a silver bullet.
Okay, thank you for that, Agada. So basically, there isn't one technology, but we need to look broader at an ecosystem approach. In other words, not one person is going to take us into the promised land, so there's no technology that we're going to ace or master. So Olu, I'll come to you in terms of the channels and things like that we talk about. So we talked about cash to cards, smartphones, mobile, QR, biometric, and all these different channels and methods that we use. So what do you think, again, looking into your own crystal ball, you run a very vast payment system that has been able to scale significantly. So which one do you think would you bet on as the ace master? And again, bear that in mind with what Apochi said in terms of, you know what, we have several social constraints and infrastructural constraints that we need to address.
Thank you very much, Prof. Again, let me also thank Zenith Bank for the invitation and congratulations on this very big tech fair. In answering those questions, what I want to do is to bring the high-level discussions we're having to the reality of our country, Nigeria, so that we can situate those issues, those future payment issues here. So there are three set of things I will talk about. The first one is digital identity. The second one is cost. And the third one is security. Digital identity has been the biggest constraint in terms of the penetration of the payment system. Who is sending money and who is receiving money? If the two are not clear digitally, the payment system cannot work. So the foundation stack for payment has been digital identity. The reason why, as at 2020, only 45% of Nigerians have formal access to payment is because digital identity has been largely constrained. But there has been a revolution in Nigeria, but we are not seem to be conscious of it. A major revolution. Aji Arekia mentioned it very briefly, and I want to amplify it. Today, there are 93 million Nigerians with formal digital identity for the first time. NIPSI has done a fantastic job. The rate of growth of digital identity in Nigeria today, by 2023, there will be 100 million Nigerians with formal digital identity, which is name, biometric, where they live. What that implies is that for the first time, we have an opportunity, all of us here, from Zenith Bank to OPay to all players, to ensure that 100 million Nigerians can have a formal bank account from 2023. If we do not do it, we will all collectively have failed history. Whether we talk of smart glasses, biometrics, or QR, that identity system is the foundation. Who is sending money and who is receiving? The second thing is low cost. In looking at where will the payment system go to in Nigeria? A lot of our people are very poor. Therefore, cost is very important. I will look at the lens of merchant business. There are 41 million MSMEs in Nigeria. Many of them need merchant collections. The traditional POSs that we deploy at $60, $70 cannot be the solution that will bring 41 million MSMEs into payments. Therefore, we need low-cost solutions, preferably without FX cost, that can scale rapidly, that many people can adopt. That points us to, we must commend what we've done with cards. Cards will always play a very key role because card is a tangible thing for a lot of people to hold, that they have an account or they have a payment system. But complementary things like QR, like biometrics that can scale at very low cost, at few cents to many more people, both on the issuance side, on the acquiring side, is the future that we need to push. So, in fact, Prof, we need to reframe the question. It's not about what is going to evolve. It's a question of what do we need to deliberately push to ensure that the payment system is more inclusive, given the reality of Nigeria. The third one, of course, is that security. Biometrics are very secure because the payer is present. Therefore, solutions around those directions, ensuring that we all cooperate together to solve the chicken and egg problem. The reason why QR is not working in Nigeria is because we are not cooperating. It's a chicken and egg problem. For people to use QR to pay, there has to be enough people who are willing to, on the merchant side, and vice versa. Between NIPS, between banks, between wallet holder, wallet players, all of us, we need to cooperate and do the heavy lifting of chicken and egg and deploy low-cost payment rail that can get to many more places so that we can transform the payment system from the current formal 45% to truly ensuring that formal payments gets to as much as 90%. And the power of that, we had what we bank said. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Olu. Sorry, we need to keep the conversation flowing. And Olu will write a blog post about this if we're not careful. So, Olu, yes, we have collaboration issues around how we work together, but I think that those are not insurmountable when we look at the size of the pie that we have to bake. And I think, again, in terms of identity, we do have the tiered KYC system that the CBN have also implemented to enable and enhance access to finance. So it's about how do we also propagate and you get people to use this. Carrie, you're sitting in a very precarious situation because you represent one of the largest card issuers and card schemes globally. So when we're talking about disappearance of cards, and Brett talked about, oh, my MasterCard and Visa wouldn't work with Apple and things like that. So what do you think, will cards continue to be dominant in the future? What channel do you think we'll look at, and what direction is MasterCard also going in terms of driving their dominance and presence?
Thank you very much for that very great question. I think to start off with, I want to pay credence to the work that a lot of Nigerian banks have done with regards to mobile banking and mobile banking applications. And what mobile banking applications have done in driving inclusivity and enablement of different segments within the ecosystem. Mobile banking as an application was created to allow us make very simple, or the average man make very simple banking transactions like never before. And so things like wanting to do a transfer, wanting to view your balances, wanting to make payments. And even more so is the work that NIBS has done in powering person-to-person payments, which I believe has included small merchants who typically were excluded out of conventional digital payments like POS and e-commerce because they didn't qualify for the criteria that were needed for those sort of solutions. So these small merchants have started using NIP for person-to-person payments to actually bring them into that digital economy. Innovation around emerging technologies clearly have helped in growing the different solutions that we have for payments. And this innovation is very clear with mobile technology, where for the first time we're able to take the functionalities of a card and actually put it into a digital wallet that is housed within a mobile banking application. What that does is that it transforms the banking application from a basic transaction services platform to truly delivering a mobile payment experience locally and globally. You also touched, Olu, on biometric authentication. This is also powered by smartphone technology, which also increases the security when it comes to digital payments. Now you're able to not only do a biometric facial recognition authentication or fingerprint authentication before you can actually initiate a card or payment transaction. Another thing that we should look at is the contactless capabilities that we're also seeing in the market. Now, RFID technology and these little chips, they're almost rice-sized, are now powering revolution around payment acceptance. We're seeing this technology being baked into mobile phones, your wearables like your rings, your other connected devices, and also powering small merchants to accept contactless payments using their actual NFC-enabled Android phones, rather than depending on the high cost of POS terminals to be able to be included into the digital economy. The last point that I'll make here is regards to sustainability. We can't ignore, we can't talk about payment innovation without looking at the sustainability aspect. I can only imagine how many plastics are required to facilitate card payments globally, and this is by no means in line with the fight towards an economic and environmentally sustainable payment agenda. So integrating these contactless chips, the RFID chips, near-field technology into Internet of Things, connected devices, really helps us to migrate transactions from what we know to be cards today, which is that physical plastic, into any device that allows you to be able to connect using this near-field technology. So a very simple answer to your question, the future of cards, it's no longer about the physical plastic, it's really about the card capability being baked into any connected device and ensuring that we, the ecosystem, is able to provide high level of security to power these payments going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Carrie. So basically, the future is connected with whatever device takes your fancy in general. So Bolanle, I'm coming to you now. Congratulations to NIBS on putting us on the roadmap with the NIP system, but also for being one of the flagship leaders globally around instant and inclusive payments and being one of the case studies in the recently published State of Inclusive and Instant Payments report. But, you know, Olu has called you out. We've talked about collaboration, and also Carrie brought out another big issue with digital payments, which is the risk of fraud. You know, nobody wants to be defrauded. So how do we collaboratively work together to strengthen the infrastructure and ensure that we can actually provide safe, connected digital payments?
Okay, all right. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, Zenith, for putting this together. To your question, Prof, I think the definitive word here is collaboration, really. Because that's one thing that we have tried, but we have not done enough. Unfortunately, the fraudsters that we are trying to keep a track of are very much cooperative, and they are so many steps ahead of us. As we're having this session, they're also having their own session, right? Strategizing, planning, and they also have their NPR figures to meet with, right? So we need to do a lot better in the area of collaboration. And for me, the first thing is about knowledge sharing, right? Trust me, the fraudster that is eating institution A is the same one eating institution B and C and the rest of them. So the question is, if something has happened to me, can I share my experience with other people, right? Can I come together with industry stakeholders? Can we collaborate? Can we find a way to keep these guys at bay? That's number one. And number two is that it is very important that we need to invest as an industry in an enterprise or what you call a centralized fraud management tool for the industry. Now, a lot of stakeholders have invested in several silo solutions. But then, what some other developed countries have done in managing this is that they have a centralized fraud solution that has multi-tenancy capacity and abilities where people can plug in their various silo solutions, and then you have an overview and helicopter view of what is happening, and you can track. Then another area is in the issue of limit enforcement. There are a lot of regulations. I think IGR talked about that when she was talking about e-Naira. But the issue is that, are we really enforcing this limit? How come? We have seen from the data and statistics that a lot of fraud is happening through tier one accounts. The question is, are they happening? Who is actually ensuring that these limits are enforced? And another critical area is the area of reporting. There are so many centralized templates led by the regulators, but the thing is that we don't report and we don't share. And finally, for me, to round up, is in the area of ensuring that even when these fraudsters are apprehended, what do we do with them? Do we prosecute? And that's where the area of collaboration with law enforcement agencies, the judiciary, and anything that we need to do to really put these guys at bay. Like I said, they are strategizing. They're always ahead of us. What can we do to be ahead of them and keep them at bay? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bolanle. So, Bolanle, what you're telling us is that we should stop hiding our dirty linen and we should sort of bring it out in a closed and safe space in general. But I think one of the fears financial institutions have is that when you tell, regulator will also come and tell you back. So that's also part of the mindset. But general things is that the ecosystem is beyond what we do in the banking industry. So it's really about how do we identify fraud, how do we report and monitor fraud, how do we prosecute fraud in the long run. But so we need that mindset of bringing everybody together, because together we will go further. Olu, the second biggest challenge that people have is reliability of transactions. And the whole idea is that, see, for some of you that have multiples of Nairas, if someone goes to an ATM and that's her last 5K, and the ATM does not dispense that 5K, that person is in a bit of trouble. Now, again, reliability comes with many factors. What should we be doing to enhance reliability? Because that also builds trust in the adoption of systems, so people would not keep cash in their homes in general.
Thank you, Prof. The issue of dispute is a major headache for both customers and all of us in the industry. Our operations people are experts here, but I think the key thing with it is that this is a tech fair. We have to go back to using technology to fix the problem. As I was listening to Ola speaking about blockchain, and it was like a spark. Blockchain is distributed ledger. The issue with dispute is I send money from my point to the switch, from the switch to party C, and somewhere along the line, the money disappeared. We have to use technology more better. Unfortunately, some people are doing it, some people are not. The efficiency of the system, unfortunately, is the efficiency of the weakest player. So perhaps we need to convince many more people to use the smartest modular technology in terms of managing our disputes. If we do that across all the players, from those who are sending, those who are receiving, and the switches in between, I think we'll be able to manage this much better so that we can take the pains of our customer away. APIs, blockchain, I think will have a lot of potentials in solving this problem. Thank you.
Thank you, and I think it's not just technology like Agada said, it's also standards. We need to have common standards that we're all going to work with. We also need to begin to change mindsets, because some of the mindsets are also about, oh, I did get paid, but I can defraud somebody else and pretend I didn't get paid. So those are some of the nuances and issues that we also need to address. Agada, I'm coming back to you. We're talking about real-time payments, and one of the biggest opportunities for Nigeria in general is the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement, right? But then cross-border payments are still a pain point. What do you think we need to be doing, and how do you think these kinds of payments adoptions will influence and enhance cross-border?
Okay, thank you. No doubt, instant payment will facilitate transactions not only within Nigeria or a particular economy, but across the border. However, we must acknowledge that instant payment involves not just immediate access to funds by the payee, but also finality of settlement. If you ask the treasurer of a Zenith bank, for example, he would worry that while the customer has immediate access to funds, he or she has not received settlement from the payer's bank. And that is domestic. Now, when you go cross-border, you can facilitate payment. We can leverage not only the Continental Trade Zone Agreement, but also the good job that the African Development Bank is doing with PABs. But settlement becomes very critical, because as the payee has access to funds, the payee's bank or deposit-taking institution may not have received settlement yet. And so that becomes a very important consideration, not only for cross-border transactions, but also domestic transactions. It remains a challenge today. Merchants are demanding instant settlement or real-time value, but that does not translate to actual settlement between the payer's bank and the payee's bank. And that is an area that will be very important for consideration and resolution. Thank you.
Thanks, Agada. So what you're telling us is, as the retail systems have enhanced and developed, the wholesale systems are still lagging and not able to give us that capacity of real time at the wholesale level.
Yes, because access to fund is happening instantly now, but settlement is not happening instantly. And that is a major consideration for those who manage the treasury of the players.
Okay. Okay, Carrie, I'm coming back to you now to talk about this cross-border, because you're a global player. And I know that in the Asia-Pacific region, you have worked on some cross-border payments between 3 countries in general. So is that something you're planning to do with CBDCs in this market, or what are the plans for cross-border within the Africa region?
Thanks for that question. I think I'll probably start off by just looking at the role of cards and the evolution of cards and what that ecosystem itself, how it lends itself towards facilitating cross-border payments. One of the questions that I keep getting is cards dead, right? There's so many players in the market, so many different ways with which payments are currently being made, and we're almost looking at the physical plastic and wondering if there is still a place for this product in the market. My answer to that is the card infrastructure plays a crucial role in driving many use cases, whether it be domestic payments facilitation or cross-border payments facilitation. The card network is a really tried and trusted global network that has created interoperability and interconnectedness across over 200 countries globally. And it has provided tested security standards that has allowed for seamless payments to go from one person to another, regardless of geo boundaries. There is definitely a place for the power that that infrastructure and technology has in supporting other emerging capabilities, such as QR payments, for example, digital wallets, remittances, and the likes. And there is no point really reinventing the wheel if that infrastructure has already been laid. What I think is very important, though, is that as we look at card, not just as a physical plastic, but the engine that powers it, we cannot look at it in isolation of the larger payment ecosystem, where there is strong competition from domestic real-time payments. There's strong competition from non-card-backed digital wallets. Cryptocurrencies are making a huge stride in facilitating both domestic and cross-border payments, open banking as a channel of payments. And all of these technologies therefore require us as card schemes to look holistically, one, at the customer experience that we're delivering, which is why digital is first. Second, to look at how we securitize these transactions so that it continues to remain relevant in the world of digital payments. And lastly, the economic model of card payments. And again, when I say cards, not the physical plastic, but the engine. The economics is being disrupted by the different options and possibilities that consumers have. So it's important that we look at things holistically. Now, with that being said, what we're seeing, though, is there's a lot of revolution coming through from banks like Zenith Bank, working with partners like us in delivering all of the technology that is required by the customer. Because, you know, customers have a choice now, right? And what they're looking for is an omni-channel experience, which means I want to pay however I want to pay to whomever I want to pay. And they will move to players that are able to enable that experience. So by ensuring that we go at it with a digital-first mindset and work with players within the ecosystem to start to deploy technology that has been globally tried and tested that will facilitate the most important thing, which is convenient and seamless payments, I think the banking industry will continue to remain relevant. Fintechs are doing a great job, though, if I must add, in terms of creating this revolution, empowering the instrument that the consumers use. And I think that banks, Zenith charting the course, is in great strides to also not only power fintechs that are able to, you know, connect with more agility, but also support the wider global payment ecosystem when it comes to all forms of payment use cases. Thank you.
Thank you, Carrie. So what we're hearing from you is that it's not about destroying the existing infrastructure, but leveraging the existing infrastructure and adapting its capability to do more beyond the cards in general. So, Bolanle, let's really talk about this national domestic card, right? It's the new kid on the block, and we hear it's launching in January. So can you tell us, should we be embracing or should we be running in the opposite direction?
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. I think to answer that directly, we should be embracing, actually. The discourse around the national domestic card scheme has generated a lot of excitement and interest from the public. And the truth of the matter is that we should be embracing it, really, as it comes around. Now, there are a lot of potentials driving the business case or justification for a national domestic card scheme for the country. We talk about our population size, over 200 million, 260 million from the last count. We look at the youth population, about 60% of that. Now, opportunities in the tech space, even opportunities to export, you know, technology to other African countries. So when you put all these things together, really, they bring a lot of reasons why we should have a national domestic card for the country. And the first effect it's going to have, really, is the issue of domestic autonomy, right? In Nigeria, we will be in control of our own card payment space, right? And there will be reduced reliance on the foreign card schemes. And with that, you can have opportunity, you know, to grow financial inclusion and focus more on local innovation, right? The current financial inclusion rate for adult population is about 50%. Why can't we achieve as much as 90? Why not 95 like some other countries? Then card penetration rates currently in Nigeria is about 32% for debit cards from the World Bank, you know, report. About 3% for credit cards. So you begin to wonder, how do we grow microcredit? How do we grow micropayment? So these are things that a national domestic card will do for the country. In terms of better pricing for consumers, a lot of banks are running card business at a loss. That's the truth. But there will be better pricing, issue of addressing the cash in circulation, and reduce pressure on the naira because of the FX demand. And of course, why can't we have something of our own? RuPay in India has achieved a lot. LOPay in Brazil, Maya in Russia. We should have something of our own, source of national pride, really. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bolanle. But you know, I speak for the entire ecosystem. I thought we had Verve.
Okay. Yeah. So the question is, Verve has really done very well. But we are talking about the national domestic card scheme. National in the sense that it is owned by the banking industry and controlled by government, focused on delivering and, delivering digital and local innovation, growing financial inclusion, and everything all within the capacity of government. If you look at some of these countries that I mentioned, like Singapore, Malaysia, even in India, right, with the RuPay, these are the things that national domestic card schemes are actually focused on. So it's more of collaboration, madam. It's not to remove anybody. We will be collaborating more, but again, the focus is, Nigeria, and Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Okay, I hope we're also going to co-compete.
Well, there are opportunities for all that within the space.
All right, we will wait and see. Thank you, Bolanle. But ladies and gentlemen, as you know, we're rounding up now. One of my biggest projects and passions is financial inclusion. And I cannot sit here and talk about the future of payments without thinking about how do we get 50 million plus Nigerians on board. So we've talked about technology. Agada has told us it's not going to be technology alone. Carrie says it's going to be any device and basically just contactless, digital first, and things like that. So I really want us to think about and reflect on this question that the opportunities are abound, but yet we're still limited by several P's. Olu mentioned one, which is affordability, interoperability, and also this issue around lack of identity and the tiered KY systems and fraud. So, ladies and gentlemen, how do we really solve this problem? How do we address financial inclusion? How do we help people to use digital payments other than COVID? And COVID helped us in a way. But how do we really get people to adopt digital payments as their primary source of payments? And then we can really, truly begin that transition from paper-based to digital payments. And I'm going to ask each of you this question because you're all going to come at it from different perspectives. So I'll start with you, Agada.
Okay, thank you. No doubt inclusion is very important. The World Bank report on digital financial services for 2020 indicates that while the rest of Africa is driving inclusion, leveraging mobile money or digital financial services at 21% average, Nigeria is only 3% of the adult population that have adopted digital financial services. Even majority of those who are financially included or banked are not leveraging digital financial services, which would help Nigeria to overcome the issue of financial exclusion. For me, there are key areas that we need to focus on. One of them is accessibility. So how accessible are the services that we provide, the innovations that you try to bring to the marketplace from the supply side? We need to focus on the demand side and understand their needs. The second one is also affordability. How affordable is it? Because those that we seek to include are price sensitive, and it's understandable. There's the issue of economic exclusion or lack of inclusion. And if somebody is not economically included and you want the person to be financially included, then you need to take into consideration the question of affordability. Then there is also the question of awareness. How aware are people? And awareness goes beyond just knowing that there's a solution. How do I use it? How do I deal with the issue of risk management? How do I protect myself and protect the next person? We must appreciate that when we talk of financial services, it is a network model that will be successful. Network model because the more people that are adopting, then the more the value that you create. Imagine having a cell phone and you cannot connect with another person. Payment is similar to that. So whatever the form of financial service that you want to deliver, you need to ensure that it is inclusive, and to be inclusive, you must pay attention not only to the supply side, but to the demand side. So the 3 A's of accessibility, affordability, and awareness must be addressed.
Thank you very much, Agada. Olu?
Thank you. I will just focus on, we've discussed most of the issues, but one more that we've not mentioned, which is credit as an incentive for people to use digital. And I will put some data. Between 2012 and 2022, formal access to payment increased from 22% to 45% by 2020, 2010 and 2020, over a decade, and doubled. But access to credit remained flat at 2% over 10 years. So essentially, payment is growing. Access to credit is flat. The payment system is too decoupled from access to credit. There has to be a way we can leverage payment to do more access to credit, because when the excluded know they can borrow genuinely, they will have reasons to use digital, along with the other issues of affordability and so on. And that's a very big issue. The payment system is too decoupled from access to credit. And if we continue that way, payment may reach 60% and will still remain flat in terms of inclusive credit at 2 or 3%. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you very much. Carrie?
For me, it would be how we power digital acceptance. We can issue all the digital credentials we want, enable card payments, enable digital wallets, but one of the questions that is asked is, so where do I use it? How do I spend? In Nigeria, we have less than 1 million POS terminals, right? And that is nowhere near enough for the number of consumers that we have, which is why a lot of SMEs default to NIP for account payments. In my world, what we try to do, and taking a leaf off your page, Olu, is really building out these truly low-cost acceptance capabilities that allows easier accessibility and inclusion of the small merchants into digital ecosystem by powering them with tools that is reflective of the type of mobile phone that they carry, whether a smartphone or feature phone, and taking account the peculiarities of the technologies. We need to curate acceptance solutions that are able to leverage on the type of devices that they use. So if I am a feature phone user, how are we using QR and USSD, for example? If I am a smartphone user, what sort of contactless applications are we able to give to you that you can easily download and convert to an acceptance terminal? That will help us drive scalability. We also recognize that there are infrastructural deficiencies in rural areas. So how are we thinking through offline capabilities, being able to provide community solutions that relies very little on any sort of data connectivity, again, to power acceptance for communities in areas where the infrastructure is limiting. So for me, the power really is acceptance. How we build in acceptance and build an acceptance strategy to support the financial inclusion agenda. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bolanle?
So thank you very much, Prof. Very quickly, the issue of access, back to what Mr. Gara said, is very important. How do we find fulfillment? How do we make the transactions cheap, right? And how do we also create security and transparency around the financial services? And lastly, for me, a very interesting part of it, which you also need to focus on in Africa, is the youth inclusion, right? How do we grow youth inclusion? How do we grow female economy? The female economy is part of the top 5 biggest economy in the world. How do we overcome the barriers, cultural barriers, stopping the inclusion of the female economy into digital space? Food for thought. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for listening. And I'll just really round up and say, it's been an honor to lead this conversation, not because it's a tech conversation or a payments conversation, but it's also a challenge back to the organizers, Zenith Bank, for putting this together, and also the hackathon to come. What we've heard is that the opportunities and the future is there, but then again, there's still challenges and solutions to be built. And what we need to think about is that we need to build by design. We can't continue to build by happenstance anymore, to learn what other people have done in other countries, but really sit down and build by design, knowing the nuances of the environment in which we serve, the landscape, and the demand opportunities that are there. We need to think around scale and really build for scale and build for network effects in general. So as we go through the next 2 days, as we listen and as we learn, let's also realize that, you know, I think Brett put up a figure of 76.8 billion in terms of electronic transactions in China. We can do that. We can do that, but it's only about doing it collectively, it's only about doing it collaboratively, and it's only about doing it securely as well. So ladies and gentlemen, Zenith Bank, thank you very much and congratulations on this Future Forward 2.0. And we hope that as you've started the conversations, it will also become actionable and we will be Future Forward 2.0. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Wow, please let's celebrate this stellar panel with very bright and intelligent conversations that have just taken place. Group photographs, please. Can we have our media team take a group photograph very quickly?
Okay, please let's have the media team. And of course, I'm still giving away smart watches, courtesy Huawei. One is worth about 40,000, another is worth about 100,000 naira. So you might want to stick around, especially after lunch. That is my advice to you. That's all I can say. Mojibade?
All right. Thank you very much. We will take our next presentation very shortly. But we thank our panelists for doing an excellent job and just reminding us that the future is really bright. There are opportunities, but we must work hard to ensure that the future of payment is really secure. Thank you so much. Can we applaud them as they exit the stage? Thank you. We have another powerful presentation very shortly. Then we'll have another panel conversation, then go for lunch. I know we're looking forward to that, but I'm sure that you're looking forward to this next presentation. This next presentation will center around how to create a world-class economy leveraging our digital transformation. Now, this is a very important conversation that we must have today, and this will be taken by none other than the country director leading Google's business strategy in West Africa. This woman, this phenomenal woman, was named by Forbes as one of the top 20 power women in Africa, by the London Business School as one of the 30 people changing the world, and featured in the BBC Africa Power Women series and on CNN Innovate Africa, beg your pardon. She is an executive leadership coach and a member of the Forbes Coaches Council. Now, she is very passionate about igniting the spark of self-leadership and personal effectiveness, as evidenced by her book, The 30 Days of Excellence, which she authored. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me and make welcome a phenomenal woman who continues to inspire several other women and men across the world. Let's make welcome Juliet Ehimwan, Director, Google West Africa, for this next presentation. A warm round of applause for our next presenter.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. So first and foremost, just to appreciate the leadership team of Zenith Bank for putting this together. And I'm very aware that this is the last session before lunch. And so I think we need to make sure that we still have energy in the room. And what I'm going to suggest is a selfie with everyone. I'm going to say Zenith Tech Fair 2.0, and if you can all just say Future Forward. Does that sound good? Yes. Awesome. Let's see how much energy we can generate.
So basically, Ellen DeGeneres has nothing on us. So you guys, we need a bit of excitement, guys. So should I give away watches again? We need excitement. Come on, let's go. You ready?
Yes, so Zenith Tech Fair 2.0.
Future Forward.
Awesome. Thank you very much. So I'll be talking today about leveraging digital transformation to create a world-class economy. And we've had some great sessions so far. in relation to the topic of technology development and digital. And this is a very exciting time because we've seen a lot of great developments in the digital space. At the moment, the internet economy is projected to contribute $36.5 billion to Nigeria's GDP by 2025. More and more people are coming online. At the moment, we have more than half of the population, over 100 million people online, and about 97% of the people online are using the mobile phone, and I'll talk about that shortly. And we're seeing a lot of developments and enhancements across multiple sectors. If we go to the next slide, please. Now, we heard the group CEO talk about the fact that we can't afford to be pedestrian anymore, and that a lot of the realities around technology advancements are with us today. We also heard Brett talk about some of the developments that we can look forward to or expect in the future. What I'm looking to do in this presentation is to ground those things in the present, because even today, we're starting to see emerging technologies like artificial intelligence and machine learning that used to be very futuristic. We're seeing them being applied today to create solutions to local problems. And I often say that Africa's biggest challenges will not be solved by traditional methods of the past. Technology solutions really provide a way for us to solve these problems a lot faster and more cost effectively. Because today, with the phone, we can solve issues around financial inclusion, look at, predict climate conditions, detect diseases, and so on. And so it's a really exciting time to be in the technology space and to be looking at some of these developments. Now, before I go into detail, I'm going to be looking at some of those developments across 6 sectors. And I'll try to do that very quickly. But before then, I'd like to play a video that just shows the application of machine learning in the healthcare industry.
Sound analysis is used in so many fields, such as identification of music, and identification of the type of animal based on the sounds that they produce. Sound is critical to what we're doing because physiological sounds are very important in medicine, but the traditional stethoscope hasn't changed for close to 200 years. The doctor is limited by the human ear, and they cannot hear specific frequencies. This method is very inaccurate and causes a lot of misdiagnosis. Our mission is to use machine learning and TensorFlow to revolutionize the diagnosis and treatment of respiratory diseases in low-resource areas such as Sub-Saharan Africa. The Tempo app is a powerful screening tool that helps doctors make decisions quickly. The core technology is trying to mimic the human auditory system. Once the patient walks in, the doctor collects the lung sounds with symptoms, risk factors, and vitals of the patient, and then the Tempo app combines all that information and gives the doctor a probability of the patient having a specific respiratory disease. Eric introduced TensorFlow to us because he felt that we can use TensorFlow to go through all the stages of development to deployment of our model.
Our model uses spectrograms. We take sound data from the stethoscope and convert it into a visual problem that the computer can best identify. We have worked with a number of clinics and pathologists, and we are able to collect data from 621 patients, and then we use that data now to build a machine learning model.
Once we had trained and evaluated our machine learning model, we deployed it on our TensorFlow app. TensorFlow Lite helps us to perform an inference on a mobile device without the need of a connection. So doctors can use the TensorFlow app offline without connecting to the cloud. There are 216 healthcare facilities that are using the TensorFlow app and the TensorFlow devices. These clinics are spread out and some are very rural clinics.
It's really a nice project. I can listen to the call, plus white sounds, then when I add the clinical history and other physical information, there's no need for me to test this patient X-ray. Misdiagnosis, which is one of the problems leading to deaths in Kenya, is really critical. Somebody is helping me, shows me even the things that I would have missed because I had the technician we were doing it.
Over 2.5 million people die each year because of pneumonia, asthma, COPD, and pulmonary tuberculosis. I believe that we can use machine learning in treatment and management of these respiratory diseases.
So that's a classic example of machine learning being used to innovate within the health space. I have shared, at the last fair actually, I did share about machine learning being used in cassava farms to automatically detect diseases with cassava plants. Basically, you just point the phone, you take a picture of the leaf, and the app would be able to tell you what the problem is and what the solution is. And that is an application that can be used by subsistence farmers, people that don't necessarily have high technology sophistication. So this is just bringing home the fact that these technologies can just really enhance our daily lives, and we're seeing those applications already on a regular basis. And that, a lot of that rides on the innovation that we see with mobile technologies. It might interest you to know that your mobile phone today, a device that fits in your pocket, has more computing power than the technology that put a man on the moon in 1969. That is how far technology has advanced. And if we go to the next slide, essentially, this is like a supercomputer in your pocket. And it makes possible a lot of the solutions that we see today as a platform to ride on. So if we go to the next slide, so we're talking about digital transformation and the digital economy and the impact on life and growth. And I thought it's important to even just create a picture. When we talk about the digital economy, what are we talking about? Because it can be a nebulous concept. So this picture, I think, adequately captures the different elements that we think about with the digital economy. At the core, you have players that contribute to and fuel the economy. So you have digital platforms that people can engage with. You have digital entrepreneurs and developers that are building apps and solutions that people can use to engage with the platforms. Obviously, digital skills are really important to be able to leverage these technologies. Everything rides on digital infrastructure, so broadband connectivity, reliable connectivity, and talking about finance as well, particularly in terms of fueling startup innovation and entrepreneurship. And even in government, and we've heard some of the previous speakers talk about this as well, even in government, increasingly we're seeing digital technology being used in the provision of government services. There's a huge scope for expansion in that space. And of course, the private sector, mobile banking, mobile apps. We've heard about some of the innovations from Zenith Bank, and across the private sector, we're seeing a lot of innovative use of technology to reach the consumer and to provide services. And then just the outer circle really touches on some of the different sectorial applications. Brett, in his presentation, talked about some of these. So for example, with digital transport, today we have the benefit of access to digital maps, for example, Google Maps, that not only provide directions, but also traffic information, which is really sophisticated if you think about it, to be able to get to that level of detail. We're able to call, cars, Uber service, etc. Smart agriculture, I just talked about the example in cassava farms. There are similar examples as well across board, and a lot of other applications. What I'm looking to do in the rest of my time is to just zoom into specific sectors so that we see real practical examples right here in Nigeria of solutions being created in these spaces with the use of technology, and also some of the economic realities around that, because we know that the fuel of e-commerce or the fuel of commerce can really help accelerate growth, because there is a reality around sustenance, etc. And so in talking through these solutions, I would also seek to touch on the opportunities as well, the opportunities in terms of impact, but also just show some of the commercial realities in these spaces. So I'm going to start with the fintech sector. There's been quite a bit of conversation about fintech today. That's a sector that has been very active. We've seen the birth of a number of unicorns in that space. And it'll interest you to know that about 63% of all the funding to startups in Nigeria last year was to the fintech space. Across Africa, we had about $4 billion in investments last year. 1.37 billion out of that was to Nigerian startups, and 63% of that was to the fintech companies. What we're seeing, the innovation in this space, the opportunities are enormous. So beyond payments and lending, which would be the most popular services and probably the services a lot of us will default to when we think about that space, we're seeing quite a range of services, from applications in health tech, blockchain, which we heard about earlier, savings and investing, neobank, like Kuda, digital payments, and so on, microfinancing, and so on. And at the moment, we have about 250 fintechs in Nigeria. That may seem like a lot or not, but to put that in context, that is like one fintech to 700,000 Nigerians. In comparison, you have in South Africa, in India, one fintech to 200,000 people. In the US, it's one fintech to 38,000 people. And in Europe, it's one fintech to 27,000 people. So that shows that with all the activity, we haven't even scratched the surface. There is such a huge scope and opportunity for more growth, for more advancement, and it's great to see the innovations in the financial space. And organizations like Zenith Bank have been innovating as well, with mobile banking and lots of other services, and this can only grow. On the other side of this is the fact that these innovations actually impact human life. When we talk about the opportunities, we still have a huge percentage of unbanked population. About 55% of the population is unbanked. And at the moment, over 90% of the solutions and investment is around payments and lending. But when you think about insurance and other dimensions, there's still a huge room for growth. Another sector I'll touch on is e-commerce. We've seen a lot of growth in the e-commerce space. The e-commerce space is fast starting to look like a Nigerian market, where you have a diversity of goods and services, from movies, travel, products, deals, regular products, groceries, jobs as well. Quite a huge range of services in the e-commerce space. And the growth that we've seen has been driven by a lot of developments that are technology-led. So improvements in payment processing. We just had a panel discussion around payments and the opportunities and the enhancements. So that also is fueling, because obviously an e-commerce industry has to ride on digital payments. The rise in mobile technology, more and more Nigerians are coming online using mobile. improved B2B and B2C logistics, and of course, the rise of mobile money adoption. There is a projection that the total consumer spend is going to, in this space is going to reach $9.8 billion by end of this year. So if we go to the next slide and look at the health industry, so Nigerian health tech startups raised $32.5 billion in 2020, and investment in health tech has been oscillating between the second and the fifth largest funded sector in the last few years. We've seen applications in health tech across a lot of spaces. So from diagnostics to, public health, maternal health, health insurance, telemedicine, and so on. We know there's a shortage of, doctors relative to the population. And if you think about the rural areas, etc., applications around telemedicine, right, that can ride on a basic mobile phone, can just really help to start to close that gap. And the healthcare market was valued at $15 billion, $15 billion in 2018, and is expected to reach $20 billion by next year. So a huge opportunity. Now, we know that there are some challenges in Nigeria when we look across board, but what's interesting is that on the flip side of every challenge is opportunity. Those challenges really create opportunity for innovation, opportunity for growth, and opportunities for commercial success. So as we look at these sectors and look at the applications, we can also start to think about, opportunities to solve basic problems at scale and innovate in that way for commercial success. Another sector I'll talk about is the media and entertainment space. We know that there's a lot of creative energy and creative talent in Nigeria and across Africa. We know that there's demand for Nigerian content from movies, music, lifestyle content across the globe, right? And digital platforms are making it possible for this content to be shared with the rest of the world. We're having stars that are created on platforms like YouTube, right? We're having people being able to broadcast themselves and smash geographical boundaries because of the use of technology. At the moment, this space is projected to exceed $10 billion by 2023. And, with enhanced technologies, like even the advent of 5G technologies, we're likely to see this increase a lot more, streaming services and so on. And today, we have a lot of Nigerian artists, actually several Nigerian artists that have over 1 billion views and streams on platforms like YouTube. Now, what's interesting about those views is that they equal revenue, right? We do talk about diversifying our economy. Digital platforms are creating an opportunity to diversify the economy because we're exporting talent, we're exporting culture, we're exporting our creative energy, and these platforms are monetized, so you're attracting investment in. And if we go to the next slide, this slide, so we can see some great examples of different types of content that Nigerians are creatively putting online, sharing with the rest of the world, and monetizing, from music to just sharing travel information. In the top right, we have, recipes, food recipes, education content, news, commentaries, and so on. Just, quite a range of content. Today, we have, we've seen a 60% growth in the number of Nigerian channels on YouTube that are attracting 7-figure income. And we have about 650 channels that have over 100,000 views. Now, of course, as I mentioned before, what's important about the views and subscriptions is that it's possible to monetize them. And so that just really shows the expansion in that space and the opportunity. So just to speed through, e-mobility and food delivery as well, where a lot of room for growth It's by no means fully tapped, the opportunity there, but we're seeing increased development. If we go to the next slide. And also B2B logistics. In the interest of time, I'll just move on to the next slide, because I know we have lunch pending. So if we move to the next slide. So we can see that once we get it right in terms of identifying the problem, creating a solution and building a business around that, there is a lot of space for success. There's a lot of interest globally in Nigerian startups and African startups, and we've seen a lot of investment coming in this direction. And one of the things that we talk about as well is just also encouraging a lot more, local investments. Nigeria remains the single largest market in Africa and the continent's leading investment destination, which really counts for a lot. If we move to the next slide, just to round up, just wanted to mention the fact that digital transformation is just really accelerating economic growth and can do more of that. And I talked about 108 million Nigerians online. This is increasing on a daily basis. So imagine when we have the next 25 million Nigerians coming online, the opportunities in different sectors that would be just on the table. So as we go through this tech fair, and I know, part of the objective of this fair is to inspire ourselves around, the opportunities that technology provides, how we can innovate, learn from one another, learn from the solutions that exist as well, right? So as we go through this, let's really think about how can we be active players and shapers in this digital revolution wave that is ongoing. It is a very inclusive space, because once you have access to the internet, it's like a level playing field. There's no limit to what you can do. At the moment, we have about 84,000 professional developers in Nigeria. Quite a few of them program with TensorFlow, which is machine learning. It's so easy these days, if you have an interest or a passion, for you to self-teach, right, and try your hands out with different things. We have tech hubs. There's just so much infrastructure that we can lean into to just really provide the support that we need to make things happen. And so let's really be inspired as we look around us at the different challenges that also represent opportunities. Let's be inspired. Let's think big about what's possible. We've just heard about, like the unicorns and, the opportunity to scale and the investments that are coming in. So let's think big, and then let's take action. The connections we make from this fair in the next 2 days, let's really leverage them and really take action in making sure that we can innovate and build something great and really ride on this digital revolution that we have been talking about. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Juliet. Once again, a round of applause. Always speaking with such energy. Juliet, I need a favor, please. Can you just point to any row, random row, because I need to give away a watch. Which row would you have a preference for?
They put their hands up first.
This row?
At the back, yes.
At the back?
Yes, they put their hands up very quickly.
So I'll make this very quick. So this watch is worth 40,000 naira plus. Don't sell it, oh. Don't sell it, oh. And after lunch, we're giving away another one, courtesy Huawei, worth over 100,000 naira. So you want to stick around for that. I think I have a preference for the women with the children in the house. Is that okay? Is that an all moment? This one say no, go and born. Easy to born. So let me just do this very quickly. First of all, it takes an extra type of courage to bring your child to a fair like this. So please, a round of applause to all the mothers in the house. Yours is in your womb. Come back in 9 months. All right, so what's your name?
Nimota Nobanja.
Nimota, great to you. This is a lovely girl. She's looking at me. No, I'm not your father. I'm not your father. What do you do?
I teach.
Okay, and your daughter's name?
Aisha.
How are you doing, Aisha? I just feel like just giving you the phone. Don't even ask you. Should we just give her the phone? So, question number 1. So a very simple question. Mojibade, okay, I'll hand over to you. Let me just get this out of the way. What month and year was Zenith Bank established? I'll give you options. Please be very quiet. May 1990. Do you have a Zenith Bank account? Yes, okay. May 1991, June 1993, or November 2022? Again, what month and year was Zenith Bank established? May 1990, May 1991, June 1993, November 2022. Which option do you choose?
May 1991.
Did you say May 1990? It is absolutely correct. Congratulations to you. Fantastic. If you heard May 1991, something is in your ear. Mojibade, over to you.
Congratulations to our first winner today. Please let's celebrate her. A round of applause for her. Thank you. Thank you, Oscar. You have put a smile on her face. Thank you. And thank you, Zenith Bank, and of course to Huawei. Thank you very much for giving us the gift.
Absolutely. So there's another watch worth over 100,000 after lunch. You will all assemble here and we'll give away that watch. And please, this is not an excuse to go and get pregnant. All of you that are saying in 9 months' time.
Wow, Oscar.
Mojibade.
Wow. Thank you very much. Please, once again, let's celebrate Director Google West Africa for her fantastic presentation. Thank you so much. She has said, be inspired, think big, and yet take action. Thank you very much for your wonderful presentation. Just before lunch, I know we have talked about lunch over and again, but just before lunch, we'll have our second panel conversation. And this conversation will focus on the main challenges of digital transformation in the financial service industry. And not just the challenges, but how exactly we can solve them. This panel is another stellar panel, power-packed with some of the brightest minds in the industry. To moderate this panel conversation, I'm delighted, and it's my honor, to bring up someone that we regard as one of the brightest minds in the fintech disruption industry, especially when it comes to financial services, whom we were privileged to have as our keynote speaker today. Please make welcome again Brett King as he comes on stage to receive other members of this panel conversation. He's founder, Melvin, and author of Bank 4.0 that has remained best-selling book for 5 years consistently on Amazon. We're delighted to have you come up stage again to moderate this panel conversation. Joining him on stage, we have the founder and CEO of Flutterwave, an organization committed to growing businesses in emerging economies. He has over 15 years of experience in building scalable financial technology firms. He has also been instrumental in leading the development of fintech solutions for several organizations and financial institutions, such as PayPal, Standard Bank, Google, amongst several others. Please let's make welcome Olugbenga Agbola, also known as GB. Joining this conversation as we look at challenges and, of course, solutions, we have the COO of Fintech Association of Nigeria, Dr. Babatunde Ogeneburuche Obrima. He is the COO, like I mentioned, of Fintech Association of Nigeria. He's a fintech enthusiast and a multi-skilled individual with working experiences spanning the banking sector, non-bank financial services sector, financial consulting services, project management, and public sector. His professional career commenced at First Bank Nigeria PLC and worked in various banks during his banking career. Please let's make welcome the COO Fintech Association of Nigeria, Dr. Babatunde Obrima, to join this conversation. Thank you very much. Coming up next, it's my honor to bring up a serial tech entrepreneur who has focused his entire career on the fintech space in Africa. For his first venture in 2004, fresh out of college, he co-founded Parkway Projects as a provider of bespoke fintech solutions for commercial banks in Nigeria and grew the venture to over $1 million in revenue before he exited. Such an honor to have him here. Please let's make welcome the Managing Director of AppZone, Obi Emetarom. A warm round of applause for him, please. Finally, but definitely not the least, we have the Managing Director of Team Apt. He is co-founder and CEO of Team Apt, a leading tech company that is enabling the growth of businesses globally. He has built them from ground up to becoming Nigeria's largest business payments and banking platform. Team Apt is a partner of choice for over 400,000 businesses and processes $100 billion in annualized run rate transaction value. Let's make welcome Tosin Eniolorun, the Managing Director, Team Apt.
Absolutely. Thank you so much again, Mojibade. It's of great importance and interest to acknowledge the success of day one of this particular tech. So what I'm saying basically is there are about 2,500 people here, full. Hardly can you find empty seats. And online, we have in the north of 9,000 people who are viewing on all the social media platforms. So I think Zenith Bank deserves a round of applause for that.
I'll now hand over to our able moderator to take up the conversations from here. Over to you, Brett. Thank you.
Testing. This one works. Very good. I'll give you this one. Hey, everyone. Welcome back. What is it? Future Forward 4.0, right now? No? 2.0, sorry. Okay, so we're talking about the challenges in digital transformation in financial services industry. So I want to start with a global view of the challenges, and then we'll dive into Nigeria specifically. And this is just going to be an open conversation with us. We haven't done much prep here, but all of these guys know their stuff, so it's going to be quite an interesting conversation. But you might have noticed in the presentation that our colleague from McKinsey gave, we see a real gap opening up in terms of the efficiency of fintechs in deploying capital. And the fact that, which I love the Google stat, that 60% of the venture capital deployed in 2021 in Nigeria was in fintech. And globally, last year, 1 in 5 venture capital deals went into fintech. This is quite extraordinary. What it does mean is that market share is going to change in the future because this investment is going to have an impact on the market share in the future. So here's the question I want to put to you guys on the panel, first of all, is why, we've known the internet is going to impact banking and payments for, since the internet, emerged. Why has this gap opened up where fintechs have been able to come into the market and capture this instead of the banks transforming? Why has it been difficult for the banks? And Zenith Bank has obviously done very well, but globally we see this gap opening up between fintech capabilities, mobile wallets, and so forth. Why is it so difficult to take an existing business and transform it? What do you think?
Okay, well, I'd say the fundamentals upon which the traditional financial institutions like banks were built, which is more people, manual operations, and a particular culture and mindset. Fundamentally, I think the fintechs, the newer institutions, have evolved primarily as technology companies. I think banks have found themselves sort of in a situation where they're in a tech industry. They started out in the banking industry and ended up in the tech industry. Whereas those fintechs are more, we fintechs are more sort of tech native, right? And I think there's a credibility or confidence around that link to the investment community, where investors believe that the fintechs are better equipped to execute based on this background. So that for me, like high level.
You want to have a go? Tosin, right?
Okay, yeah. So talking about, and Obi is absolutely spot on. I can also share another angle to that. And I think it's also the evolution of a new growth model. This growth model is a model that says traditional businesses are built to pay dividends. And there's a new growth model where there's value being generated in basically holding a growth stock. So while you are building a business with pure focus on profitability, and of course, profitability is essentially money that you will not put into more growth. But these new businesses that are primarily venture funded are focused on valuable stock rather than dividends. It's also another growth, different business mindset that also leads to different outcomes based on those outcomes.
I think that's an important point. That mindset is important. So let's dive into that a little bit. Maybe GB, let me ask you this question. In terms of fintech and the culture you've created at Flutterwave, how would you define the differences in culture in terms of the team at a fintech versus working with, say, a traditional incumbent?
So I'm pretty lucky because I've worked in both. I've been on both sides of the equation. So I think the culture is dependent on the times when you're building the model, right? Like what Tosin mentioned, I think if you were building a company 10 years ago, there will obviously be a focus on profitability, right? But if you're building it now, there has to be a very massive growth focus that obviously impacts also how you build a culture. The culture in a time where, working from home is becoming a norm, not an exception, right? Compared to like 10 years ago when you're only at home if you're sick, right? These days it's a different culture entirely. So I guess the culture metrics that obviously will drive how you build it is really a function of the factor of the environment and the current landscape you're in. And that's what drives, in my opinion, the actual culture that we build going forward.
Absolutely. Dr. Obrama, in terms of like the fintech foundational elements here, one of the things we see a big divergence on is like tech stack. When we talk about banks, we talk about core systems, we talk about middleware and so forth, but you never hear fintechs talk about their core banking system, right? Because we build those systems differently. So, what do you say in terms of the tech culture and the technology capabilities? Where's the focus been in Nigeria in respect to, what specific technologies do you think has really helped fintechs in Nigeria to capture the opportunity?
I think what has helped the fintechs is the fact that they've come with technologies that solve problems. So, once you have a solution to a problem, people will buy into it. And people want convenience. And what fintechs have done is to provide that convenience. You can sit in your room and, 20 years ago, we all used to go to the banking halls and queue to get money. But now you can sit in your car anywhere and you can do a transaction. The wallet system. So that's really helped to push fintechs. If I want to come back to your first question, and I think that to be fair to the banks, is the fact that the road to digital transformation is continuously under construction. You never complete it. And I think that's the challenge with legacy institutions. Where do we end? We've had a lot of infrastructure. Where do we start? But I think that it's a corporate mindset that needs to change because this is the direction the world is going. So the banks also need to change. And I think it's a good thing that we see what Zenith is doing here. We need to see more of that with other banks.
Yeah, it's interesting. Some people are talking about like companies like Revolut now as incumbents in the fintech industry. the fact that now they're having challenges transforming themselves based on the next generation of fintech that we're seeing. Let's talk about cooperation in the industry, because a lot of the fintechs, we have to partner with banks and we have to partner with payments processors and so forth. I don't know if you've been watching the news, but just today it was announced that UBS pulled out of their deal to acquire Wealthfront, which has been going on since September last year now, this acquisition. Part of this, in terms of transformation, obviously fintechs inject speed and capital efficiency into creating these new technologies, but it's a challenge sometimes to get banks and fintechs working together. So have you guys got any thoughts in terms of how to more effectively bring banks and fintechs together to encourage transformation in the sector overall? Tosin, you want to start?
Yeah, I think it's all about alignment of interests, where fintechs will generally want stable partners, at least as fintech guys I know it, with solid capital base, effective risk controls, and banks also will generally want whale customers, that permits me to use that word, basically big customers who could bring in all the necessary float transaction volume. So I think, and so on a commercial level, interest can always be aligned, where you're seeking a stable partner and a partner is looking for a solid customer. But I think the major impediments generally will be technology and the speed of execution that is fintech might want that the bank might not be able to provide. Specifically, some of the high-frequency APIs that you might need from the banks, the agility that you might want them to be able to evolve it and change it, and also some of the existing, to an extent, archaic controls. And don't get me wrong, controls should certainly, risk controls are absolutely needed, but sometimes they become parochial and just dogmatic, that it doesn't evolve with the future. So I think that the main impediments in my experience will basically be technology, some of the risks, but I think the opportunities for the partnership, at least TeamApt has enjoyed fantastic partnerships with our banking customers, and it is something that we intend to keep and nurture for quite a bit of time. And in my experience, technology, risk are some of the biggest impediments.
Did you have a comment, JB?
Yeah, to add to what Austin just said, I think there must be a value alignment, obviously, like what Austin mentioned. But what is critical here is also constant re-education of partners on the value. Because as a fintech, because we move so fast sometimes, right? Things have moved from our last conversation, right? So I think what I've learned in my own journey with partnering with banks is constantly trying to reorientate and re-educate and share information. And I think over time as well, transparency has always worked, right? Because I think we fintech sometimes think we are in the business of technology, but it's not true. We're in the trust business, right? And if that trust factor is not there, partners will work, right? So I guess what I've learned over the years, both on the good and the bad side, is building a transparent partnership that has a constant focus on the value and constantly re-educating your partner on how your business is growing, how things are changing. That helps a lot to continue that transparency, alignment. Yeah.
Dr. Obrama, from the perspective of the FinTech Association, how do things like FinTech associations, we see these around the world, bring together banks and fintechs to work together?
Okay, great. For us in FinTech Association of Nigeria, what we believe, we're an inclusive association. So as of today, we have 21 sectors in the association, including incubates, fintechs, and the verticals. Because for us, it's a complete, looking at the digital economy, everybody that plays a role in that space is welcome to the association, and there's a need for collaboration to work together. I mean, either we like it or not, the Nigerian financial system, as the way it's positioned by the regulator, is a bank-led financial system. So fintechs and other players have no choice but to collaborate and work with the banks, to be able to ensure that we can grow the economy together. So for us at the association, we always encourage collaboration. How do you partner together? One of the things we like to see is the fact that with the OLCO system, we want to see banks investing in fintechs, not banks setting up their own fintech subsidiaries. so that we can have more local investments in the fintech sector as against 99% being FDIs.
Now, funding's always a challenge, You mentioned it, Tosin. Of course, we can't all be Flutterwave and Opay, who did these big rounds last year. Congrats, by the way. But what are some of the other challenges? Right now, we see a lot of fintechs under pressure because of the global recession and so forth. But what are some of the challenges that you think fintechs and banks share in common in Nigeria?
Yeah, so I think one big one would be talent. And I think this is skewed heavily, against the banks. And that's because in this global talent pool where you have this talent war, what we're saying is that it's no more as fashionable as it would have been to work with banks, especially for tech talent. I'm sure it's public knowledge.
Because the fintechs are like the cool kids in town, right?
Yes, partly. And then there's relocation abroad, and there's foreign talent, remote work for foreign companies and so on. But so it's worse for the banks, and part of how that impacts transformation is things are even slower. So Tosin talked about agility, and bureaucracy and so on. So this worsens things because you have a lot more projects than resources to deliver them. You have a lot of turnover, key man risk, and so on. So it's a huge issue for the fintechs as well. It's the same thing we see. It's just that fintechs are able to position, like you said, with a cooler employer brand, to help stem off that drain. Yeah, so this is one key thing that is going to be. The second thing, obviously, I think, is regulation that cuts across both. This time it skews against the fintechs, but it also affects banks. The speed, so the regulators have done a fantastic job so far. Nigeria is far ahead in Africa, but there's still a lot of work to be done in terms of enabling innovation and allowing some of these potentially highly impactful financial services products to thrive. But it's skewed against the fintechs because there is skepticism about the skill, the risk management, the financial capacity, and so on with the fintechs. So for me, I mean, those are two big shared challenges I would share.
I think that's common with other markets as well. I don't think what you've said is unusual. GB, in terms of Flutterwave, you guys have had some really stellar growth, over the last couple of years. What unique challenges does that sort of growth bring for the organization? Obviously, talent is one of them, but is there anything else that you personally have found challenging as a founder?
I think talent is still a very big piece, to be honest. I think we and the bank suffer from the same syndrome, the Japa syndrome, so to say. And that's because, obviously, a lot of talent in Africa, in Nigeria, they want to leave the country, right? I think some of us are able to respond better because we can manage not being in the office. Doesn't mean it's optimum on a scale level, but it's what it is, right? The other piece is obviously, as the fintech is growing, obviously as you grow your TPV and volumes, unfortunately you also grow things like fraud, you grow risk, right? And then you have to start thinking about how do you start, no fintech start off building risk infrastructure. That's a fact. Everybody start off building a growth infrastructure, then you have to build risk along with the growth infrastructure. So we have had to obviously learn how to manage risk, manage fraud, how to protect our customers, protect our merchants, and ensure that we build a more robust partnership with our bank partners, ensure that we solve risk as a problem. Again, to solve risk, you need talent as well, which is why, back to talent again, that's the main issue. So I think talent is a major piece of this, the indices for growth for us and also for scale as well.
Tosin.
Yeah, GB took, the two best things. I think I will also dwell a lot more on risk specifically. Is GB spot on? You want to grow the organization, but when the organization has grown to a certain level now, before when things were small, it can afford to lose it, right? By that time now, you have big assets that need to be protected, and you now start really seriously thinking about risk, controls, audit. You now understand what internal audits mean. Before you didn't really understand it, you now understand why all these controls have been set up. These are problems that generally come with scale, and oftentimes because things grew so fast, you did not catch up on it. It's easier if you build everything step by step, incrementally. Now you need to learn fast, quickly on that side. I will also say, there are also, macro headwinds currently, right? And it's kind of also, maybe GB has done a fantastic job in this already, but at certain scales, macro conditions now become a significant consideration for investors. A seed or Series A investor, it's not yet that much of a problem because they are underwriting a 10x, 15x return, writing a $2 million check. They can visualize that.
So where does that, where the VCs, in terms of their focus and how that's changed? I mean, we were during the pandemic, certainly, there was that focus on growth because there was that window of opportunity for the fintechs. And we see a lot of the traditional press talking about the fact that fintechs aren't profitable. But that's never been an issue for VCs. Amazon wasn't profitable for 20 years. But what's changed as a result of the global recession in terms of what the investors are asking of you?
I think last year was basically a combination of, this, basically. Money will always find the easiest path to multiply. And equity investments are potentially risky. If there's a less risky path where I can multiply my money, it will go there. Feds have raised the rates, funds have flowed there, and equity investments are no longer very interesting. Secondly, last year, some enthusiasm, some hubris in decision-making for investors looked at its growth is fantastic, sustainable growth is better. And there were investments that were made on pure growth, and some of them were not truly sustainable. But however, I think it's still important to invest in growth that is sustainable. So I think what we're seeing now will be there's less funds available for equity investments and generally flowing to the easier parts. And in the pecking order of how funds will generally flow, Africa is still not the highest place there. So you will generally see all that dry out over time. But if funds become flush, inflation's reduced generally across more geographies, I think it's going to come back inevitably.
So are you guys being asked to extend your runway? Is that what I'm hearing? Or?
Yeah, no, I wanted to add something to what Tosin said. I mean, what we are hearing is that while growth is now, the bar for growth is higher, all the bars are higher, but definitely growth. But then also a lot more scrutiny on unit economics and line of sight profitability.
So lifetime value.
Yes, and all of that. Yeah, so which, typically investors would have glossed over when there's a lot of money. But now, even if you're not profitable, which if you're in the early stages, you wouldn't be, and like you said, Amazon was, some of these big tech companies weren't profitable for a long time. But now, a lot more scrutiny on, okay, how do your economics work and at what scale do you get profitable, and are we backing something that is sustainable? So we're hearing a lot of that as well.
And there's also some form of discounting on the current FX regime, which is not very, very clear. If I put in my money officially now at this current rate, how will it come out? Those are some of the headwinds also currently.
Yeah, I think, I mean, these pressures we're seeing across the board, across fintechs globally. But I do think it's interesting in terms of the sort of comms and stuff that we're hearing, particularly, there are fintechs that are incredibly profitable these days, but that's not really what the investors are looking for. It's still about the growth. Let me ask you this question, and maybe, GB, you might want to jump in, or Dr. When we look at acquisition, digital scaling in Nigeria, now that sort of fintechs are sort of quite mature and we've got some household names, you're in the fintech brand space, how much of that extended growth over the next few years is going to be tied to digital inclusion itself? Because, obviously fintech is dependent on the tech. And how much of it is growth that is going to be happening organically in the existing user base in terms of mobile and internet? Any thoughts there?
Well, I think that we're going to see quite a lot of leverage on the successes of the big fintechs. I mean, like I said, now we get calls. The typical Nigerian investor does not understand intellectual property. They would rather buy a house in banana or buy treasury bills or invest in the stock market. But now we get calls. Are there fintechs who are trying to raise funds? What are they doing? And people getting money to know more about it. I believe that we're going to see more local investments coming into the space, and we're going to see growth in the space, and people looking at financial inclusion. I was at the discussion with the CBN director. There's some of our fintechs doing some things to help with the e-Naira at the financial inclusion level, which was what she was talking about. She didn't want to disclose it. But so there are a lot of things happening, and they're looking for investors. So I'm sure we're going to see people leveraging on the successes of the Flutter Waves, of the Paystacks, of the Team app, and be able to ride on that to grow new startups that are coming for the economy. And I think that beyond just payments and lending, there's a lot to happen in the verticals: agri-tech, insure-tech, health-tech. We can feed ourselves. We can't. We have insurance is less than 3%. So the potentials for growth, I think, are huge, and we just need to leverage on those potentials. And I think that we will see the growth.
Okay. Where's most of the investment coming in terms of the fintechs in Nigeria? Is it coming from outside of Nigeria, or from inside, or outside of the continent, rather? From European and US, American investors, or from on the continent?
GB.
All right. So I think obviously you are seeing a lot of US VC funds coming to Africa, into the likes of Team App, the likes of Flutterwave, attracting quality investment. That's already happening. But I think what is very interesting is at the seed and pre-seed stage, a lot of people like Tosin, like myself, like Obi are actually also investing in early stage companies, right? Which in my opinion is a great cycle being created for obviously helping new founders to be able to also scale and build their own companies on our infrastructures, right? And I think what is interesting here is the collaboration that I think is working in our sector, right? Which I think is great. There's room for growth, obviously, right? But, a couple of days ago, I was calling Tosin to discuss an opportunity, right? I think it was yesterday or day for yesterday, where I just calling Tosin, how do we tackle this together, right? And the same applies to talking to Hobie or maybe Shola or anybody else. And that partnership is great. That's room for collaboration, because what it does really is that it creates an enabling environment for newer fintechs who are starting out, who can basically use our model to be the next bigger Team App, next bigger Flutterwave, which is the opportunity here, right? So that is happening. There's already a lot of African-focused VC funds in Nigeria and across the continent that are now growing, and they're investing in pre-seed and seed. When we were starting Flutterwave, there was no VC to look for in Africa to invest at seed stage, right? So now there's a change happening, which is great because now there are small funds on the continent who are really Africa-focused, and they are in Africa, so they understand the market, the terrain, they understand the opportunity that exists in this market, which I think is a great thing going forward for African companies.
Yeah.
So, in addition to what GB said, another pattern I've noticed for capital belts will be international funds, but that understand Nigeria or understand your story. Fundraising is about numbers and narrative. If your numbers make sense, the narrative fits a pattern that you understand, then they are likely to make a call. And it becomes easier when they have somebody in-house who understands that geography. It's kind of coincidental that most of the funds we have raised, even from the most international guys, had somebody who has either lived in Nigeria or Nigerian and understands many of those geographies. So generally, investments can come from literally any belt. In the US, Europe, big DFIs, Nigeria, Africa, but they need to understand the narrative, the geography, and the numbers. So if I want to put them into buckets, depending on the stage, for early stage companies, like GB mentioned, angels who understand the space are available. Then there are quite a bit of Africa-focused funds who can take you from seed to A. Then after that, you generally now start finding to need bigger funds who are probably not necessarily Africans, but Africa-focused. After that, you are now probably restricted to large VCs and PE funds who are either the US belt or DFIs or large PEs. Then after which, maybe you go public. So
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So there's one additional trend. This is more midterm. So what I think we're saying is, so Africans who have been exposed in US and Europe, worked with big funds, and are now becoming GPs. You know, maybe schooled abroad and worked abroad, and then they're now becoming GPs.
And that'll happen more as their exit.
Yes,
too, yeah.
yes, and they're building they have credibility. So what, in the midterm, what would drive a lot of funding for African startups would be those Africans. So they understand the environment, they have the credibility, like a bridge between the opportunity in Africa and the funds out there. And I think in the next 5 to 10 years, a lot of those GPs will build scale and be able to make some good impact.
So this is a tech fair, and we've got a lot of people who are probably interested in working with fintechs. So what would you say to the talent that's out here, what would make people out in the audience here attractive to a fintech like your setup?
Money. All right, that's the joke. Money, meaning, mastery, and membership. It's kind of like a 4M framework that we've kind of used internally for attracting people. Basically saying people will love to work for an organization that is working on something impactful, where they can see the meaning of what they are doing. Ideally, they could see it being used everywhere. People love to be associated with brands that others understand. So that's the money part. And then the association part is you want to be associated with it internally and externally, and that's membership. And the next M is going to be mastery. People want to work in challenging environments where you are challenged just slightly outside of your comfort zone. And the last M is money. People just want good money. You can't play with that. So if you have an organization that's working on something impactful, people, it's kind of also challenging, and people are proud to be associated internally and externally, you are going to have an organization people really want to work for.
Have you guys been watching this thing with Elon Musk and Twitter in the States? You know, I'm generally a fan of Elon, except I think the Twitter thing is just, I think he should have stayed away. But anyway, you know, part of that, of course, you know, we heard him announce the other day, you know, had a company-wide stand-up, and he said, You guys, unless you're prepared to work really hard, long hours, sacrifice, you should leave, right? There is a bit of that culture in, there has to be to some extent in the fintech, right? You've got to work hard, you play hard, but the outcome is, you're going to get options, and if we have a successful exit, you're all going to do really well out of it. But, where's the balance in that in terms of creating a culture in a fintech that is hungry and aggressive, but at the same time, that you don't have this, not everyone is like Elon Musk that works 18 hours a day and sleeps on the floor of the Tesla factory to get things done. As a founder, you expect him to do that to some extent, but, you can't expect every employee to be like that as well. So where's the balance, Obi?
Yeah, so I think Elon Musk is privileged to be able to do that type of thing in today's world. I think the climate and the general awareness of talent does not allow for that type of demanding style. But like you said, the challenge is you still need to get everybody to put in their best. So there's, in the way we've kind of analyzed it and seen it, there has to be a more subtle approach. A more subtle approach that is more like selling. How you'd sell to a customer to buy a product, right? Selling, like some of the things Tosin mentioned with the M's. Selling why this is in interest of the talent, and creating an environment where driving hard is fun. Because there's the concept of flow. Some of us may know about the concept of flow, where when you're at your peak performance, you actually feel best when you're at your peak performance. So it's more around enabling.
You want to create energy, but you don't want everyone to get burned out.
Yes,
right?
yes, a sustainable way of driving, but it's tough. It's not very intuitive, and it's not the traditional way that leadership has functioned in other industries before now.
Maybe let me ask you this, GB. As founders, Tosin, you mentioned it before. That constant demand of a founder to keep making sure the next round is secured, so you can keep everyone employed and you can keep the growth going. That's tough. One of the toughest things as founders that you have to go through is that learning curve on raising money. But GB, let me ask you this. What responsibility do you feel as a founder to foster that culture within the business personally, and how do you do that? How do you create that working environment as a founder where you feel like people will want to come to work at Flutterwave every day?
So at Flutterwave, right, I say to my team everywhere I go to that our secret sauce is not our technology, it's our people, right? And people show up every day to drive value for the company. But that said, I'd like to comment on Elon Musk on Twitter as well, right? I think every CEO is watching that scenario very closely to see what's going to happen, right? If Elon pulls it off and reduces the workforce of Twitter to less than 20%, and Twitter still thrives, it's going to be a massive business case study in business schools all over the world about how to do acquisitions, right? But that said, I think there has to be a balance, obviously. I think you can drive that same message and still be empathetic in how you do it. That is very important. I think my style is what I call the empathetic leadership style, deliberately, and the goal is I can achieve that goal by carrying my team along with me on that journey, right? But obviously, every CEO's dream is to reduce cost, reduce your workforce at the same time and drive more value. But that said, I think the people obviously make everything thrive, at least in my organization. Thank you.
So, we're running out of time, but I'll ask Dr. Obermar to have the last word here. So whether it's fintech founders or whether it's the executive committee of Zenith Bank, who's sitting here listening to this, what advice would you give them in terms of the opportunities to capture the growth in the Nigerian market coming up?
Well, today we have over 40 million people that are not financially inclusive. I mean, we might say that they're at the bottom of the ladder, but then they still contribute to the economy. I mean, I once read a book by Peter Diamandis, Abundance, The Future is Better Than You Think, and it says, think retail. How can I make $1 for 1 billion people every day? That's the way to think retail. And I think that that's the way everybody should start looking at digital transformation. How do I increase my number and make the minimum profit I can get, but drive the volumes? And I think that as that is achieved, there's no doubt that there will be economic growth in those locations. Government also doing its own part, bringing infrastructures, and everybody is happy at the end of the day. But digital transformation is come to stay. Everybody needs to just key into it. So I think the market is good. The market is big. The pie is big enough for everybody. That's what I'll say. So let's work hard.
So you guys feeling positive? All right, well, let's do this. Let's make fintech a success in Nigeria. Thank you all for joining the panel today. Appreciate your assistance.
Hold on, please. Thank you very much, Hugo. I want to do a quick photo op, first of all, and then we also have a quick question. Just a very short question. Mojidwale.
So everyone in the room would like to know. I'm asking, you can please have a seat, please have a seat. So this is the final question before we go for lunch this time. You have fintechs that are thriving and are excellent. Would like to know, I mean, young people in the room, myself inclusive, how did you start? And what is the biggest lesson you learned when you started? Or if you look back at your journey? We can start.
Okay, my journey started, I used to work for InterSwitch, and I started my career as a software engineer in InterSwitch. Okay, backstory, I've always been an entrepreneur. I literally joined InterSwitch because I wanted to learn about the industry. I loved working in InterSwitch for a while, but I virtually had to leave after working there for a while, being a product manager and an engineer. And first of all, I should say this. When you hear founder stories, successful stories, it is not necessarily everybody that should do it. And I'm not trying to encourage or discourage. I'm being pragmatic. I think what matters to everybody at the end of the day is, did you live your life excellently from the beginning to an end? Either you lived it being a CEO or you lived it being an employer or an employee. Were you happy through the course of your life? So after I've preluded that with this, then I can now talk about inspiring CEO story. So now my story is I used to be an engineer, and I always had a goal to create a really large organization that will provide, has a social mission to help people somewhat with technology. And eventually I settled on providing financial happiness, and that was the mission of the organization. For the first 5 years of existence, between 2015 and 2019, 4 years, we're actually building software solutions for the banks. We pivoted in 2019 to start targeting businesses with some of the experience that we have had. And today we've gotten the traction of processing $10 billion monthly with employee size of 900 plus and a larger sales team, and also, growing and profitable. So
fantastic.
My story is basically starting as an engineer, having a dream, pursuing it, working hard against it, on it, and getting here. And I still think there's still a lot more to achieve. But like I mentioned, you always hear these stories, but don't pressure yourself. What is important is to be happy.
Fantastic.
Thank you so much.
GB, do you want to take a shot?
So GB, everyone thinks, wow, superhuman GB. Just can you share one lesson that you have learned in the course of your journey?
I would like to echo Tosin as well. I think I miss my 9-to-5 days a lot, I must confess. There's no 9 to 5 in entrepreneurship. It's 9 to 9, pretty much. And that's the reality. It looks glamorous from the outside. There's a lot of work on the inside, right? And I think my story and my journey will be incomplete without people that I call angels, who show up to help the company at every stage of our growth. And that's very interesting. My background as well, software engineer background, I used to work in PayPal in the UK before. I offer a bunch of banks in the UK, in Nigeria, in South Africa. Joined Google as well to do Google Test for India. Then came back, joined a bank in Nigeria, built a payment platform that was acquired, and I started Flutterwave afterwards. So it's been a long journey over 17 plus years, trying to just build something. And I think what struck me that was inspiring behind Flutterwave is really just seeing Nigerian businesses who wants to expand their business beyond the shores of Nigeria, how hard they struggle to do it, right? That was the biggest one for me, to be very honest. If you do a wire transfer from Nigeria to Ghana, it gets there in like 2-3 days via Swift. If you get on a plane with that same money, you get it in 1 hour, right? That didn't make sense to me, so I thought about how do you make payments simple for the average small business in Africa? And that was the thesis behind building infrastructure in every country that we're supposed to be in. So right now that's fine. Right now we're live in 35 plus countries. We have operations in 20 plus countries. We're now a team of 700 people at Flutterwave. It's crazy. I'm wondering, how did that happen, by the way? That's the story.
A lot of hard work. That's how it happened.
When it comes to the struggles, right, of this journey, one big lesson I've learned is, what really matters is relationships, right? Not technology, not business. Ensuring that as we go along in the journey from our pre-seed days to post-Series D, is just in the journey with my colleagues, with investors, with customers, with partners, building sustainable relationships across board. That's what I think is one big lesson I've learned. Like I said, we are here today because of the network of angels that are just at every point in time standing there to help us to grow and scale. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. Brett and Obi, just this question. For a lot of the young ones or anyone here, what's the one lesson that you feel anybody who wants to start a startup should have? That one lesson that they must inculcate?
One thing that's in common with everyone that's, started or had a successful startup in this respect is there are going to be moments in the process, and GB is smiling already because he knows what's coming, where if you didn't push through, the business goes under. And there's times when, when I was doing my Series B for Movin', when we executed and got the check for, 20 million, we had $9,000 in the bank account and we had liabilities of like $1.5 million, right? So it was like that close to, close the doors, and so if you want to know what the secret of the success is, you can hear his passion for it, right? But passion is great. It gets it started. It gets you excited about the idea. But at some point, you're going to have the perseverance to push through. And if you look at the businesses that succeed, you hear Richard Branson, Elon Musk talking about SpaceX and Tesla. At some point, you had to push through and to succeed. And a lot of people give up at that point. And I think that's a real element of success.
So thanks for that. So I'm hearing pushing through. Give a round of applause. I'm also hearing relationships. When you're on a journey, talent gets you certain doors open, but talent is not enough. And that's why I'm leaning more to relationships. It's 17 years and counting. So that's a very important thing. Obi, what about you, sir?
Yeah, so I'd say 3 things. One of them is perseverance, but the first one is focus. Focus, consistency, and then you add perseverance, or I'd say patience. Yes, so focus, consistency, and patience. So those are a means to an end, and the end is you have to be really good at. You have to be good. I mean, even in a 9 to 5, to thrive as an executive, as an employee, you have to be amongst the best. You have to be really good. So as an entrepreneur, that doesn't change. There are a lot of other entrepreneurs that will be interested in doing something similar. And that's why you have competition in the industry. So building proficiency, building the services, the products, and the team to be amongst the very best in that area requires focus, requires consistency in that focus, and requires patience so that, because time, it takes time as well. So, yeah.
Thank you very much. Once again, a round of applause to our panelists and our able moderator / keynote speaker / futurist. Please, gentlemen of the press, a quick photo up. Those just joining, it's so, wow, there's no difference between the morning crowd and now. In fact, I think it's even fuller at this time. So a round of applause to each and every one of you for staying back, staying behind, being engaged, and those of you online. You can stand for the picture, please. Still the Zenith Bank Tech Fair, Future Forward 2.0. It's time for lunch, finally. And I have been told to give away the watch now. So the over 100K watch, I'll be giving that away. But I want to take this time to acknowledge the future in terms of physicality, talking about students from the school. Okay, Mojiba, I think we need to join. Sorry, 1 second, please. So it won't be like we didn't come. Can we also have the other panelists or speakers that are still around? If you're still here, can we just all have a group picture very quickly? I'm so sorry, Juliet. So, Unilag, greatest? Where are you, the Unilag students? I hear you're here.
Greatest are Cokites.
All right, so the students from Unilag are here, LASU are here, Yaba Tech, Augustine University, Lagos, Caleb University are here, Covenant University, PAU, if you're here, or if you can hear my voice, please. Just wanted to give you a quick shout out for being here as well. A round of applause to our panelists and our moderators.
You would agree it has been a really enlightening, insightful, and thought-provoking day as we discuss future forward. So thank you to all our speakers. Thank you to our keynote speaker, our panelists. Thank you so much for pouring from your wealth of knowledge and experience.
So, or should we just give away this wristwatch tomorrow? Are you telling me that the reason you are staying back is just because of wristwatch? Not because of the knowledge?
Wow.
All right, let me go into the crowd. I don't know where we're going to select from. King, please, I need you to pick one of the... So that before lunch. Don't forget there's still master classes after lunch. We're going to give you some more information on that as well.
Where is he?
So, Mr. King, which way am I going?
Under the boom camera over here.
Which way?
Oh, no, okay. These guys over here, they feel left out.
Which side?
On the left side.
The left side?
And keep going
Is there
up.
anybody in particular that tickles your... Let me see. Who is raising Coke bottle? Who are you? What is it, Coke bottle?
Pick someone in an orange or red dress, all right?
Orange. This is not orange. You don't bleach. Bros, your red don't bleach. Is that red? Is that red?
We'll go
Where's
with red.
orange?
Red.
Is that King? Which one do you want?
Red.
Red.
Okay, red. Bros, it's not red. This is like peach.
He does have the same
All right,
hairstyle
we have-
as me, so.
Eh? Okay, sit down. Sit down. Now we will there. Sit down. All right. So how are you? I'm fine. Do you need a time? You ready? Okay, hold on. Let me generate your question. I'll be very nice. Have I been wicked? Thank you. All right, what's your name?
My name is Sidikat Folami.
Silicat. Okay, so this is the Huawei Watch GT2. It's valued over 100,000 naira. First of all, big shout out to Huawei. Clap, oh, you never know, there can be extra watch in my back pocket. All right, so I do hope you win this. So the question is very simple. What is Zenith Bank's WhatsApp number, aka Ziva? Hold on, I'm going to give you options. Absolute silence, please. Option A, 070-4000-4422, 070-444-4423, 070-5000-4422, or 070-4000-4423. Do you want me to say it again? Option what?
A.
A? Option A. You're sure? After all we've been through, since Zenith Bank has been here since 1990, you're choosing option A. And I really wanted you to win this, and you did. Congratulations. Well done. So everybody is quiet and going for lunch now. Mojibade, please, can you let them know which way is lunch? If you have your lunch voucher, please make your way to Fantasia or Abora or Orchard.
And if
go on.
And if you can't recognize any of those rooms, please speak to our hostesses, but ensure that you have your meal ticket to grant you access into any of the rooms.
So after this lunch, we do have the masterclass, and of course, we're still giving away things tomorrow. So if you want to make it to day 2, we will be glad to have you here with us.
And there is a hackathon tomorrow. You don't want to miss it. We have winners that would emerge, millions of naira. So make sure you are here to support your finalists.
20 million is up for grabs for the first prize, a runner-up 15 million, and second runner-up 10 million for the hackathon. Of course, tomorrow it kicks off same time as today. We have
Hi, my name is Tejri Wazupia. Welcome to my crib. In my family, we believe life should be simple, convenient, and fun. That's why we use a bank that not only understands our transaction needs, but
not just the giveaways, it's going to increase in value as well. I would suggest you know as much as you can about your Zenith Bank. It's all about people, technology, and service. Once again, thank you to each and every
1.0, the Zenathon, and it was just beautiful. You know, I became a better founder. Hi guys, my name is Maurice Omorige. And I'm the co-founder for Pay on Hold. All right, I was part of the participant for the Zenith Bank Tech Fair 1.0, the Zenathon, and it was just beautiful. You know. Hi guys, my name is Maurice Omorige, and I'm the co-founder for Pay on Hold. All right, I was part of the participant for the Zenith Bank Tech Fair 1.0, the Zenathon, and it was just beautiful. You know, I became a better founder. I became better with numbers, which is one of those things you're going to need as you get along in your startup journey. And then being able to have a relationship with the bank just makes your founder's journey seamless, because they're going to be there guiding you when you need guidance, speaking to you, and then just make sure that you're good to go. You know, they're going to be there helping you, holding your hands, making sure that your startup grow. You know, and then there's opportunity for partnerships and a lot of things. You don't want to miss out on that. And for those of you who came around because you want to know what's happening in the Nigerian tech space, I'm sure you're going to be getting a lot of information, because a lot of industry leaders are going to be speaking to you, passing a lot of knowledge. So I'm sure it's going to be wonderful for every single one of you. And then for those of you who are participating in the hackathon, I can only wish you guys good luck, man. Good luck, good luck. Just do your best. Good luck, guys. And hope to see you guys soon. All right. Bye-bye.
Hi, my name is Atinuke Edowu. I am the Chief Operating Officer at TMI. At Tema, we help businesses use messaging channels such as SMS, WhatsApp, voice, email to engage, verify, and support their customers anywhere. In 2019, we participated in the inaugural Zenith Hackathon and were one of the finalists and beneficiary of the hackathon. This gave us assurance that our solution is able to solve communication challenges for businesses. We'd like to use this opportunity to thank Zenith once again for believing in us and trusting in Tema. Thank you.
Live to die another day for you, baby. Quit my Casanova ways for you, baby. The only time that you say that you hate me is when I take the last slice of pastry. Now I'm on the run. Loving you till kingdom come, but you drive me crazy. Send someone, still my billboard baby.
My number one, see they be. You dey, I mean like by me. I just wanna be there when you need me. Baby, now your matter I dey sing all day, yeah.
Growing up here wasn't always easy. Good days and bad days, with challenges around every corner. Growing up here wasn't always easy. Good days and bad days, with challenges around every corner. Still, here we are, alive, well and thriving.
Cause I know in my heart and my soul. If you do me jeje, me self I could follow, baby.
Growing up here wasn't always easy. Good days and bad days, with challenges around every corner. Still, here we are, alive, well and thriving. It was built, not bought. Earned, not given. Hustled, not handed. What's next? Whatever you want, let's make it happen. Open a Zenith Bank account today and make life happen.
Hi, my name is Tejri Wazopia. Welcome to my crib. In my family, we believe life should be simple, convenient, and fun. That's why we use a bank that not only understands our transaction needs, but also provides us with options that best suit our personal styles. Take me. I have a Zenith Aspire account that provides me with the flexibility to manage my school expenses and be the cool guy on campus. Wait a minute. This is my big sister, Tiwa. She's a fashion designer. She sells her outfits online using Zenith Global Pay and regularly sends money to my kid sister and I with *966# easy banking. Meet my big brother, Abu. Abu loves football. He's the mobile app guy, and with just a click on the Zenith mobile app, he has our cable subscription back up because he hates missing games. That's my mom. Mom is the superwoman and she's always trying out new recipes. Mom is a convenient shopper. She orders online but prefers to pay with her debit card. Now, meet my dad, Mr. Wazobia. He says his phone can be distracting while he's at work, which is why he's always using the Zenith Internet Banking Portal on his PC, www.zenithbank.com. Have I told you about my younger sister and bestie, Chioma? She recently opened a Zika Teens account. She experiments a lot and uses all the Zenith digital channels depending on how she feels. That's Aunt Nene. She's always smiling and has already opened a Zenith Children's account for my niece, Bimbo, to save towards her future education. Let's not forget Grandma and Grandpa Wazobia. They've been Zenith Bank customers forever and currently pay no bank charges with their Zenith Timeless accounts. Voila! This is us, the Wazobia. So whatever you like, however you like it, Zenith Bank PLC has got you covered. Zenith Bank, in your best interest.
Zenith mobile app, making life simple.
Are you interested in getting your products or services to more people, expanding your business, becoming more profitable, and a leader in your industry? If yes, then simply open a Zenith Bank SME Grow My Business account and get the extra edge you need. Access loans at competitive rates, get a free business website, free listing on Google My Business to make your offerings visible to over 100 million Nigerians online, free digital trainings on effective marketing techniques, access to business tools to improve operational efficiency, and so much more. Visit any of our branches today to get your Grow My Business account or www.zenithbank.com/SME to learn more.
As you adjust to the new realities for operating your business and engaging with your customers, let us help you transform your business into a digital powerhouse capable of adapting and taking advantage of today's opportunities. With our best-in-class array of digital solutions, you can conduct your business, receive payments from your customers, and perform transactions quickly, safely, and conveniently, because we've got you covered with the right people, technology, and service offerings. Contact us today and let us take your business to its zenith. Zenith Bank, in your best interest.
Keep it connected, and I can follow yo crezo. So both juice mix the little ginger. Oh girl, I wanna be with you, but you know they got enough time for me. I wanna live with you. I got the reason why I can't let go. Girl, you never know, so you gon' gossip. Man, them so far to find your love. Girl, you never know, so you gon' gossip. Man, them so far to find your love. Girl, you never know, you gon' gossip. Man, them so far to find your love. Girl, you never know, so you gon' gossip. Man, them so far to find your love. Man, join your chin now, girl, don't talk. Got me like a thief in the night, no joke. But you know, say, all of my niggas, them ball. Nothing you go ever need at all. Man, join your chin now, girl, don't talk. Taking it a break, and then me, I know the rush. Baby, if you want me, catch a rebel, my miss with me.
Show me a jigger, let me see. Let me see. And let me see the woman that is with. I put a couple $1,000 on your wrist. What's on your wrist? Mama, they can't touch you. I ain't never see this kind, babe. We do so kind things, make me feel some kind way. You know I'm not just trying to get laid. Cause I know some kind chicks do it for the right pay. Baby, make a fire you with my machine gun. 16 rounds, I be King Kong. Girlie, make a sample you my brand new song. Baby, love.
Oh, girl, I wanna be with you, but you know they got enough time for me. I wanna live with you, yeah. I can't see reason why I can't let go. Girl, you never know, so you gon' gossip. Man, them so far to find your love. Girl, you never know, so you gon' gossip. Man, them so far to find your love. Girl, you never know, you gon' gossip. Man, them so far to find your love. Girl, you never know, so you gon' gossip. Man, them so far to find your love.
Señorita, mamacita, body Rita, mamacita, body Rita, mamacita, body Rita. I did no vex for me. Say I never call you since, but I hope that you are well. I hope your market sell. Every day I dey pray for you. Make you Baba God bless you. I never forget you. I gon' forget you. See my shoulder, make you rest up on me. You know I got you. Now me be your friend indeed. My money don't show now. I don't keep some for you. You know go so far. Cause anything I get now for me and you. Yeah. How are you, my friend? How do you do, my friend? I know sometimes it be like say nobody sent you. That's when I did for you, my friend. How are you, my friend? How do you do, my friend? I know sometimes it be like say nobody sent you. That's when I did for you, my friend. Ọ̀rẹ́ mi àtàtà, you always stay in my mind. Pàdí mi gone. I cherish you with my life. Don't worry yourself, oh. Everything go day alright. And if anybody try you, you know it's gonna be on sight. See my shoulder, make you rest up on me. You know I got you. Now me be your friend indeed. Money don't show now. I don't keep some for you. You know go so far. Cause anything I get now for me and you, yeah. How are you, my friend? I see you, my brother. How do you do, my friend? I see my sister. Know sometimes it be like say nobody sent you. That's when I did for you, my friend.
This is another story, oh. Make I tell you wetin happen for a bullet. Body's big party inside my bullet. I went there with my best friend Kule. Kule they there with his girlfriend Shile. Ghetto girls them they like Takasufi. So many pretty girls they inside my mule. I just they wonder say which can party, eh? Everything yaba, everything there. Oh shit, I get many girls with them they come from away. AJ boys and they like to throw away. Almost see go be. 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 Almost see go be.
I look nice, but I'm not so good. I got something I just wanna prove. Can you get yourself inside my room? Let me take you up. Let me take you down. Let me show you
Hello, I'm Ziva, the Zenith Intelligent Virtual Assistant. What would you like to do today? I can help you open a Zenith bank account, check your account balance, transfer funds to any bank account in Nigeria, restrict transactions on your account, log dispense errors and other challenges, buy airtime or data, and so much more. Simply save the number 0704 000 4422 on your Alert Z phone line and say hi to me.
No do, gotta for me. No do, say hello. No do, shakara away. No do, gotta for you. Girl, you're beautiful too. my number one in tutu. Sipping bruku tutu. For your love it tutu. I go chuku chuku. Biko obianuju. You do me juju. Cause I'm feeling the juju. Shake it to you. I wanna dash it to you. Take it. You can have it to you. Take it. You know I got this in you. Take it. I love you, I love you. I love you, I love you, I love you, I love you. There's nothing above you. There's nothing above you, above you, above you. Bridget to you. I like your mini skirt to you. Okay, you carry face to you. If I tell you, hey, I love you, oh. My money, my body, now your own, oh baby. 30 billion for the account, yo. Yeah. Versace and Gucci for your body, oh baby. No do, gotta for me. No do, say that, oh. No do, shakara, oh, eh. No do, gotta for me, oh, eh. You come here, boy. Baby, can I give you my wish list? Can I give her my kisses to ya? Cause she be my wish list. Oh, promise me that you are mine. Can I tap light from your light? Go make sure that you.
You have to hit him as hard as possible. But what I prefer is better you normally do him like that. Yeah, but moving, no. That's all. Yeah, then other people stretch your hand. Okay, block, fight.
Perspective from their own, from where they sit. But certainly, we're in a period where there's a lot of possibility. And indeed, we are happy to, given the applications we are building and putting in place, we are happy.
Wait, I'll count you.
And changing the world one step at a time. Thank you very much, Blessing. Congratulations.
I know.
Again. When I was listening to GM,
1, 2, 3.
hold on.
Oh boy! So the sneakers Gina has been looking for since last month. I'm sure he'll sort it.
Are you interested in getting your products or services to more people? Expand.
Hi, my name is Tejri Wazopia. Welcome to my crib. In my family, we believe life should be simple, convenient, and fun. That's why we use a bank that not only understands our transaction needs, but also provides us with options that best suit our personal styles. Take me. I have a Zenith Aspire account that provides me with the flexibility to manage my school expenses and be the cool guy on campus. Wait a minute. This is my big sister, Tiwa. She's a fashion designer. She sells her outfits online using Zenith Global Pay and regularly sends money to my kid sister and I with *966# easy banking. Meet my big brother, Abu. Abu loves football. He's a mobile app guy, and with just a click on the Zenith mobile app, he has our cable subscription back up because he hates missing games. That's my mom. Mom is the superwoman, and she's always trying out new recipes. Mom is a convenient shopper. She orders online, but prefers to pay with her debit card. Now, meet my dad, Mr. Wazobia. He says his phone can be distracting while he's at work, which is why he's always using the Zenith Internet Banking Portal on his PC, www.zenithbank.com. Have I told you about my younger sister and bestie, Chioma? She recently opened a Zika Teens account. She experiments a lot and uses all the Zenith digital channels depending on how she feels. That's Aunt Nene. She's always smiling and has already opened a Zenith Children's account for my niece, Bimbo, to save towards her future education. Let's not forget Grandma and Grandpa Wazobia. They've been Zenith Bank customers forever and currently pay no bank charges with their Zenith Timeless.
The Zenith mobile app, making life.